Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Morning, happy Monday morning on this lovely week. It's Christmas today. Actually, we've got Christmas in August for the next few days. Look, I've even got a Christmas quilt behind me. It's all about Christmas. Now, I've got my badge on, so don't forget, anyone who shops with us today will receive a Christmas Sewing Street badge. I have to say why stocks last, but we have got quite a lot. It's lovely, isn't it? It's got a little nutcracker on it. So you'll get your free pin badge when you shop today. We have got so much coming up for you today. We've got quilts, we've got Yarn Lane, don't forget, we've got Yarn Lane today. But let's start with our special offer, Early Bird, and of course it's a Christmas themed one. So Early Bird special, loving this panel. It's gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. So let me show you, look, there it is. Da, da, da. It's called the 12 Days of Christmas. It's so much detail. So normally I'm on the other desk to start with. I moved on this one because I wanted to, so you could see on the overhead camera and you could see how detailed it is. So it's the 12 Days of Christmas and each of the little panels, now look at them. So there's partridge in a pear tree, look at it. It is gold, it is gold. It's got, well obviously the partridge in the pear tree, but all of these goldy bits around the edges of the pears, and the detail and the borders are all in metallic. So it is a panel and it's normally $8.99. It's a half metre panel, but today, special early bird price, $6.99. Now I have counted these and you get 4 whole sets. So you've got a partridge in a pear tree, 2 turtle doves, and I'm not going to sing, 3 French hens, it's quite hard to say it and not sing it, but I'm terrible, 4 calling birds, 5 gold rings, 6 geese are laying, look at them. It's 7 swans are swimming, 8 maids are milking, and then we get down to 9 drummers drumming, 10 pipers piping, 11 ladies dancing, and 12 lords are leaping. So there's your set. Now you've on this panel, so it's your normal 44-inch width fabric, 50 centimetres long. You get 4 sets of these, plus at the other end, you'll get two extras. So if you're going to use them, so say you wanted to make them into cushions and you cut them out into sets of 12, you've got 4 of those. You could put some border fabric around it. I've got loads of Christmas fabric coming up in a minute. So if you wanted to buy extra Christmas fabric to go with it, you could do that. Or I'm thinking, what brilliant Christmas cards, because you've got
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, 14 times 6. 10, 6 is 60, 6, 6, 4, 24. 84, I think that's right, separate pieces. So maybe, what if you want to do Christmas cards? You know, you can just buy blank card. You could cut each of these out and quarter of the stock's gone. Make it quick, $6.99. You could sew these onto cards. That's 84 Christmas cards. You could use them as gift tags. How about a table runner? If you cut it down the centre, then you could join this half of the 3, so you've got the 12, onto the other half. Beautiful Christmas table runner. And the other thing we were thinking, how about Christmas napkins? In case you have a frosty Christmas and you need a little bit, what a talking point for a napkin. If you cut out 12 of them, just hem them or bind them. That's what I would do, because binding napkins looks gorgeous. You could just use them for the centre. Maybe you've got an idea that you want to do a Christmas wall hanging or a Christmas quilt. You could use them for the centre, or cut them out, use some plain fabric. Very simple quilt. You could just have these, because these are rectangles, join them together with other rectangles, put sashes and binding and borders on. You'd have a beautiful Christmas quilt. Be really nice. The kind of thing, you know, when you bring out all your Christmas decorations, a Christmas wall hanging, and they are, the detail in them. Look at 8 Maids of Milking. I love that one. The detail in it. And what's lovely is because all of the sections on them are outlined in gold, they really stand out. Yeah, you could make them into little sachets, couldn't you? And like, you know, your lavender sachet, but put some Christmas scents in. You could put some Christmas oil, put some, you can make them into little gift bags. What I would do is just take a panel of 4 of them, put 4 on one side, put 4 on the other side, little handles, just need some Christmas fabric. Oh, that's your Christmas gift bag. Because half of the stock's gone. Because you've got 84 on here, just think of all of the Christmas gift bags you could make. So when you're selling things, or maybe you've bought somebody, you know, a little gift, maybe a couple of smellies or a pair of socks, or even a Christmas mug, then little gift bag, put a bit of wadding in it, be gorgeous. Oh, a suggestion. Morning, Rebecca. Advent calendar and crackers from Susan Hampshire. What a brilliant idea. Yes, get a big piece. Thanks, Susan. That's great. How about getting a big piece of fabric? Then you could, if you put these, you've only got to cut them out 1/4 inch outside. There is room for that. Sew them right sides together, turn them out. That's your pocket. Top stitch down the sides and across the bottom. Put that on. There's your Advent calendar. They're just gorgeous, aren't they? And each one on their own are lovely. Because everything's outlined in gold, they're crying out to have a bit of embroidery on as well. So if you were doing your own Christmas cards and you wanted to spend a bit more time, you could do a little bit of embroidery on them to embellish them. And I honestly think, particularly if you pressed a bit of interfacing to the wrong side of them, then cut them out. And you, with your sewing machine, I mean, I've done it, I've not even used a thicker needle, you can sew through the fabric into the card, and they're like your handmade Christmas cards, aren't they? So if you wanted to make a big tablecloth, buy more than one panel. Remember that measure your table, they're 44 inches wide, but do it quickly because these are really selling fast. Whole tablecloth. That would look amazing, wouldn't it? Now, these are being sold as cut panels, so if you order more than one, it won't come as a continuous piece. You will have to join them together. But there's just so much. And also, I mean, August, you see, you've got plenty of time. Get the panel, get it home, and then you can have a think about it. It's not going to be last minute. You can get ahead. But I think if I had one, I would go little gift bags. Table presents. You know, when you think, oh, I don't know what to put on the table present, you can just put a few sweets in there or a little gift, and everyone's got their own little present as a tiny little gift bag. You could just use one small one, applique to the front of a fabric bag, or, you know, you can buy little paper bags that are quite posh ones. You could applique one to the front of that. That's your table presents done. Please, please do keep checking out for that. Remember, this is the first day of Christmas in August. We're doing it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah.
Now, don't forget, the way that it works is that you only pay 1 P&P per day. So once you've put this in your basket, don't forget to check out. It's not yours till you've checked out. Somebody else can take it. Your P&P is paid for. You're $3.95 done. Everything else is free. Because the way, if you haven't shopped with us before, or you haven't been to Sewing Street before, welcome to our Sewing Street family. Your basket will close at midnight, so whatever you put in between now and then, the postage and packing will be applied at that point, not now. So you can just keep doing it. So your P&P's covered, isn't it? And you're saving £2 on this panel, which is half of your P&P anyway. But look at the size of it. I mean, it's a really good size. Shall I hold it up? Shall I hold it up for you again? Look at all of those. 84. And they are gorgeous. For $6.99, that's amazing value. Now, don't forget, if you want to order with us, you can order online on www.sewingstreet.com, or the phone number is on the screen, 0800 001 4433. Now, that's a UK call centre. It's just upstairs, actually, so it's just next to us. And it's a free phone, won't cost you anything to call. But if you would prefer to order on the phone, or if you've got any questions, or if you've muddled up your order and you think, oh, have I put that in? I don't know. Just give them a call. They're really, really helpful with any queries you've got. Or sewingstreet.com. Hi, Rebecca. I'm thinking placemats, and you can add on a plain border from Christine Ray. That's great, because what a talking point. So if you cut out, I don't know, I would cut out 6 of them for a placemat. And like you say, Christine, if you put a plain border around the 6, then you've got even more of them. You can make more, a whole set of them. But they're so lovely, and it's the sort of thing you bring out year after year. Or if you're going to someone's house for Christmas, you want to take them a gift, but you know they've gone, no, don't bring anything, Take them a set of placemats. Everyone would love them. Buy 2 and play Snap. Brilliant idea. Yeah, I think that was Becky's idea, actually. Snap. What a great idea. Christmas Snap. Just be brilliant for the children. Christmas bunting. Yeah, because bunting does not have to just be triangular. I've got some rectangular bunting. So cut them out again. Back them, turn them right sides out. All you need is a bit of bias binding or cotton tape. Sew that along. Imagine how long that's going to be. Christmas bunting. You're full of ideas this morning, guys. I've had this panel. I made cards. They turned out really nice, and I love all the suggestions from Christine. I do too. Honestly, I don't know why I come up with... Right, anyone's got any more suggestions? Because I think these are fantastic. To be honest, I'd go buy a couple of panels. Have a look at all the suggestions. Let us know what yours are. But thanks so much for getting in touch. It's really nice. Yeah. Right. So once everyone's checked out, that's 3/4 of the stock gone. So 3/4 of the stock is gone. So if you want these, and look at all those fab suggestions. Bunting, table mats, gift tags, cards, little bags, Snap. For children, again, you could even put like a little piece of wadding inside to make them really soft. So if, when you've got the children around the Christmas table, if you want to, entertain them, get them a bit quiet, get the Snap out. They'd love to play this. You could do the memory game with them. You could lay them all out, say, right, which one have I taken away? Or what was on this one? Because they've all got so much detail on them. Be a brilliant Christmas game. Then you could package them all up, wrap them up. That's just a really lovely homemade Christmas game. Anyway, I'll let you carry on. Remember, 3/4 of the stock is gone, only $6.99. That price will go up again at midnight. Doubtful we'll have any left. Only 30 left. So, coming up today on our first day of Christmas in August, it's all about the Christmas fabric in this first hour. Oh wow, have I got some nice cushion square panels for you. You are going to love. They're all on pre-order and they're already selling. And Macawa Christmas fabric as well. Gorgeous. That's now. 9 o'clock, Susie's with me. She's going to be showing us how to make the gorgeous Moda Red Baron Christmas Starlite quilt. Now, this is the Christmas quilt for beginners. It's a panel. You cut out the individual elements, and then you have fabric in the kit as well, where you can applique words, motifs. It's all in the kit. You've got absolutely loads of fabric in there. You've got a panel with the pieces to cut out. You've got a layer cake. You've got backing fabric. that's going to be fab. 10 o'clock is the Linking Stars quilt. That's the one that's hung up behind me. That's this one here. This is using Lynette Anderson fabric. It's her latest. I'm going to demo that one for you. That's her brand new 3 Penguins Christmas fabric collection that's in it. And there's also, I'll get that off the shelf. There's a kit to make the matching Rising Stars cushion as well, using Lynette and fabrics. The fabric is gorgeous in this, absolutely lovely, Lynette Anderson. The detail, and I love the colours. They're so subtle and muted and traditional. They're real heritage colours. And it's really, really easy to construct. And I will show you, I've prepared all my demo, all my bits. It's very easy. It's basically 2 blocks. All you have to do is make 2 blocks. And what I've done with this one is, because I wanted it to be achievable, I wanted a beginner to be able to do it, I've made the blocks that bit bigger, because normally with the quilt, your blocks are, and your strips are 2 inches square. I thought, do you know what, I'm going to go for 3 inches this time. It makes it a lot easier for matching points and cutting. It gives you that margin for error where you can sort of stretch it a bit, and I just find that if you are a beginner, the 3 inches is a lot better. So also with this quilt, we've got the full kit with all the fabric, the kit to make the cushion, but also we're selling instructions on their own if you've got your own fabric. That's coming up at 10. At 11, Suzie will be back with her brand new design, the Poinsettia Wreath wall hanging. It's available, it's a complete kit, available in 4 different colourways, all Christmas fabrics, obviously, reds and greens and creams. It's the perfect wall hanging lap quilt, but also table centre. Look beautiful on your Christmas tablecloth. It's brand new design from Suzie, and she's going to be showing us how to do that. 12 o'clock, it's Yarn Lane, and this is very exciting. Sam Sabido is in, and this year she has designed the Christmas blanket Crochet Along. They are already selling on pre-order. This is fun. This is just a brilliant, brilliant design. To buy it, you need to go onto the Sewing Street website. It's there on pre-order. The way it works, it's a 10-week Christmas crochet along. Oh, there's Sam. Brilliant picture. Sam hiding behind her lovely blanket. You all know her instructions are brilliant, her tutorials are brilliant. We're selling it now because the actual crochet along will be released on the 12th of September. So you will have it in time to start it. So you buy all of the yarn today, the whole lot, that's everything you'll need, and then there's a special code that you go into so that you can join it, and then Sam, every Monday for 10 weeks, will email you the instructions. She's setting up a Facebook group where you can join in. She'll be putting videos on there. So this is a big reel for beginners. I mean, if you're an expert crocheter, you'll love it, but if you've not crocheted it, you can start off with this. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's big as well. It's single bed size, 150 by 100 centimetres. It's a big blanket. Now, if you want to shop with us, I've told you all these lovely things. I don't want you to miss out, or if you're popping out later for a coffee at 11. If you go onto sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live, across the top, there we go. Click on Watch Live. You can see it all there. So look, there's the 12 Days of Christmas panel. Not much left. If you want to send me a message, not just hello, I'd like a bit more. Is it sold out? How did that happen? Gone. Sorry. Wow. Let me know what you've made with yours though. Right, now we're in 2 columns, so there's pre-order. Now these are the things that I haven't talked about yet, but you can get ahead and buy. Look at those, are the My Promise Christmas cushion panels. They are gorgeous, aren't they? Really lovely. So there's all the panels. This is all the Makawa Christmas fabric. So if you want to get, oh, that one's sold out. So if you want to get ahead, don't forget you need to add to basket and you need to check out, or somebody else can take it. Oh, I like that gingerbread one. That's nice. There's all the Christmas fabric. Sewing Christmas. There's another one that's sold out. The Jean Ruth fabric's gorgeous. I was having a look at that earlier. Here's some of the Lynette Anderson fabric. There's the Linking Stars instructions only, and there's the quilt kit, $79.99 for the whole quilt. And it is double bed size. You could put it on a king size bed with less overhang, but I have designed it, and I've had it on my daughter's bed just to check, because she's got a double bed, and it fits beautifully. There's Suzie's Poinsettia. That's not really that. That's come out a very strange colour because they're all red and green. That looks turquoise on there. Might be just my telly actually. Is it green on yours? There's the Christmas blanket crochet along. Now remember, in there you have got all the yarn for the whole blanket, and also you will then get all of the instructions, all the Facebook, all the tutorials and all the help. So if you've got any problems at all, you can message Sam directly on there. She'll be in with us at 12. We've got a few of her advent calendars left. There's the Moda Red Barn Christmas Starlite sampler quilt. That's the one that's going to be on at 9 o'clock with Suzie. Beginners, perfect for beginners. And then all the other items and accessories that you will need for making it if you haven't got them already. Also, oh, that was supposed to go up, but it hasn't gone up. How have you managed that, Hannah? Yeah, I tell you what, wasn't that the special show price? Yeah, that was the Festival of Quilts price. Oh, well, let's just pretend it's still the Festival of Quilts, because if you went, it was great, wasn't it? So let's just pretend it's another day. I'm going to have to put my little panel aside. Pop on the Facebook, the Sewing Street fans page, when you've made something with your panel so that I can see, because I'd love to see what you've made with it. Right, should we start with our panels? Because they are gorgeous. I'm going to start with, can I start with dogs? Dogs. Are they? So this one, now this is 18, I think, let me just check. I think it's 18. Just want to double check that. Yeah, 18 inches square. It's linen effect. It's not pure linen, but it's linen effect. Oh, so yeah, it's 0.46 metre, almost 45 by 45 centimetres. He's gorgeous. Look at him, the little pug dressed up as Santa. So these are perfect. Right, 80% cotton, 20% polyester. So it's got that nice soft drape, but it's linen look. Perfect for a cushion front. $2.99, or how about your Christmas tote bag? All you need, bit of calico for the back. You'll look great shop. So if you know someone who's got a pug, have you got a pug? Does it need a special bag for his Christmas presents? Lots of people use them for cushions, but we've seen them for all sorts of other things. They'd make a really nice bag. Buy a few of them. You could even make yourself a Christmas quilt. I've got some more dogs as well. $2.99. Morning to Margaret on Facebook. Oh, I haven't got my Facebook on it. I'll put that on in a bit. Morning. I love him. He's lovely. But you could even do a bit of quilting on him. Quilt around the edge of him. You could do a bit of embroidery. He is beautiful, isn't he? I love the way it's kind of like watercolour effect, isn't it? You've got that wash all around the outside and his beautiful red Santa coat. And his wrinkly head. Should we do the matching fabric? So if you're making something with this, maybe you're making the tote bag, maybe you want the cushion back, we've got a matching fabric. Now this fabric is available by the ½ metre, so this is the one where if you want more than a ½ metre, it will be sent to you as a cut piece. Now this right is $5.99 for ½ metre, but it's extra, it's not your normal. Again, 80% cotton, 20% polyester, exactly the same as the cushion front. But Christmas sack doesn't even need to be for a dog. Anyone who loves the Santa pug. Now this is wider than your normal quilting weight. So this is 55 inches wide. It's only $5.99, and it is exactly the same as the big pug. See? Exactly the same, but the miniature one. So maybe you're making a bag or a cushion and you want the back. Buy a couple of panels. Buy a ½ metre of this, and then you've got a couple of cushions as well, all really good for your tote bag, but only $5.99. Yeah, lots of pugs. He's lovely, isn't he? He's really, really cute. That's amazing value for money. Anyway, do check out on that. But is that your own pun? Bar humpug. Bar humpug. That's a great one. I'm not sure. Should we do some more dogs? Look! Sausage. Sausages. You can't just have one sausage dog though, can you? You have to have two. Is that one looks more like my Cocker Spaniel? I think that's a sausage dog and that's a Cocker Spaniel. I know they're the same size, but that face is exactly the same as my Spaniel. It can be whatever you want to be. In fact, it looks just like my Luna, same colour as well. I should get her one. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? So you've got two little dogs. Message. Good morning, Rebecca and team. You said the tote panels will be back in stock. Are they on today as I missed them last time? Right. So the tote bags that we had on Saturday, I'll just show you. They sold out on Saturday very quickly. There was the hot air balloons, the beach huts and the swallows. We are getting them back today, definitely, but they are just being booked in. We have to get the warehouse to book them in. As soon as they are available to buy, I will let you know. But I have promised they will be back today, but it's just because we had to do it over the weekend, so the warehouse needed to come in. Yeah, they've only been in for 26 minutes, but as soon as they are all booked in, I will let you know, and then they will be back available to buy. And I'll let you know as soon as that is. So don't worry, I haven't forgotten them. I have brought them back in. They will be safe. Anyway, back to the sausage dogs. Maybe that is have you got a sausage dog that looks like that? Because that looks like my Spaniel. Maybe sausage dogs and Spaniels are the same thing. They just have longer legs. So £2.99 again. Dashing through the snow. Hannah is full on with her dog quotes today. They are so lovely, aren't they? So £2.99. So anyway, you know, that's such a great price. Anyone you know who's got one of these dogs or loves these dogs, what a fantastic gift. And won't you look great when you're doing your Christmas shopping? Honestly, you take this Christmas shopping, you make it into a tote bag, everyone goes, where'd you get that from? You go, oh, well. Yes, Hannah's next door neighbour's sausage dog has learned how to knock on her front door. That must be really weird when you open and go, hello, and you have to look down. I don't think he actually knocks it with his paws. I think he does it with his head. He runs into it and it knocks the door, and Hannah's very confused. If you've got a sausage dog that can knock doors, let us know. But they are gorgeous. Oh, yes, or could you let them know how to stop and knocking the door? It's getting quite annoying now. I blame it on Hannah for giving it so many treats. Now, also, we have got with this the matching fabric. I love this. But, you know, if you wanted to make a dog bed, this is brilliant because it's nice, strong fabric. It's a 55-inch width. It's got all the little dogs on. So maybe you want to make it a special dog bed for Christmas or just any time. That would be gorgeous, wouldn't it? Or one of those crate covers. I bought a crate cover. I didn't think about buying it. I used to have an old curtain over my crate because the dog sleeps in it overnight, but I should have made a little cover with this. Or a little mat to put its bowl on. I just have like an old rug because every time I put the water down it spills. We get food all over the floor. That's gorgeous, isn't it? So again, it is exactly the same as this. So if you were thinking about cushions, it makes the perfect cushion back, or the back of a bag, or the lining. But look at them, you can see their little eyes following you. They're just looking at me. Love that one. So there's the panel, £2.99. That's 46 centimetres square, 18 inches. And then the fabric is 55 inches in width. But if you want more than a half a metre, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. So if you're thinking, well, I'm going to make my Christmas dress, I need 3 metres, put 6 units in your basket and send me a photo. If you make a Christmas dress from this. Beautiful, but lovely for a sack as well. Doesn't need to be a Christmas sack for a dog, does it? Right, third of the fabric of this one has gone already. So if you want that, don't delay. Pop it in your basket and check out. It's only £5.99. Don't delay, buy it today. And then the final dog. Oh, this is a really cute one. Maltese Terrier that Hannah has no Christmas puns for. So if you've got one, have you not got terrier pun? Surely. That's lovely. It looks a bit like a West Highland Terrier, doesn't it? It's just got a slightly rounder head, but it's so, look at his little face. I mean, it is a proper watercolour painting. It's beautiful. I don't know how they do it for this price, how we do it for this price. £2.99, because this is beautiful. 80% cotton, 20% polyester, which means it's got a lovely drape. So it's ideal for using to make cushions, but you could even cover your seats pads, couldn't you, for your Christmas chairs? You could join all three together, have a doggy table runner. So that's £2.99, and obviously, same, we have got the matching fabric by the half metre. There we go. So 55-inch width, same as the other, 80% cotton, 20% polyester, gorgeous. Hi Rebecca, they are long-haired dachshunds which had spaniel introduced to the smooth hair variety to get the coat type. I have 3 smooth haired. Oh, thanks Sally. Honestly, I knew there was something because that one looks exactly like my spaniel, which is pure Cocker Spaniel. So there we go, had spaniel introduced. Well, gorgeous, aren't they? See, I think that just looks like a spaniel with short legs. Now I know. I knew somebody out there would know. Gorgeous. Karen says, morning Rebecca, they look exactly like the 2 dachshunds my auntie had when I was a little girl. They are gorgeous, aren't they? And they actually look like their eyes are following because they are proper watercolour paintings. Beautiful. Lovely. So there's the Maltese Terrier. And by the half metre and by the panel. Oh, $5.99. Father Christmas. I love this one. I think this is my favourite one, actually. He is gorgeous. This one is, oh, look at him. He's like the snowman flying through the air, but he's Santa. Very, very low in stock. This one is about to sell out. So if you want this one, again, it's your 18 inches square, 46 centimetres, 80% cotton, 20% polyester. Look at his little face. Make yourself a whole new set of Christmas cushions. Or if you're thinking, right, well, I'm probably going to have some bulkier Christmas present, buy a few. We don't have the matching fabric for this one, but you could just use a calico on the back. That's all your Christmas bags done. For $2.99, if you get half a metre of fabric, then half of it will do the back of it. And then you don't even need to wrap them up. Pop them all in the bags. Gorgeous. That one is about to sell out. If you want it, be very, very quick with that. And then Christmas tree. This one's lovely. Yeah, this one doesn't have the... I think that's beautiful. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? You've got that lovely colour wash in the background and the detail on this. It would look beautiful quilted, wouldn't it? But you could even embroider on these. I would embroider some of the, just some backstitch lines on the ribbon around the parcel. And where you've got the snow, you could do a little bit of embroidery. You could do machine embroidery, hand embroidery. But a lovely little mini quilt, you know, for your Christmas window, for all the neighbours going by, you could make that into a little mini square quilt and then embroider Merry Christmas across the bottom. Or if you're thinking you wanted to make a gift bag for some, you know, you wanted it to be a more traditional one, gorgeous for that. You could make them all into Christmas. You could make a few Christmas placemats, buy a set of 6 of them. Because although it's in a square, you can cut it to any shape you want. Do it as the centre of your Christmas tablecloth. $2.99. I love that one. It's even got like a Father Christmas on it as well. And a snowman. And little presents. It's very special, isn't it? I really, really like that one. And that is a fantastic price, isn't it? $2.99. There we go. So keep checking out on those because they are going very, very fast. And we're going to move on to Christmas fabric now. Are we? Okay, now I like the Jean Ruth ones. Yeah, they're gorgeous. These are lovely. These mixed together are favourite things, sewing and Christmas. And these are all available by the half metre. So if you want more than a metre, put the number of units. So if you want a metre, put 2 in your basket. It will be sent as a whole cut piece for all of the ones I'm going to do now. Well, I'm going to start with this one, which is SAUQ 34. This one will sell out. Now look at it. It's got dancing gingerbread man. And if you look at them really closely, they're like felt gingerbread men. They've got blanket stitch around the edges of them. They've even got like little lacy collars. Can you see the blanket stitch around the edge? Where is he? There. Oh, around the edge. And then in amongst it all, we've got spools of thread, stalk scissors, tape measures, buttons. We've even got a strawberry pincushion with pins in. So it's kind of Christmas and sewing all together, because even the little Christmas trees have got blanket stitch and rick-rack on them. How gorgeous is that? So all of your Christmas makes, whether you want to make a really fun Christmas dress and you need, a couple of meters of it, or whether you're thinking some Christmas cushions or napkins. There's 5 fabrics in this range, so wait and see the others, because if you're thinking about making a matching set of napkins, you want to get 1/2 meter of each. That would be brilliant. Now, the more people who've got this in their basket than we've got available, so very quickly you need to check out if it's in your basket, otherwise you'll miss out. I started my sewing journey last September and placed my first order with these Christmas panels. Excellent quality and great value from Susan. That's brilliant. And honestly, a great place to make your first thing. A lot of people do start with sewing for Christmas. They think, well, I'd really like to make a Christmas gift, even if I just want to make a napkin. Or you think, actually, I'm going to make a Christmas quilt this year. And the one that we've got in the next hour, 9 o'clock, is a real beginner's quilt as well. So if this is the beginning of your quilting journey, the next quilt we've got would be ideal. Yeah, that's how Amanda Little started, just with their Christmas quilt. So there you go. You just don't know, do you? Just start and then you end up with your own quilting business. So that's the fabric with the cream background, but we've also got it in a lovely fur green background, exactly the same. Hannah's on one today. She prefers the green. So this is a really lovely fur background, and you can see actually some of the elements stand out more on here, and it is on the cream one, but I've noticed now you've got a needle and thread, and you've got little pins dotted around, so it goes beautifully. If you've got the cream one already, or you're about to check out on it, and you're thinking matching napkins or placemats or tablecloth with this as a binding, that's the perfect Christmas tablecloth, isn't it? Because it wouldn't show up too much. I like the fact with the tape measure, it's a proper retractable one because it's got that little ring on the end. So that's the tossed gingerbread men on green. Half of the stock is gone. It's only £6.99 for 1/2 metre as well. Beautiful. Right, should we do this one next? I like this one. Now these are like individual patches on the fabric. So these are Christmas sewing machines. Half of the stock of this went on pre-order. So it's lovely as an all-over print, because this is brilliant. Gift bags for your sewing friends, isn't it? Christmas sewing machine cover. But you can use it as an all-over fabric, but also the individual patches, wouldn't they be nice? They say happiness is handmade and then merry is coming off the machine. You could even use these for individual, sew these into the centre of gift bags to make more of it, or even sew them to a piece of card for very special Christmas cards. I absolutely love, when you look at the sewing machines in detail, let me turn one of them round. So instead of having all the gold on a normal machine, it's got all holly and leaves. We've got the fabric that's coming out of the machine it's like proper stitching. It says merry, and you've got the thread. It's beautiful arrangement, isn't it? And all of those machines are the same, but they just have different coloured borders around them. So what a lovely fabric. Because it doesn't have to be just for you, well, obviously lovely for your Christmas sewing room, but it's, if you want, just because as a nod to your sewing hobby, why not have a Christmas tablecloth with sewing machines on? Now this is going to be your last chance. We won't be getting these again. So once these have gone, they are gone. They are all in single figures. Now exactly the same fabric, but this one has a dark green background. There we go. So again, looks beautiful with the cream one, just depends which colourway you want, or get 1/2 metre of both of them. But they are so lovely. I love the detail on them. There's even like a little bobbin already threaded up in the corner. There is so much detail, and like a star, 2 buttons on it as well. And when you look more closely, you keep seeing all these other things. Gorgeous fabric. Again, very low in stock now. Happiness is Homemade vintage machines on green, only £6.99. down to 6 metres this. Remember, this is your quality quilting weight fabric. It's a 44-inch, 112 centimetre width. This is the ½ metre. If you want more than a ½ metre, it is cut to order and sent as a whole piece. And then finally, in this fabric range, this is like sewn Christmas decorations. So if you'd made maybe your own, maybe if you'd made your own Christmas like felt decorations, then that's what these are. You know the little horses? What are the name of those horses? They're like little Scandinavian horses. They've got a name. So you've got the Scandinavian horse, the Christmas tree that's got rickrack on it, and they've all got ribbons hanging on them. You've got the little bird with a heart, candy cane with a green bow round it, and then dotted in amongst it, it's on a very dark green background, you've got little stars. So ideal to make, I think, things like Christmas napkins, crackers, or if you wanted to use it for the background of something, maybe you were going to, like we talked about earlier about doing an advent calendar and you wanted the background. This is just beautiful, isn't it? But I think little Christmas tote bags, so sweet. Or Christmas tree skirt it would be good for your tree or for yourself, either. Depends how you feel. But it is really sweet, isn't it? When you look at it, it's really nice when you get a fabric like this. It looks lovely as a whole print, but when you look at it really closely, or if you were doing Christmas EPP, you could cut these individual elements out and then use them as for hexes for EPPing. What about a Christmas machine mat? You can never have too much of a Christmas theme from Angela in West Yorkshire. Absolutely. A Christmas sewing machine mat. Why not? Christmas sewing machine cover. You have Christmas cushions. We decorate our houses at Christmas. Why not decorate your sewing room? And you probably keep it all the time anyway. But lovely if you just, you know, because for the price of this, because this is quality fabric, £6.99 for ½ metre. You know, if you wanted to add to maybe you're making Christmas bunting, you just want to cut out triangles of fabric. This would be ideal because it would look so jolly, all hung up on, you either use binding or tape, you can make square ones, you could even use this and cut them into star shapes to make bunting. It's so jolly, it would be lovely to bring it out every year. I've got 30 metres of Christmas bunting. I made about 10 years ago, and it alternates between hearts and stars, and I used all of my red and linen Christmas stash for it. Took me hours. And then I sewed them all onto the cotton tape, and I hang it across the kitchen ceiling every year now. Took me a really long time, but I'm really glad I've got it, and every year it's like, oh, from the cheese cracker biscuit tin, because you have to keep your Christmas decorations in crackers or roses or something, biscuit tins, don't you? Chocolate tins, and it's so lovely to have. So start now, do your 30 metres of Christmas bunting. I even keep the nails hung on the ceiling on the top of the wall so I can hang it up, never move them. Ready to go every year. And also I keep it up till about February when I can be bothered to take it down. So there we go, £6.99. Go for your Christmas bunting. Now let's do some more Christmas fabric. Now we've got a big Macawa Christmas collection here. And we don't often have Macawa, actually. I'm going to bring it all over. I love Macawa fabric because the designs are beautiful, absolutely beautiful. The quality. What I don't understand with Macawa is its beautiful designer quality, but it's only £6.99 for ½ metre. There's always a lot of detail. Maybe I'm just drawn to whoever. I think they have a whole group of designers for them, but I'm really drawn to the designs, and they're always very charming and very detailed, and it's incredibly good values. Right, so the dark green poinsettias have sold out. So we'll move on to the cream one. Now, this has got metallic on it. Look at that. I think Macawa really good at the metallic. It's not like really glitzy, it's quite grown up. So you've got poinsettias, you've got holly, you've got mistletoe, and they're all outlined very finely. So this is lovely. If you're thinking about making a Christmas quilt, brilliant for that fabric collection. Just want something small, like all the things that we've said, like bunting and bags and tablecloths and table linen, ideal for that. But it is a real classic Christmas foliage, really. Beautiful print. It's even got, what are those berries called, those red ones? Are they like hawthorn or something? yeah, what are they? Oh, I'm rubbish at berries. If you know what they are, just message me. And those red berries, they're not holly berries. They're those, you get them in bushes and trees at Christmas time. Are they hawthorn maybe? Anyway, that is the Christmas festive foliage poinsettia in cream. That's for ½ metre. Remember, all of this fabric is available by the ½ metre, so it will be cut to order if you want more. What would you like me to do next, Hannah? Holly leaves. Yes, so let's do holly leaves with the green background. This is good. This is such a traditional fabric. But I don't know, just the way it's done, the detail on it. You see traditional Christmas fabric. Some of them can be often a bit old-fashioned, but this is just so beautiful. I really think this is tableware. I'd want a whole tablecloth in this. And then, I'll show you this code in a minute, but wouldn't it be nice if you had your tablecloth in this and your napkins in this? Now, for a napkin, you need a 50 centimetre square, I think is fine. So if you look at the size of this is, I've folded this in half. So this is 50, almost full 50 centimetres square. And then you just either hem them or bind them. That's your Christmas. So for ½ metre, you will get 2 napkins. But I think a 50 centimetre square, then you've got the hem allowance is perfect. So £6.99. I mean, obviously, you're making a Christmas quilt, all of the fabrics in this collection go together, this would be ideal. So if you've got some Christmas fabric, you need to just top up with it, or you're thinking, I'm going to make some bags, I'd like this one for the lining, or you're going to go for the whole runner tablecloth. If you don't want to go for the whole Christmas duvet this year, just make a bed runner to go across the bottom. That's lovely. So Christmas festive, even Christmas oven gloves, because we always need a Christmas oven glove, Christmas aprons. It is beautiful, isn't it? It's really classic. And the metallic won't come off as well. It's not, it's beautifully smooth. I don't know how they do that, because obviously the metallic is applied on, but you can't feel it. It's beautifully smooth because it's such good quality. Now, we've got the same fabric, but this one has got a white, it is white. White background. So it's exactly the same as the green one, but it does look very different, doesn't it? They're lovely, because although it is traditional foliage, but it's not old-fashioned, is it? Because it's just beautiful. So I think maybe because it's got the white background, it's very crisp. I think it would work really well for contemporary designs or a contemporary house, or traditional as well. It's beautiful, isn't it? And it is really good quality. If you've used Macao fabric before, you'll know it is gorgeous. And that's why some have already sold out before we even came on air, because you're like, oh yeah, know that, Macao, gorgeous. And remember, this is cut to order, so if you want thinking I'm going to make the tablecloth, measure your table, add about a 12-inch overhang all the way round, and then cut. And it's easy enough to piece. If you're worried about pattern matching, buy different fabrics and make it in panels. Make a patchwork one, and then you don't have to. Right, should we do the other Christmas foliage? I've got 3 other Christmas foliages scattered. So let's do the red one, because we haven't done any red. This one comes in red. I'll show you the 3 colours and then I'll show them individually. Same print, comes in red, green and white background. So let's start with the red one, but it's just if you wanted to buy all of them. Again, if you're thinking matching set. They are yew berries, Rebecca, from Reeve and... Ah, really? See, I wouldn't have guessed that. Yew. I thought they were hard. Thank you very much. Now I know. Yew berries. Well, see, you lot, I don't know, you lot are so clever. You always know these things when I go, I have no idea what that flower is. Yew berries. Well, they're very lovely, aren't they? Thank you. This is lovely, isn't it? This is a beautiful scarlet red background, and we've got little bits of evergreen fir, we've got mistletoe berries, we've got little branches of mistletoe, and they're all outlined in the gold metallic, and then little gold stars all scattered amongst them. So that's very, very traditional Christmas red. But again, I think it's got that kind of modern update to it, because what they've done is they've just relied on the beauty of the illustrations rather than trying to make them into a particular style. And then that kind of works in any setting. So there's the red one, £6.99. Then we have the green one. And I love this. It is like the colour, the background is very evergreen, fir tree background. Actually, it's funny, isn't it? When you see them on different colours, you notice different things. I'd like to say I know what that one is. There's holly. Little berries and leaves. I think this is a nice Christmas dress, isn't it? Christmas dressmaking. Remember, quilt and weight fabric is very good for dressmaking. If you want a really unusual, unique Christmas dress. Again, you know, when you think about the napkins, if you wanted to make a set of napkins, how about getting this one and then getting this one and then getting this one. There we go. And that one, how about those three? Buy ½ metre of each, 6 Christmas napkins. Match, but not the same. If you can't remember what the codes are for those, just go onto the sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live. You'll see the little pictures, all of them. So there we go. There's this one with the white background. I love that. It's so crisp, because often you see them with a cream background or an ivory, but this is a really beautiful, crisp, white background. It's lovely. Do you know what, Eve, as well? Brilliant gift for somebody, particularly men, when you never know what to buy them. Christmas handkerchiefs. Same thing. This one with the horses. This is, look, isn't that beautiful? So this is grey and white, but this has got metallic on it, but it's got silver. So you've got the dancing reindeers, and then you've got the pairs of the reindeers. It's very Scandi. You've got hearts, baubles, and then the little stars are all silver metallic. Beautiful. Less than 10 metres available of that. I've got exactly the same fabric, but in the red background. I'll just put them together in case you want to buy both. You want to see how they look together, because I think that's beautiful. Again, this one has gold metallic, this one has silver metallic, but they are so lovely. They're fresh and clean and bright, because they're very lovely, bright red and white, and then you've got grey and white. They go together beautifully, but obviously they're standalone. So that's the grey one. This is the red one, Scandi Folk Red. And then I've got snowflakes next. I've got 3 of these. So I'll just show you them all together so you can see them. I've got one with the white background, and that's got red with gold metallic snowflakes. I'll show you all the codes, but I just want to show you what they look like. Then there's the white with all the grey snowflakes, and that's got silver metallic. And then you've got a red background with gold metallic and white snowflakes. This one. So now this one's about to sell out. That's about to sell out. Okay. Next one. Do you want to do the white background? There's the one. That's the one, the white background. Very, very limited. These are about to sell out. So if you want these, you need to get them on your basket very quickly. Only 2.5 metres of that one left. And then the red one. There we go. Right, I'm rushing now. I've got some big snowflakes. These aren't Macawa. The grey one's sold out, but we do still have some of the red one. Wow, how much is this one? £3.99. £3.99 for ½ metre. Now this isn't the Macawa, so it's not going to be the same as the others, but this is £3.99 for red with white snowflakes. It's really crisp. It's your quilting weight cotton, 44-inch width, digitally printed. That's gorgeous, isn't it? For £3.99, sold by the ½ metre. If you want a Christmas tablecloth, quickly go and measure your table. £3.99 for ½ metre. That's fantastic, isn't it? Can we do the robins next? Actually, of all the fabrics, this one is my favourite, because I love robins. Look at this one. It's so lovely. It's very crisp and white. They're on, are they Pussy Willows? Because they're like those fluffy ones. $3.99, beautifully illustrated robins. And I think because they've got those little fluffy things. 100% cotton, 44-inch width, half a metre fabric. Again, you can buy it cut. If you want to buy more than half a metre, it will be sent as a whole piece. I love that one. There's another robin one, but this robin is in a holly tree. This is all of your Christmas tableware makes, isn't it? Little tray cloth. If you've got a little Christmas occasional table, little round table that you want to just decorate. Oh, these are wider. I didn't know that. See, these, so this one and the robin before and there's 2 snowflakes are all 55-inch width. So they're $3.99 and they're 55-inch width. Oh, wouldn't that be a nice little Christmas blouse? No, this is Christmas. I'd be going, this is all my Christmas handkerchiefs. And then the final one, oh, this is so cute. Again, this is 55-inch width, $3.99 for half a metre. Look at this one. We have got the Nutcracker. And don't forget, if you check out today, you get your Sewing Street Christmas badge. It's got the Nutcracker on it, free pin badge, and also on the back is a code. On a code, and with a little saving for you. We've got the ballerina with the horses. Look at the ballerinas and the trumpet. It's gorgeous. And the mice. Look at the mice. That's really cute. So this is all. These are all from the Nutcracker. So I'm thinking Christmas toy stack or maybe a bit of Christmas bedding because of the width of it. If you were thinking Christmas pyjamas would be gorgeous. You could make a Christmas quilt. Use it, at this price and because of the width of it, backing for a quilt. Or if you wanted to make some Christmas bedding, should we hold it all out so you can see it? But beautiful. And this is proper traditional Christmas children, isn't it? Or proper traditional, not traditional children, traditional fabric. But also for, anyone who loves the Nutcracker, but it's gorgeous. But look at the width of it for $3.99. A little Christmas dress. Look. It's gorgeous, isn't it? It'd be lovely. Imagine making, or you made a quilt or a little Christmas dress with this. They'd be showing you all the dances all day. It's just beautiful, isn't it? But, I also think, wouldn't that be lovely for a nursery, for a baby? If there was a Christmas baby coming along and you had like curtain linings in this or a little nappy bag or a changing bag or something. Absolutely gorgeous in that. $3.99. Right, pre-order. Yeah. Right, the Amber Makes bags are now available. Hannah's doing it on pre-order. So if you refresh, all 3 of them are available now. Hannah's doing it as we speak. So if you missed out on Saturday, hot air balloon. Hot air balloon. Will I do the kits later? Right. So beach huts. Remember, you've got in the kit, you've got the bag and it was inside the matching zip purse, and you get that with the hot air balloon as well. Forgot to show you that. They are on pre-order now. Yeah, if you weren't with me on Saturday and go, what are you on about? Later on, after I've finished in the next hour, I'll go through them and show you the actual kits in the last 10 minutes. I will show you the panels and I will show you the instructions and how it all works. And that one has the actually, but they're, just so you know, they are now on pre-order. Right, so next hour, oh sorry, I was just packing away my bags. In the next hour, Suzie will be with us. She's going to be showing us how to make this gorgeous Moda Starlite sampler quilt. Now this is perfect for beginners. Some of the squares are pre-printed panels. Some of them are appliqued. So if this is your first quilt kit. You want to make a special quilt for Christmas, this is ideal. Susie's going to be going through it step by step, and we have got a kit with everything you need to make it. So don't go anywhere. I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
We have some exciting news. Sewing Street has been nominated in the Best of Craft Awards and the British Sewing Awards for 2022. We're so amazed that 2 years have flown since Sewing Street started, and we couldn't have done it all without our Sewing Street family. Thanks to our presenters and guests for entertaining and inspiring us every day, and for all of our viewers for tuning in for all the fun. We've been lucky enough to be nominated for 2 awards this year, which are the most loved TV shopping channel at the Best of Crafts Awards and the best sewing social media account at the British Sewing Awards. To vote, please head to our website to find out all the details you need to get involved. Thank you for your support and votes.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So if you are a beginner and you want to make your first Christmas quilt, this is for you. If you're not a beginner and you want to make an easy one, then this is for you too. You want to make a quick one. So let me show you what the finished quilt looks like. This is the box. That's what the finished quilt looks like. It's on the front of the box. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Now, what's the good thing about this is it's Moda. And number 2, you have got more than you need to make the quilt. So you've got more fabric to put in your stash, or you can make the quilt even bigger, which is fantastic. So should we have a look? Look what's in it. So it's the red barn motor. So obviously you start off with the instructions, nice big instruction booklet, and in it you also get applique templates. So everything you need is in the instructions. Then you get a whole layer cake. And remember, Moda. This is gorgeous. I'm just going to unroll it. Whole layer cake. So you get 40 10-inch squares in here. Look at that. These are gorgeous. You won't even use all of them. So like, say this one, for example, you could use that one for gift tags. Not even use it in the quilt if you didn't want to. But the fabrics are beautiful in it. We've got all these cream fabrics. These have all got print on, they're not plain cream. That one's got little crosses all over it. This one says, the stars are brightly shining. So there's so much in here. We've got little holly berries. This one says Scotch pine and noble fir. So I like the ones with words on. We've got little red and green crosses on this one. Oh, there's 2 of them. Little barns, Christmas barns, green ones. And then we've got lovely green and red. And I like the colours in here. They're kind of your pillar box red, but the green is like a sagey green, so it gives that really sort of traditional feel. Nice check, obviously. You always have to have a Christmas tartan, don't you? With more little red barns. And then we've got more words. We've got the stars are brightly shining. Look, this is good. If you've already checked out on this, well done. But there are so much in here. 40 different fabric prints. Well, some of them you've got 2 of the same ones, but you've got 40 squares in here. So we've got red holly and berries. We've got red tartan. We've got red and stars are shining. Oh, look, we've got another one that's those. This is where you can see that lovely shade of green. That you could use this in the quilt, but you could also use that for tags as well. I love this combination of the red and green. I think it's really nice. We've got red and white little crosses. It's a real sort of... I'm still going. Green barns. And you'll probably only use half of this. And this one is like a knitted weave. It's like knitting. Like a herringbone effect. So it looks like a plain, but when you close up to it, it's like a herringbone effect. There's the sprucey one. Green and white berries. There's loads of it. Green check. Green words. And then all of the fabrics again, but in the white background. So they come in the green background, the red background, and the white background. So we've got all the words there. We've got the little tags that all say Flannel Frost, Happy Birth, Holiday Party, Merry Christmas party. And then these are all your monochrome versions. So you've got these lovely little half circles. Got the words. I'm still going. So much. And then I've got this, the black, it's not really, it's more of a charcoal. It's not your really sort of jet midnight black. It's a softer charcoal. So we've got that lovely herringbone type print. Again, we've got the crosses. And then finally, we've got the words. So that's all of it. So you've got all of those fabrics, all of those different Christmas type prints, but not sort of super Christmassy, but you've got them in the lovely backgrounds. Then you get all the background fabric. Now, you probably can't see, but this is like an ivory background. So I'll tell you what it's the same as. If you look at this one that's got the black with the crosses, this is the same print as this fabric that's ivory with white crosses. It just doesn't show up so well. So that's for the background. So all of this cream fabric is used for the background. And then we've got the red gingham, that's used for the binding. Then we've got the stars are brightly shining, that's used for the border. And then finally, we've got the panel. This is the best bit. So this is the panel. Now Susie's obviously going to show us what you do with it and how you do it. But look at the panel. So what you do is all of the pieces, you don't have to make these. You don't have to do pinwheels and sawtooths and applique melon slices. You just cut them out. And then once you've quilted it, nobody will know. So they're all on there, all the pieces. Now Susie's obviously going to walk us through how to do this. You've even got EPP hexes printed on there. So this is a really, really clever, quick and easy beginner's way to create a beautiful patchwork quilt. You are actually sewing, you're not just using this panel to quilt, you are actually cutting them out, you are actually doing some applique, you're piecing them together, but it just makes it a little bit easier. And the great thing about it is that this particular shade of red and green and ivory that's in here are the colours that are in all of the layer cake fabrics. So it's so much. I cannot believe how much you get in here. So you get the instructions, you get the layer cake, you get all that fabric, and you get the panel. Now, the price at the moment, $99.99. Now, if there's lots and lots of you have already checked out, but don't worry, the way that we work is because your basket isn't closed till midnight. If we lower the price at all, then you are not charged until midnight when your basket is closed. It's available on split pay, 2 equal payments. So that means you pay one now, you get the kit sent to you straight away, then you pay the other one in a month's time. Now it doesn't cost you anything, it's interest free, it's just if you want to spread the payments. So the full price for the kit at the moment is, right, so Hannah's going to reduce the price a little, but don't worry if you've already checked out. This is our special Christmas or in August offer price, $89.99. If you've already checked out, don't worry, you will only be charged the $89.99. So remember, this is your beautiful, it's the finished size of it is 70 by 60 inches. It's a way of you creating your own Christmas quilt as you, oh, going again, $79.99. That's amazing. So look at the split pay. You're paying 2 equal payments of $39.99 and you are going to have this beautiful Moda quilt. Now maybe you're sewing with other people, maybe you're sewing with the grandchildren, or maybe you're a group, a workshop, a quilting group. You could sew it all together. Maybe you're teaching people how to do it. And it's, you've always wanted to make a quilt. You've always, and a Christmas quilt's the best place to start, isn't it? This is great because all of the fabrics go together, and it's really nice to work with quality fabric when you start off as well. But you don't have to have split pay. When you get to the point at checkout, it's up to you. You have to just tick whether you want it or not. If you do want to spread the cost, don't worry, it is interest free and you will get sent straight away, up to you. $79.99, that's amazing, £20 off today. Fantastic. So morning, Susie.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's a great kit, isn't it?
Oh, it's an amazing kit. Really
so much
fab.
in it.
Yeah, and you get so much left over at the end.
Or you just make it bigger.
Bigger, or you make matching cushions or placemats.
So it is kind of a learning thing, so that you make
Yes.
the quilt, but then they give you materials left over.
Absolutely, yes. And I think for anybody, as you said, beginner, perfect. If you've never done applique, this is a great introduction to applique.
Okay.
Because it's not onerous. The shapes aren't horrible
Yeah,
to go round.
simple
You can
shapes.
negotiate them with your machine, or you can hand applique as well. Don't forget, we can all hand sew as well.
Okay, so it can be hand sewn.
So-
And you can have this kit home today for $39.99.
Which is just phenomenal.
Fab, isn't it?
Absolutely
$39.99,
phenomenal.
it's yours.
Yeah.
And then you pay the other $39.99 interest free.
I mean, for me, this would be a fabulous one for a first hand quilted project.
Oh,
because
okay.
the panels are already drawn. You know, the panel has all the blocks done for you, if you like.
Yes.
I could practice some free motion, so you could do each
Yeah, I see
one
what you mean. A different,
as a free
yeah.
motion, or you could do some big stitch hand quilting. You could do whatever you wanted with it. But if you didn't want the quilt as a quilt, because you have no need for a Christmas quilt, although I have to say, and I hate to be political, but the way prices are going on energy, I think we should all be making at least
absolutely.
one quilt a week.
We should.
Because it's going to be a lot cheaper
To
than the
lie
electricity.
under a quilt. Half of the stock has
Absolutely.
gone. Half of the stock's gone. Not surprised at that price. Get it home today for $39.99.
The other thing with it is, when you look at the finished pictures in the kit, that's a great, if you've never done quilting, you're scared of designing, just follow the pictures. Do what they've done in the pictures. But why, if you don't want to do that, no, there's no quilt police. You can do what you like. I mean, I have a big issue with the fact there's only one mitten, and I have 2 hands.
Right.
So I want 2 mittens.
You want
so immediately I'm going to take out one block and replace it with a second mitten applique. But I'm going to reverse
But there's
it.
enough
So I've got
fabric
left
to
and
do
right.
that, though, isn't
You've
it?
got plenty of fabric to do that. I really love the little snowman block, applique block. So again, I want another one of him.
Yeah,
but
I think I might even I might have an extra row, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. Just you can play with this. If you only want to do a 4x4, so
Yeah,
you've
that's
got
true.
a little centre for your table, just do a 4x4.
that's true.
But there's so much fabric in this kit that you have that scope, and even if you do it as it says, you've got leftovers, which is even better, because then you can go on and build your project further and decorate your entire front room.
Well, also the colours, because they're very it's a very specific red and green, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is what I would call a definite homespun Christmas traditional red and green, rather than that really deep emerald and fir green. It's a beautiful soft sage green. It's lovely. Or oregano or oregano.
Oh yeah, oregano. Yeah, it is, isn't it?
It is really lovely. But the detail in the prints in the fabrics, I mean, I've done an applique
gorgeous,
block
isn't it?
here on one of the fabrics that's got mistletoe berries.
Oh, turn it right, you're upside down.
Am I upside down?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because it's multi-directional fabric.
No, that's
but
true.
The
It's just the
is
joy was upside down.
Yeah, it's fine. But
There we
it
go.
means
It looks lovely
that
in
you
those
haven't even
colours.
got to think about placement. It's
Which is nice.
absolutely brilliant.
Well over half the stock is now gone. If you want this quilt, you need to get checked out.
Love
£20
this.
off.
I've chosen to machine applique
Okay.
purely for speed.
So when you get it out,
Yep. Let's
what
go
do you do?
through that.
So if a beginner has bought this and they get the box
Right.
home and they go, ooh,
Yeah, once you've done that, ooh, I would definitely sit down with a cup of tea, read the instructions, which will take you approximately less than half a cup of tea.
right, but read them first.
And the reason why you want to read them is because if you go ahead and jump into it, you may regret the fabric choice you've made.
Single figures left of this quilt kit.
and
Single figures.
I would definitely then go through the layer cake and decide which applique panels you're going to do and set aside those fabrics and put them together. So that's exactly what I did. So I ended up with a pile of, in order, for each of the panel blocks. So I've just moved one, let's move this. So this was going to be my next row, so with the Christmas tree, so I decided I wanted that background. The tree was in that, and I'm going to use up a bit from my joy to do my trunk of my tree.
Or you could just copy what they've done.
Or you can do exactly what they've done.
But I quite like that. Maybe copy one and then go right.
Yeah,
Just going to go off on it now.
It depends, you know, how you're feeling. I mean, I used exactly what they did for the
Yeah,
snowflake,
and that really
for
works,
example,
doesn't it?
Because I really loved that effect. So off we went and did that. So that's what I did. I went through and look how much of the layer cake alone I have left.
Wow. Even having made that's fantastic.
Most of this will be left because you're only going to be cutting little bits for applique.
There's only 7
so
kits
it is
remaining.
Incredibly.
7.
And I'm glad you said about this fabric, using it for tags, because that's exactly, I looked at it and went,
yeah,
Christmas tags.
I know,
are
I'd take that one out. And there are 3 of those, aren't there?
Yes, there are. So
and I would use them for tags.
Yeah, red, green, and you could bag them out if you wanted to make them finished, but I wouldn't. I'd just get a pair of pinking shears and just cut round them.
Okay.
There's lines to follow. You know, make it easy for yourself.
So where do we start?
Right,
so
let's
now as
start.
we cut them out.
Yeah. So you've chosen your fabrics and then you're going to start building your fabrics. So let's go through the panel as well. Now the panel comes as one piece. You need to create 8.5-inch squares from that. All the blocks are 8.5-inch squares. I'm just checking what I've just dropped on the floor, it's fine. So the way what I did was cut down the rows first.
Now you've used this ruler.
Well, I actually used my 24.5-inch ruler, but in the green room I just grabbed this one.
Right,
quick.
so that is ZRUT
But
60.
you
so if
want a straight edge ruler.
you want a nice square
that
ruler.
is bigger than, you can at least see an 8.5-inch.
So that's the ruler that Susie's using, 23.99. That's the one that's on screen at the moment. Because
So
you do need
I'm
that
gonna
sort of
just
size,
show-
don't you?
Yeah, so what you want to be able to do is cut between the rows first of all.
Okay.
So you end up with a strip. So what I did was iron it and I gave it a bit of best press as well, because I do love a bit of best press.
So do I. A bit addicted to best press.
Yeah, I think my husband thinks I actually have shares in it.
It is very good, but once you press, it's almost like then you can't do it without.
No,
It becomes
exactly.
a thing.
And
Yeah,
I've got- I
best
keep
press. It's like
turning
a
this round
starch
and get it all
alternative.
Right,
We don't have any
so
stock at the moment, but it's
then
great.
all I did was find a row and make sure as I'm cutting it down that it's bigger. I'm cutting it slightly bigger than 8.5 inches, but I'm sort of halfway between the next row as well. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So this is a rough cut. I'm not measuring at this stage. This is really a rough cut, and I'm just going to cut up between the rows. You could do this with a pair of scissors if you wanted to, and just do it by eye. It's entirely up to you. I've got, straight edge is somewhat quicker usually, and obviously you'll take more time. So you end up with your row. Now if you add more applique blocks, because you've got scope to do that as well, you'll find that you've got more of these left over.
Okay, so then that's where you can use them for
Yes.
matching cushions.
Yeah. If you follow the pattern on the front of the box, you will only have 2 of the panel blocks
Right.
left.
But if you put in more, so if you see a couple you think I do want to make 3 matching cushions,
Absolutely.
then you just need to substitute. So what ruler are you using
So
there?
now I'm on the Stripology.
It's on
But,
Stripology now.
You can be the big Stripology XL or the Stripology squared, but you need the one that's 8.5, so not the mini, you need the bigger one.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay, so we need the bigger one, the 8.5 one.
Yeah, the 8.5 one, because you need an
Okay.
8.5 inch. Now, my top tip is get 2 bits of Post-its or other sticky pads,
Are
or
available.
a bit of washi tape, anything like that, and place it on the outside edge of the cutting groove of the 8.5 inch square on the
Okay.
ruler, because then you have got a visual of the line that you're going
Yeah.
to. Now the other thing with the Stripologies, and I'll need to put it on a green area for you to see this, can you see in the middle it's got a hashed cross, and you've got a solid white vertical and horizontal line, and they all have a centre point. So this is your centre area. This is what we need to focus on. So you take whichever block you're going to go for. So let's go for this 4 clover, whatever it is.
The
Like
quilt has now sold
Sold
out.
Does that mean I have to shut up?
So, but we will continue.
We can
will
continue,
And
can we?
congratulations to all of you who've got it.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Really good.
You will love it. Absolutely love it.
So the Stripology that we've got, $52.99. That's the Stripology squared. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
We'll cut out all of your
Absolutely.
different sizes. That isn't just for this project. Obviously, it's
No.
fantastic.
I use mine for everything. You can square your half square triangles with it. You can square
True.
your blocks off with it. But you can also cut all your strips with it. So it's a massive
Well, it's accuracy, isn't it? It's guaranteed accuracy.
speed. It's a
All of that.
workhorse for
Yes.
you. It's a great tool to have. No, that's the mini one. Oh, okay. So what I've done is found my centre point in the centre of the design, and then I'm just going to cut up the sides. So this is at the 8.5. I've made sure that my 8.5 top and bottom placements are within that margin. So those 2 are ones to use for another area. I'm then going to swizzle this round, reposition, but this time I'm going to make sure that my top and bottom are, I'm just going to impinge on your desk a minute, Rebecca, is that all right? Otherwise I'm going to get nagged in the gallery. So I'm going to make sure that my 8.5 top and bottom is on those straight edges I've just cut. My middle is in the middle of those petal shapes. And then we're going to cut along the 8.5 cut line. So now I have a perfect 8.5 inch panel block. And these, you just get little bits like this to waste, which is great. So we can now do an applique one. Show you how that one works.
Okay.
So the applique block, the base one that you're going to have, you want to cut to 8.5 inches. Now you can put it down and just do what we've just done, but that wastes quite a bit. So why not minimise your waste? And this time, whichever ruler you've got, be it the 12.5 inch square or the Stripology XL or the squared, whatever it is, place your 10 inch layer cake square down, trim off. Now I usually take off this pinked edge just to give me a square, a nice flat edge, and then I'm going to go up at 8.5, turn that one round and repeat the other way. This time I'll line the top up on a straight line, so 0 and then 8.5. So now my base square is ready for my applique. So let's get and do some applique. It's very exciting. Make sure these are pressed well as well. So I'm going to do a Christmas tree because then it's going to be quick.
Is that the easiest one to start with?
I would say that is probably the easiest one on this sheet because you haven't got huge amounts to do. You're not trying to do a curve.
So that's the best one to sort of start off with then.
Probably the least scary.
Okay.
I would say. I certainly wouldn't start with the one of the words because they're quite tiny and there's a lot of movement.
But then that's quite a nice learning thing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So if you start with one.
Start with one and build up. So all the designs are printed for you really clearly on separate pieces of paper, which is great because if you want to photocopy,
you will need Bondaweb for this.
You do need Bondaweb.
Okay,
yes.
so the one that's on the code that's on the screen at the moment, that's the 5 metre roll. So that'll keep you going forever and ever and ever.
Or in my case, about a week.
Or yeah, in Susie's case, about a week. But that's great because it's a nice big roll.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's how I buy it. It's just...
And it'll just last a long time, or
Yeah.
a week if you're Suzie. But for most people, quite a long time.
For a normal person, because I am somewhat abnormal, I'm frequently told I'm weird. So, now there's two sides to Bondaweb. Anyone who doesn't know, when you feel it, it feels slightly rough on one side, really smooth like greaseproof paper on the other. That's because this is greaseproof paper. But don't confuse it.
Yeah,
don't
do
put
not
this
use
in your
the
oven.
No. Or make biscuits on it.
Your big,
or line your cake tin.
Big bad move. So the thing with it is you want a pencil. Don't use your friction pen as I was starting to do because you're going to iron it. So there's no point using a heat erasable pen. You can use a water erasable but not a heat erasable. But I use a pencil because then if I make a mistake I can rub it out. And all you're going to do is trace the elements. Now it's not a paper saving exercise because we are going to have to bond this to the fabric. So I wouldn't trace a piece in that bit there because it means that I'm going to have little bits to work on and it all gets a bit, well you can if you like I suppose. Let's be economical.
I have actually started keeping my offcuts of
Oh,
Bonder web.
I
I'm not
do.
very good at keeping offcuts of fabric. Some people keep
Yeah.
every piece.
I don't know anyone who does that.
No, I'm rubbish at that. But I do. I've got a plastic bag, so I keep, because I have a 5-metre roll.
Yeah.
And then I keep my offcuts
Yeah,
of Bonder web
that's
in another
exactly-
bag, because I'm quite often using Bonder web with tiny little pieces. And then I don't feel so bad about those. Fabric, I'm not very good at tiny offcuts, but Bonder web I do keep.
No, you see, I do all of it. Definitely.
You do keep everything, don't you?
I keep everything.
Yeah.
And with wadding, the pieces that are 2.5 inches strip, lengths or shorter or smaller, I keep in a separate bag labelled for handles. And I use them for all my bag handles.
Wow.
So, yeah, nothing gets thrown away in my house. Absolutely nothing.
I'm not very good at small scraps of fabric.
We probably have the smallest rubbish collection.
The problem is that I'm always having to sort out my sewing room because I can't get enough
That's
in
my
it.
task this afternoon.
Oh, is it?
I've got to take everything out so that I can turn my entire cutting table upside down and saw off 1 inch because it's just a fraction too high.
No.
So that's what I'm doing this afternoon. Yeah.
Why don't you just stand on a box?
Yeah, I could
Be so
do.
much quicker.
Yeah, but not as safe.
No, big box.
Not as safe.
You need a very large 1 inch high mat. What you could do is buy 10 doormats
And build them up.
and stick them together. Be a
tell you
lot
what,
quicker than sawing an inch off your
If
table.
Mr. Duncan's watching
Yes.
this, he will be
If you could-
killing himself.
If you could
laughing.
nip down to the hardware store and
Yeah.
get 10 doormats.
That would be insanely useful.
And then that'd be it, you see. Wouldn't need to
save me a
cut,
project.
save you.
But I do need to have a good sort out.
Because what if you don't cut the same off each one?
Well, actually, the way it was constructed for me, my carpenter, bless him, put a bottom on. So in the middle bit, there's like this boxed area, and that's the bit I've got to demolish. But he's done it so the bottom sheet can be unscrewed and removed, and it still be stable.
Oh, okay.
So he
That's
was
good.
very clever. He thought it might be a bit high. And after a year of using it, I've decided, yes, I've either shrunk or...
That could have happened. Or someone's been doing it like in the twits.
Yes. Yes.
Someone has
what,
been-
sawing bits off my legs?
No, adding bits to the bottom of it without you realising.
So I'm going to use this beautiful tartan.
I love that.
It's really lovely. And for me, tartan is a all year round, but especially at Christmas fabric.
Oh, remember there's still a discount, which I'm not supposed to... Yeah, $7.99 off, because that is the Festival of Quilts discount, which for some reason hasn't been removed. But we're going with it. We're going with it. So if you want the Quilts price for the gorgeous iron,
Which
because
is...
it should be £162.99, but it's £155 until somebody notices and has to go back up again.
It is absolutely insane, this iron.
I love it.
Now you've got scope. If you want to move this around so that it's in a particular place, you can do. Now I'm putting the rough side on the fabric this time.
Right.
Don't get it wrong. You'll get it wrong once and you'll never get it wrong again, believe me.
Well.
Because you'll really be sad because your iron will be...
Yes, it's not very good for it. We have
No.
got iron cleaner.
Have you? I'm just going to knock steam off because we don't want steam. Now you're pressing, you're not ironing. Just hold it over for a few seconds.
Makes you
And-
feel better that you're not ironing as well, doesn't it? Who wants to
Although
iron?
I love ironing.
I like pressing,
Love
hate
ironing.
ironing.
Love ironing. So we've done our treetop. So somewhere on this table is my other bit.
Your
Where
trunk.
has it gone? I'll find it in a second. Oh, there it is. There you go.
There it is. There's
So
the
this is what was left of when I did my joy. So I'm just going to use that bit up because why waste? Just
Exactly.
use a piece. And this is a directional fabric because you can have bumps going either way. And because it's tree trunk, I think I'm going to have the bumps going on this side. So it looks like it's wrapping
good
round.
idea.
So again, think about what you're trying to emulate and go for it. So that's all I've done. Applied my Bonder web on that bit. Now
So
we're
the
going to
mat
cut
that
those
you're
out.
using,
Yes.
we actually have 7 of those in stock,
Oh my gosh.
which is amazing because we don't normally have them in
Yeah,
stock.
they are
We are waiting for more.
insane.
So show us the
I will.
mat.
So the mat. Let me just finish cutting that.
$49.99.
I'll
June
just
Taylor
have
cut
to
press. It
stand
goes.
this up for a minute. So this cut and press. Oh my goodness. how have you not lived life without this? So one side, the side we've been using is obviously an ironing table, press mat. It's got a dense amount of foam within it. It's hardboard in the centre, dense foam, and then this very special heat resistant covering on the top. But because of the material that they put in it, it's not a foam, it's a special insulating material, the heat reflects back up as well. So you get super strong press seams. It's really good for pressing. You've also got, because it's padded, you can get pins in it really easy. I'm just going to grab a pin. So if you're trying to piece things together, you can stick pins in. You can use them to nest your seams when you're trying to nest seams. So it's a really good placement tool. You've got your angles on here as well. So again, if you're trying to angle things in, work out circular dimensions, you've got all that marked for you. And it's got your inch markings on all 4 sides. So this side is an amazing workhorse. Better still, flip it over, I've got a cutting mat. So if you are, with all your angles marked on it, your 60, your 45s, inches all the way around, so you can work out all your inch measurements. The other great thing with this is I have one item to carry with me to class.
Yeah, fantastic.
Or put in the car to come here.
Or if you've got a small sewing place.
Absolutely.
It's just one thing.
Which is why I have this. So I have a long cutting table. I have my sewing machine at one end, this straight after my sewing machine. So I've just got to walk around the corner to press, and then this is all cutting area.
Right.
So I have one workstation that I literally do a 90-degree turn on, but this is my workhorse and this is constantly being shifted.
Yeah.
This is great if you're a foundation paper piecer or an English paper piecer. This cutting surface is fantastic, and I sit with this on my lap because it's like a tray.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So I can sit in
Don't
the
eat your
evening.
dinner on it though.
No. Well, you can.
Jamie says, I bought a press and cut mat last week. A revelation.
It is.
Yeah. We've only got 5 left now. They are on order. They're on a ship apparently.
They are on a ship.
They are
I
on
know
a
a
ship.
lot about this said ship.
They are on a ship.
This ship
But we do have 5 left if you want one.
has been going backwards and forwards at the moment.
They will be there when the ship docks. But we have got 5, so if you want one, grab them while you can, because we don't know when the ship's coming.
No, they're phenomenal. They're really good. Anyway, let's get piecing this. So I've got my trunk cut. Well, not my trunk, the tree trunk cut. So that's that one. Let's cut this one out. Now you can cut this with a pair of scissors, or you can cut it with your ruler and a rotary cutter. Remember, bonded web doesn't affect your blade humongously, so you can cut with a rotary cutter, but I've got a pair of scissors, so I might as well use them because I very rarely do. It's funny, isn't it? I spend half my life doing paper craft where I do nothing but cut scissors. I quite like having a pinked edge at the bottom of a fir tree. I might leave that.
Yeah, that's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, might leave that. Although that's sticky, isn't it? So perhaps I won't.
Yeah, you could use your pinking shears.
You could use your pinking shears to cut it.
Cut around the edge.
You could, but then I'm going to applique it. So if I was hand appliquing, I'll probably do that. Okay, so these little scraps you could even keep because you could sew those on as little decorations if you wanted to. But you know, we all know I'm loopy. So.
You're going to keep all your fabric.
So the next thing we want is our base square. So we're going to bring that in. We're going to make sure it's pressed flat. Give it a good press. Now you can be uber careful and find the centre of this by folding it and just finger pressing both ways if you want to, or you can do what I like to do and wing it and do the by eye or eye method. But I'm going to decide where I want my Christmas tree. Remember, whatever, you must leave your 1/4 inch seam allowance, because if you don't, you're going to see it all. So I'm going to remove the paper from the back of my tree trunk, and as you peel that away, you'll feel that it's slightly plasticky on the back, isn't it? When these. Now I've deliberately cut this slightly longer than I need to because I'm going to tuck that underneath. I really like that. It's cute.
It is. I do like the check Christmas tree.
It's cool, isn't it? So my tip for getting the backing off difficult shapes, especially the wording, because they're quite fine, get a pin, a sharp pin, and just literally score a line, and then you can get your fingernail underneath and it all peels off really easily. So we've got our pieces in place. So think about your layering, especially when you come to the snowman, and it does give you a guide as to how to layer if you can't work it out. So I'm happy with that. So the next thing to do is to just put an iron on it, just for a very few seconds, and you'll find that it's stuck there nicely. Just with points, so with the star, with the snowflake, just make sure your points have really stuck, because you don't want those to catch under your machine needle. So that's that in place, and we're ready to sew it now. Now if you were going to hand sew it, you could then start hand stitching, blanket stitch, and if you don't know what blanket stitch is, in here on page 2 they have a diagram to show you how to do blanket stitch.
So if you want a hand stitch, you can do. Nice.
But this is a perfect opportunity to introduce yourself to a few more of the stitches on your sewing machine that you probably have never even looked at. There is always a zigzag on a sewing machine, so you could zigzag the edges. I like to use the blanket stitch that's on my machine, and my machine setting, I've learnt by heart now, is 39. You don't want a 1/4 inch foot on at this stage, you just want a normal foot. So I'm going to swap those over, which is super quick with these. And I've chosen to use a neutral colour like ivory thread, but you could colour code it. Perfect opportunity to get those metallic threads out as well. I think
oh, nice.
That would look amazing on this.
What do you put in the bobbin when you're using metallic?
I usually put, try and get as near a colour match as I can to, if I'm using gold, then I'll go for a pale yellow.
But
silver,
just a plain?
Grey. I use a plain because that, I find it feeds through better. I have done metallic and metallic, but I tend to find it's better to have a normal thread underneath. But it depends on your machine. Experiment. That's what these scraps are for. These are your experimentation pieces. And it's always best to practice on a scrap of the fabric you're using, because then you know how your fabric is going to work. It's no good practicing on a scrap from a dress that was poplin or you know, velvet if you're going to use cotton. It's, you need to practice on a piece that's the same. So I'm going to have to put my glasses on because my eyes are just not functioning today. Now the other tip I have is, don't do a Suzie, turn your speed down and make it go a bit slower. Because if you do this really fast, you're going to get yourself in a pickle and your foot will be pressing down and you'll be going, no, stop, stop, stop. And you'll lose that edge and you'll be unpicking. So just slow yourself down a fraction. Even I turn it to halfway.
Just so you get that nice
Just so
edge.
I've got control, because when you get to a corner, you're going to say, how do I turn? Work out in your head, so if it's easier to show on paper. So if this is the corner of my tree, am I in the right place?
Yeah, perfect.
Yes, we good? So when I come down here, so my stitches are going to be running along here with my straight across comes here. So when I get to this corner, what do I do? So what I tend to do is do this stitch here, so my needle's there, and then I do one so that my needle comes here. Leave my needle down but pivot the fabric with the presser foot up and then carry on here. So that's how I do my corners. But to do that, you don't want to be doing breakneck speed because you're going to overrun the point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So just slow yourself down to do those. So I'm at that stage now, so I'm now going to swizzle round. But if you overrun, don't worry, just over turn so that you come across a bit and then carry on. It's not the end of the world.
So the sewing machine that Susie's using, the Elna 570A, is in the graphics at the moment.
Fabulous machine.
It's really good. It's got a thread cutter.
Yep, thread cutter. It's got umpty stitches, I should know. Hang on, I'll tell you.
Oh, a lot of stitches on that, but it's a really lovely machine. £649.
There's at least 200 that
but it does everything you need it to do, and it's got all the tools and the equipment. But you can get it on 5 equal payments of £162.25. What happens is the machine is sent to you, so you pay the £162.25. The machine is sent to you direct from Elna. When I ordered mine, it took 2 days, so it's quite quick. And then the other payments are taken out later, interest-free, so it's not costing you any more. So if you are thinking about investing in a new machine, you need to upgrade yours, or you realise you want to have the extra stitches, you want all the different things that will do. It comes with a whole host of feet, including the 1/4 inch foot, which is my favourite.
Oh, absolutely.
Love a 1/4 inch foot, makes a big difference. But that is a really good quality. Elna are known for the quality of their machines, and they are lovely.
My other tip is when you start your applique, don't start on a point, start on a side, because it's easier to finish up then and join. So I'm just going around the tree trunk now. So I'm almost finished one block.
Wow.
So because you've got that pre-printed panel as well, instantly 20 of your blocks
I've already done for you.
It's like, yay!
So you can choose, can't you, how much, if you even didn't want to do the applique, you could just put plain squares in.
Absolutely, you could.
Well,
you could just put those in.
Okay.
Right, so we've done this now. So let's cut our thread. I'm just going to cut my thread pieces off. So that one's done. So now what you're going to do is sash pieces together. So let's bring in our 2 blocks and sash them together. Have we got time?
Yeah, we've got a couple of minutes left.
That's all right. So I've cut, the sashing fabric is the white fabric with this beautiful little cross on it. I love this fabric. There is a right and wrong side. If you look at it, you've got a heavier print. I don't know why I've still got my glasses on. You've got a heavier print on one side. Flick it over and it looks as if it's been vignetted. It's slightly smoky looking. So that's your wrong side. So I'm just going to place it right sides together with the edge of my block. You can pin it, clip it, whatever you want. I am going to switch back to my 1/4 inch foot because, as Rebecca said, a 1/4 inch foot is an absolute genius of a invention for a sewing machine, for quilting, because it saves you having to concentrate too much.
And you can go so much faster with a 1/4 inch foot on.
Absolutely. So I am also going to remember to turn my machine back to a straight stitch. So that's one side. So this side now attaches to this. And because I've cut my sashing strips at 8.5 inches, which is my block size, I can easily line, everything will end up in a straight line. So that's...
So all that lovely precision cutting's worth it.
Absolutely.
So it's very easy to construct, and then if you don't want to do the applique, you can just cut plain squares, but then you just sew it all together. Fantastic.
Yeah, it is really good. And the fact that you've got leftovers. In fact, if you did plain squares, you'd have even more leftovers because you wouldn't be cutting into for applique, would you?
True.
So
nice messages about your machine. Morning, ladies. I have this machine and it's permanently on my dining table. I love it.
Excellent.
From Julie in South Yorkshire. Yeah, you're right. From Iris. Good morning, both. My husband bought the machine you have on the show for my 52nd wedding anniversary. So a lot of practice needed, from Iris in Paris.
Oh,
you're going to love it.
You are. And what I would do, Iris, is get yourself a piece of fabric, a dark colour, a thread colour to show up, and just sit and just do a row of every single stitch there is. because if nothing else, that will get you used to the machine speed. You'll introduce yourself to the stitches, and you'll have a beautiful finished sampler that you can then use as your sewing machine cover or mat afterwards.
Yes, and you can always see what the stitches actually look like.
Absolutely.
What a great tip.
Yeah, and use
Brilliant.
them as they default. Don't change the settings, because then you know what the default setting is.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, what it looks like as the default, because you can always make them bigger. So
Absolutely.
you get all these preset stitches, but you
Yeah.
can make them bigger and wider.
You can. Oh, they're endless. There is a limit to how the scope on each stitch, but that's because it's the machine thinks,
Yeah.
do you really want
Do you really
a
want that?
zigzag that's 15 inches wide? That's just ridiculous. You're never going to use that. So it tells you. It also tells you what foot to put on, which is just phenomenal. So all I've done is press in towards the sashing, but you can choose to press the seams open if you want.
And then you just continue
carry
in that
on.
way.
Yeah.
Well, that's
So
fab. Thank you
what
so
you
much.
end up with.
Oh yeah, show us
This
the whole.
is one whole row. So if I hold it up,
Yeah,
you'll see one whole row.
that's lovely.
So is 6. It's upside down as well. But it's,
and you've got the
and
bottom.
you sash either end of it, and then the rows, what you do is you're still cutting 2.5 inch width of fabric strips. You'll need to join together, so there is a join in here.
But it's so clean and crisp and lovely,
You
isn't
don't
it?
need to, and I deliberately offset it from a sashing strip.
Now, if you want some backing fabric, we have. If you've got the quilt and you want a backing bundle, we've got a red one and a green one. Oh, the green one's sold out. If you want a red one, 3.5 metres, £24.53, and you don't need to just use it. You're saving £2. You don't just need to have it for this quilt, any of the quilts that will fit, or for your Christmas home, because you're saving £2. 100% cotton scarlet fabric bundle. It's your 44-inch width, £24.53. Hi, I'm looking for a new sewing machine. Is the Elna 570A quite sturdy?
Yes.
Yes,
It is.
It is, but the 720 Pro is even sturdier. That's the one I've
Yeah,
got.
it is, yeah.
It is,
But,
because it's semi-industrial. It depends what you need, what you're after.
Yeah.
But it is sturdy.
It is. I mean, it's not going anywhere.
They are both.
Mine
Elna
is-
sewing machines are sturdy. They're good makes. They're really. They're a good motor size, and they go nice and fast. You can always tell by the speed of them. But it's a
Yes.
good sturdy sewing machine.
It is, yeah, and it's for me. It's easy. It's quick. I can do what I need to do with it, and not have to faff around setting it all up for hours.
Well, that's fab. Well, thank you so much. We
Thank
will
you.
see you back here in an hour.
Yes.
With the gorgeous poinsettia.
It is,
Well, I'm looking
Poinsettia
forward to
Wreath.
that.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
Thank you.
So
I'm
we'll see you back here in an hour.
Yeah, see you
I'm
in an
just
hour.
going to run through the bag kits because they are back in stock. We had them on Saturday and they completely sold out, and I did say if we can get them back. They're nothing to do with Christmas, but that's because we sold out. They're not Christmas, but you can use them to go Christmas shopping with. So should we start with, we're going to start with beach huts. Now, you might look at these and think, why are they different? The panels are all the same, obviously different patterns, but what I've done with them is different. So with the swallows, I didn't put any wadding or anything in. They're just plain fabric. I mean, I'll go through the kits in a minute, but they're just plain. With the beach hut, I put wadding, H640 wadding inside, so it's got a little bit of structure. And then with the hot air balloons, this has got Bosal in it, so it's a stand-up. So it depends, you can do any of these with any of the bags. So let's start with the beach hut. So most popular on pre-order, what you get in the kit is, you get a full set of instructions. So you've got everything you need to know how to make it. You've got all the walkthrough photos, it's all on there. You've got the Amber Makes email address and websites so that you can message us if you've got any questions or if you want to sign up to our website. And then you get the panel. This is the best bit. Let me show you the panel. The panel is gorgeous. Now, I forgot to say this on Saturday. This was, if you want to see me doing the demonstration of it, you can watch it back on YouTube. It was 10 o'clock on Saturday. Now, if you look, let me show you. If you look at the bag, right, when we had this printed, we always do a test print. Beautiful, but I decided it looked a little bit rainy. It looked, I mean, I know British seasides are a bit rainy, but I wanted it to be sunnier. So when you get your panel, it will look like this. Amy changed it. So it's a sunny day, just a little bit brighter, just in case you wondered. So that's the beach hut. Now, if you want the hot air balloon, that's next. Don't forget, with it, you also get all the pieces to make the matching zip case. And they are fully lined as well with pockets. I'll show you that all on the panel. That's the hot air balloons. And then the swallows in the sky, or was it the swallows in the air? So the straps are made from the same print. They're like, it's like a lovely rusty orange with swallows on it. And again, they all have a matching zip purse. If you don't put any wadding or anything in it, then if you fold the bag up like so, and then fold it round, it will fit in the zip purse. So you can use the zip purse for keeping things in, money, sweets, sunglasses, whatever you want to put in them. Or if you want to keep it as a little bag and you want to just pop it in your handbag, obviously if you put wadding and bows in, it won't go in, but if you just keep it plain, it will fit in its little zip bag. So on the panel, let me go through the panel. You get, I need to hold it up, you'll get the bag front, you'll get the bag back. You get the base section that you sew onto the bottom. That's there. You get the lining pieces. So the bag is fully lined. There's the lining front, the lining back. Then you get this special pocket. So here's the two pocket pieces. Secret pocket. So can you see the two that says secret things? If I show you on the bag, when you put the pocket in, it's up to you whether or not you have a zip or not, or a pocket or not, because not everyone likes doing a zip. So this one I didn't put the zip in, but there's the pocket. I'll take it out so you can see. And then it says on the pocket, secret things, and it's got a little beach hut. Up to you whether you put it in or not. So with the beach hut one, I put the pocket in without the zip, but when I did the hot air balloon one, I put a zip in this one. And the instructions show you how to put the zip in or not. Obviously that one has its own secret pocket, and that one says secret things in it, and it has a hot air balloon on it. But you can put the zip in or not. I know just sometimes people are a bit put off. So that's the secret pocket. It has the bag handles, and they're the print that will match the lining. And then you have all the pieces for the little zip purse. And the zip purse matches exactly because the front of the zip purse is exactly the same as the bag. And then you get and you also get, for the zip purse, you get the little zip tab. So basically the way it works, it's cut and sew. There are no templates, there are no measurements. All you need to do is cut round the pieces, follow the instructions, and it will show you how to put the whole thing together. So if you missed out on Saturday, I know with lots and lots of you messaged me going, when are you going to get them back? When are you going to get them back? So over half of the beach huts has gone. Third of hot air balloons has gone, and about a quarter of the swallows. So there's hot air balloon. So you've got like vintage bright hot air balloons floating over a summer meadow. And then the fabric that goes at the base. Now we could have printed the outer and the base in the same piece, but I think when you sew things together, like on here, you just get a slightly different feel, and then you can top stitch along it, you get a nicer look to it. So there's the hot air balloons. The lining is mini hot air balloons. The straps are the mini hot air balloons, but look at the little zip purse. It's exactly the same. And there's the secret pocket. And you also get extra hot air balloons that you can do whatever you like with. And there are labels as well. So you've got these little labels on all of the panels so that you can put your name on them. There's one label that says this bag belongs to. So if you want to make it for somebody or for yourself, that's up to you. So that's the hot air balloons, and then finally, they obviously, all of them come with instructions, everything you need to know. If you've got any questions, our email address is on the back so we can help you. This is swallows. I love, this is my favourite one actually. So the orangey, it's a really beautiful like rust orange. So you've got the swallows swooping over the countryside, and then you've got a poppy field in the foreground. Gorgeous, isn't it? So there's the bag, and the way that the panels have been designed, the front and the back, you can see from here that the hillside, mountainside matches up. It's not a mountain, no, the hillside matches up, so that when you sew your bag together, where is it hiding? There it is. Oh no, it's inside here, isn't it? I just remembered I put it inside here. When you sew yours together on the side of the bag, your bag will match up all the way around, so you don't see where one side joins to the other. So they've been designed in that way. I love the lining fabric of this one because it's the same colour as the poppy field, and it's got the swallows all over it, but it's also got sort of lighter versions of the swallows in the background. The same print is used on the handles, and then for the zip case, obviously exactly the same with the other two. It's like your mini version, and again they all match up, and you've got all the little tags and the labels and the zip tabs and everything. So those are those three. So I'm sorry we sold out on Saturday, we should have got more, but they are back today. So I will be back with you in a couple of minutes time, and I'm going to be demonstrating my linking stars quilt. I was given a lot of Lynette Anderson Christmas fabric that I love and said, now make a quilt. So I've made a quilt and I've made a matching cushion, and I'm going to show you in the next hour how to make it. I've designed it in a way so there's a lot of strip piecing and subcutting to make it very easy and quick. So if you haven't done that before, I'm going to show you how you do it, how it works. It's very simple, it's just 2 blocks. But once you've learned to do 2 blocks, it's the one that's been hanging up behind me, there it is. And everything you need, you can either get the instructions on their own or the quilt kit, but everything you need is in the kit. Anyway, I'm going to go and make a quick cup of tea, and I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes time.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making. Oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Hi, it's Yvonne here. As you all know, I was born in Carrickfergus in Northern Ireland, and we're getting to that point in the year whenever I get to go home. From the 1st of September, the Stormont Hotel in Belfast becomes the home of Quilt Fair, which is an event that together with my friends Margaret and Helen, we have reintroduced into the island of Ireland. We are really looking forward to this, our second event. We have retained many of the features that you liked from last year's show. We have those nice wide aisles, we have all those expert traders, and our free talks and demos in our schoolhouse. In addition, this year we have added our creative workshops, which Sewing Street have so generously sponsored for us. So this year we have added in 2 exhibitions. One of them, Old Roots, New Shoots, is from the Irish Patchwork Society. And the other exhibition is the work from our traders. It's entitled, This Is What We Do. So I really hope that I will see a lot of you there. We thank everyone for their continuing support in this venture that we have to create the best little quilt show in Ireland.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So I'm going to show you, it's Christmas, isn't it? It's Christmas today, Christmas in August. Brand new Lynette Anderson's Christmas fabric range. How lucky was I? I said, can I have some Lynette Anderson fabric? I've got this brilliant idea for a quilt. So they let me they gave me half a metre of all these fabrics and let me play with it. So this is my Amber Makes design. It's called the Linking Stars quilt. It's called that. Took me ages to come up with this name because it's got stars and they're linked with the chains. Yeah, so imaginative. So it's got big sawtooth stars, it's got little twinkling stars in the borders, and then it's got this chain. And what's great is that I've used greens for the chains and reds for the stars. This design is exclusive for Sewing Street. Haven't brought it out at all before. This is brand new. But it looks, I've used the greens for the chain and the reds for the stars, but because it's from the whole same fabric collection, the colours blend together really well. So you can work with them and put the mix together. I've even popped a little blue in there because it's quite a sprucey blue. But, you know, I'm always aware of cost as well. So to keep the quilt cost at a decent price so that if you are a beginner or you don't want to invest too much, I've used just a plain cream background with this, because then that keeps the cost down a bit. Also, I wanted to use lots of fabric, so I asked them, I don't want to use half meters, can I have fat quarters? So I've got 11 fat quarters. If I'd had to have half meters, I could have had less fabric because I wanted all of the different colours. Right, quarter the stock of this quilt kit has gone already, so if you want it. Now, it's a really good size, the quilt, because I think that's important to know when you start. I'll just read it. It's 78 by 78, so that will fit nicely on a double bed. Obviously, it will go on a single bed with a bigger overhang. You can use it as a wall hanging or chuck it over the sofa, very nice, but it will fit on your bed. It's not too Christmassy, though. Although the fabric is from Lynette's Christmas range, Three Wise Penguins, when I show you the fabrics, you'll see that they're not super Christmassy. So I kind of think that once you've got the instructions or you make this, you can use it all year round. So these are, we'll start with the cream one. So you've got a lovely cream background with red stars. Now these are, in the kit, you get fat quarters because it meant that I could use more prints, which was important to me. I've got this lovely sprucey greeny blue with it's got a little fur, so again, you know, it's got your nod to Christmas. It's not super Christmassy. Same fabric, green. Now remember the fat quarters of all of these. Let me just show you. Fat quarter is 1/2 meter fabric cut in half, so it's sort of 20 by 22 inches. So that's what a fat quarter looks like. There is enough fabric in this quilt to make all of the front and the binding, because what I did was I did a scrappy binding. So when you've cut out everything, keep all the little pieces, and then there was enough for me to join them all together and make the binding as well. If you haven't, it depends how economically if you've cut. If you haven't cut super economically, put a bit of cream in because there's plenty of that, or a bit from your stash if you just want to keep it. Then you've got green stockings. I love this one because when you get close you can see they're little stockings, but again, this is the beauty of her fabric. It's not like super Christmassy, so if you think, well, I'd like to make that but I want to keep it all year round, that's fine. And then we move the reds. Now Lynette Anderson's reds and her greens and blues, they're always very subtle traditional hues. That's why they blend together so beautifully. So this has got all the little furs on. This one is called Christmas Presents, but you have to look very carefully. You can see that they are like little Christmas presents. It's really subtle, but it works well because I've used that in the edges of the larger stars, and because the larger stars are made from flying geese, the fabric is being turned all the time, but it works in any direction. It's lovely. Then you get this gorgeous green with red stars, so you can see how the greens and the reds blend really well together. It's used in that one. Love this print. You've got that really deep sort of parchmenty cream background with very traditional little holly leaves and some berries. Now, I would say this is the only one that's super Christmassy, but I love it. Shall I open him out a little bit more for you to see? But if you decided you didn't want the real Christmassy print, or you want to keep it for something else, just swap it for a green fabric in your stash, to be honest. But I love this one. It's got a little gingerbread man and a Christmas pudding and furs and presents. You can see it in the big quilt. It's used in the linking stars. So you can see it in the part of the linking star. So it's in here. So it's, if you really don't want a super Christmassy one, then you could swap that out. I love that. I've kept that one especially. Because there were a few fabrics from the range I didn't use because I couldn't get them all in the kit. So it was good because I got to choose the ones I really liked. We've got red stockings. Same as the green one. Love this one. This is, again, you've got that red and green together. So you've got red stars on green background and green stars on the red background. So those are all of the fat quarters you get in the kit. You also get 4 meters of cream. Now I tried it because at home I had white ivory, cream and calico. So I tried with all of them, not made the whole quilt obviously, but joined, in fact sometimes lying them side by side doesn't work, so I sewed a little bit of them to each, and cream worked really well because sometimes cream can make fabrics look a bit yellow, but because this is such a traditional fabric, it's really warm, and also the lighter fabrics that are in the collection have that really lovely parchment hue. I did try it with the natural seeded and I didn't like it as much. But cream works beautifully. Anyway, you get 4 whole meters. That's way more than enough. I think actually you needed something like 3.6 meters, so I had to go up to 4, so you get loads. says question mark exclusive. It is. What's that supposed to be? That question mark supposed to be? It's supposed to be a dash, but it came out as a question mark. It is. Oh, I love that. It's turned itself into a question mark. It is exclusive to Sewing Street. Then, obviously, quite important is you get the instructions. With the photo, full-size photo, very important. I like a full-size photo. And then I've gone into detail. Now, I've written these instructions so that you can use them again. They are not based on this fabric choice because we are selling the instructions on their own. So it tells you what you need for this quilt. You need 11 print fat quarters, there's your background fabric, wadding, backing fabric, matching thread, and it tells you exactly what you need. But what I've done in here as well, at the beginning I've put choosing fabrics. So I've said, right, I've used 5 fat quarters for the chains, 4 for the big stars, the outsides, and 2 fat quarters for the centres. Now, it's quite easy to match your kit to what I've used because you can just see the picture on the front. It's really simple to see, and I've explained. But I've also, if you want to use the set of instructions again, or if you want to just buy the instructions, you know what I've chosen for what areas, but you can change that round if you want to. And then I go through cutting out. Now, the way I've made this is I wanted it to be for somebody who's just sort of starting out or has never done a quilt maybe of this scale and wants to have a go at strip piecing, rotary cutting, sub-cutting. What does that mean? It's just so much quicker. It's so much quicker to join long strips of fabric together and then cut them rather than cut squares of fabric and sew them together. It just takes ages. So when you look at the cutting out list, you might think, oh, there's loads there. Just work by it one by one. It's really simple. What I do is I normally get a piece of masking tape or something and I write the name on it, or I just get a piece of paper and I cut out each section and pin it to it. I've labelled all of them. They've all got names like chain block side segment A or small star block centre. The names that I've labelled them in the cutting instructions, those terms used in the instructions, it's really simple to follow. And then you make it block by block. So these are all I'm going to go through this in a minute, but these are all of the instructions. There's lots and lots of photos of how to do it. You've also got a quilt layout diagram, so it's really easy to see. You could even draw on this so you could put which fabric you were putting where. Also, in this set of instructions is the rising star cushion. So if you're buying the quilt kit, you're getting the instructions to make the cushion as well. And that's all in there. This is the cushion. Now the cushion matches, as in it's Lynette Anderson fabrics. Look, I've got that cheeky, lovely Christmas print, but on the back with the cream background because I love it. So you won't get that in the bundle, but when you get the quilt bundle, you will get, because they all come in one booklet, you will get the cushion instructions as well. But in this kit, there is enough fabric to make the whole of the quilt, top and binding. You will need backing fabric. If you go on, I have listed on the listing on the website, so if you click on that, it does tell you what backing fabric you need and what wadding. So if you want to know the sizes, that's all on there. So that's the Linking Stars quilt. Over half of the stock of that has now gone, so if you want it, you need to get checked out. Right, cushion. Now, with the cushion, there are 3 fat quarters, so it's easy peasy. This is really simple to do, and that's enough to make just one cushion, the front and the back. So you get a fat quarter of the charcoal star, then you get a fat quarter of the cream star, and this is Lynette Anderson from the Three Wise Penguins collection. So you get the charcoal, you get the cream, and then you get a fat quarter of this lovely, the Christmassy print. So when I did the cushion, you need contrasting fabrics because you've got, they're sawtooth stars, and you've got when you put one sawtooth star inside another sawtooth star, that's quite hard to say, you get a rising star, and then there's enough fabric to put on the back. But you can mix and match those. So if you decide that you want to use this Christmas print in the centre of here and you want to use that for the back, that's fine. There are 3 fabrics. Or if you think, actually, I want to make more than one cushion, I'm going to use just a cream plain or something, then you could use the 3 fat quarters in this kit. use fabrics from your stash, because as long as you've got a nice contrast, then you could make more cushions, but using those and other fabrics. So that's the size of it. And obviously in the kit you get the instructions, but remember, there's the instructions for the cushion, which walks you through exactly the same way, really simple, with pictures of how it all works. But you obviously get the quilt instructions as well. So for £19.99, if you buy the cushion kit, you get the quilt instructions as well, not the fabric obviously. So those are the 3 fat quarters for that. And lastly, if you want just the instructions on their own and no fabric, there they are. Oh, and over half of these is gone. But remember, I have listed in it what fabric, nothing to do with the Lynette Anderson ones, because I know a lot of people like to use these on their own. It's really easy if you buy the kit to identify what goes where, but I do explain how what sort of colours of fabrics you need to choose. So if you just want the instructions, they're £9.99. Okay? Should we get going? So what am I going to demo today? I've got myself really confused because I went to the Festival of Quilts and everything. I did all of my preparation for this some time in advance. So I've actually now got to remember what I did. So we'll try. So remember I said to you at the beginning, the quilt is made from 2 blocks, just 2, with another little star. That's a separate. So you've got the star block. Can you see? That's the star, goes from there to there. So there's one star block. There's another star block. And then you've got the chain block, and they're just side by side. So there's a chain block, there's a star block, there's a chain block, there's a star. So all you have to do is learn how to make the star block and the chain block. Then the little baby stars, they're made as just separate little ones, as 8 of those. So that's not too bad, but you've just got to learn the chain block. So when you start with the chain block, because there are fat quarters of all of these different colours, and there are 5 green ones, I wanted them to be really randomly placed. So it explains in the instructions, they've all got funny names. This one's called side segment A. You join together, this is part of what we've been cutting out. So I've cut out a fabric A, a background fabric and a fabric B. So you join them together like this to start with. I won't show you that because that's quite simple. Press them, I always press towards the darker fabric, but that's entirely up to you. And then you've got now these. So now you've got this is called a strip set. So that's quite simple. You're just sewing long strips together. I'm going to give that a little press because it's been folded up in my bag. There we go. Okay. So these squares, remember I said to you at the beginning that I've done them by 3 inches. Often when you make a quilt, they're 2 inches, don't know why, but I wanted to make it a little bit simpler and it grows a bit quicker, so we've gone for 3 inches. So this process, I'm only going to show you this for this one because we use it throughout the quilt. This is called sub-cutting, and I remember when I first got, what on earth does that mean? Sub-cutting is where you join strips together and then you cut them into smaller pieces. It's really, really simple. So once you've joined together strips, and you do this for the chain blocks, you do this for the centres of the stars, so it's a really good thing to learn. When you're sub-cutting, so I've joined those together, line up the top one along the straight line of your cutting mat, and we're going to cut off the selvages first, because you'll find often fabrics are slightly different widths, particularly if you're using a plain fabric as well. So on one side match up your selvages, and on the other side they won't match up. This is where having a really long ruler is really useful, because you're going to be cutting your fabrics. You're going to use your background fabric, will be the full metre. So by having a really long one, obviously I'd need a bigger cutting mat for this, it means that you can cut, once the fabric's folded in half, you can cut 3-inch strips or 6-inch strips across the whole fabric width for joining together. So a really long one is useful. I'll then use that now to subcut. So I will need to get rid of these selvages. So because I've lined up this, I know that line's straight. And then I will just, I think, because there's plenty here, I'm just going to trim off those. So I'm going to line up my ruler against this. And then oh, actually, I need to go a bit further over because you need to cut. You don't want any of the selvage, so we're going to have a nice straight edge. There we go. Now I'm going to cut these into strips. So once you've joined all these together, I would suggest you do all the joining and then all the cutting. I'm going to line up. I love, this is the ruler I have at home. It's brilliant. It's the Creative Grids ruler. It's got all the sort of textured spots all over it, so it really doesn't move. And then it's got all the measurement. I know I need to cut this into a 3.5 inch strip, and it says the 3.5 is really simple. So you just subcut, and you do this all the way along. So I'm not going to. I always do, when I'm doing this, I'll do as many as I can from my ruler. So I've done 3.5. I did another one, so I'll now cut at 7. So if I was then going to cut the rest of it, put those there and then start again. I would say once you've done 2 or 3 strips, you might need to straighten up. And what I mean by that, once you've cut a few, just put your fabric back and line up the line against the line on your cutting mat, because once you've done a few, just margin for error, I don't know, it sometimes loses its straightness. So just straighten it up every now and then by just cutting along here. You know it's square there. This is just a general cutting tip, really. There we go. So I'll just chuck the bits over there. Right. Not very good at tidying tips. Right, so I'll cut another couple. So this is, you just do this, and then what you can do then is just put this pile together and label it. And then you know, but this is sub-cutting is such a good way, because how much quicker is that to sew long strips together and then sub-cut them, rather than like cutting rectangles and squares and sewing them all together. By pressing the seams to one side, that sort of secures the seam. It won't come undone before you sew it to the next one. If you pressed it open, then they can sometimes, so that helps. So that's doing your side segments A. So I've got to now refer to my notes so I can remember actually what I'm doing. Right, side segments A. Side segments B. So the side, let me show you on here what I've just made. I've just made this strip that's the big background fabric and that. So these are used for the sides of the chain blocks. For the half chain blocks, which are on the edges of the quilt, so that you get this chain effect, you've now got a strip. Can you see that, or am I too high up? Oh, you can. Where you've got a small background, a big print and a small background. So this is done in exactly the same way. I've prepared that one in advance. So this is one of my strips. So I've got a narrower background fabric, a wider print and a narrower bottom. So again, exactly the same way, line up the top with your mat, and then line up your ruler with one of the lines here, just trimming off the selvages. Chuck that on the floor. Or a bin if you have one. And then I'm just going to cut it into strips. I'll just cut a couple of these because I don't need many to show you. But you cut all of yours and then trim them. You could draw them. Sometimes I write on them with heat erasable pen, but then it gets really annoying if you forget and iron it off. So I honestly just use like little scraps of paper and just pin them together, and then I know what's what. And there's something very satisfying as you use each section. So it just says side segs B. Right, so that's side segments B. Now we're going to make the chain block centre. I have put these in order somehow. So for the chain block centre, again, this is your strip piecing. Really simple. So again, in advance I've joined them together. There'll be more than this, the strips. All the instructions that tells you just join the strips together. So for cutting these out, exactly the same thing. And as long as you follow all the cutting instructions, it's really simple. So you will get this quilt done quite quickly. I pieced the whole top in about 3 days, and I took photos of it as I went along as well. So just cut your squares. I mean, yours will be nicely ironed. Whereas mine's been folded up for a while. There we go. And you cut them all the way along because you need lots of them. I'm just going to cut 2 just so I can show you. Right, so now we can construct the chain block because we've got all the right bits we need for it. Just need to press those because they've got little folds and creases in them. So we're now going to construct the chain block. So to do that, you lay it out. Now in the instructions, there is little pictures all the way along that will tell you how to do it. So you can see that I've just done the segments and the segments in the chain blocks. To create the chain block centre, you have 2 pieces. Now you don't want them the same because that won't be that'll look like 2 rectangles. Turn them round and then we're going to join them together. If you've pressed your seams in opposite ways, that's great because then you can match them. You can always repress them. It's quite hard when you're doing lots of strip piecing and you're turning things around. So just make sure that those 2 seams match in the centre. I mean, it's not absolutely crucial. I always try and make sure that about 80% of my quilt matches. The other 20% I don't think anyone notices. And then once you wash it, that kind of disappears. Anyway, so just pin the seam in the centre and then you can sew it together. Let's get my sewing machine. Now I've got the foot in my pocket. Ta-da! Because I knew I'd need it. This is my machine. Well, it isn't my machine. This is the 720 Pro that I have at home that I absolutely love and I'm sure you'll keep hearing me talking about. So there's the normal foot, but this is my favourite foot. Well, not when I'm not using it. It's the 1/4 inch foot, really easy to put on. They all come in the box. And the great thing about the 1/4 inch foot, you put it on, you press number 4, and that moves the needle to the right place. It has a little metal piece that runs along the edge of the fabric, so you've got a perfect seam allowance, easy peasy. And what are we on for stitch length? 1.8, or I might have it a little bit longer than that. I'm going to go about 2.4. Okay, so now I know my seam allowance is correct, easy. I can then run all the way along. When you get to the join, just go a bit slower to make sure that you keep the fabric flat. Ooh, that's not too. And this has a thread cutter as well, so it's easy. Okay, so once you've done that one, you can then press, that's the centre. You can either press the seam to one side or open as you prefer. I'm going to press mine to one side. I tend to press them to one side, I prefer to, but when it gets a bit bulky, I then start pressing them open. So now I can construct my chain block. So there's the centre. I'm going to get 2 of my side segments A, and they go one there and one there. Now what's great about all of these fabrics, and that's really important when you're choosing your fabrics, is that they are multi-directional. So you are going to be turning these blocks, which is fine. So I've got those bits and those bits. There we go. And then you have 2 rectangles of fabric. Remember, you'll have pre-cut all of these anyway. Actually, that picture's on this. It doesn't really matter, does it? There we go. I'm mumbling to myself. Right. Do you do that at home though? Do you go, oh, that bit goes there and that bit goes there, and that doesn't really, and then you realise that it's all right if I'm at home because nobody's listening. So there's my chain block. So to create that, this is really simple. I'm going to sew those side bits to this centre bit. So I'll pin that on, but what I do, I lay it out and then I pin the bits on that I want together. But when you sew it together, I'm just going to do a very, just roughly, I've not matched it up, so I know that's right. But when I sew it, I'm going to always try, if you can, to sew the piece of fabric that's pieced, the one that's got the seam in, on the top, because then you've got more control of what it's doing, because you don't want that fabric to flip out, that seam to flip that side when it's going that way. Only because, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it means that the top of your quilt is less flat, and then you won't get such an even look. So do that with those, and then the same with these 2. Like so. We've got a whole menagerie of pins there. I think we've got like 2 pins from every pin box. Right, so I'm going to just sew those together. Really simple. Again, use your 1/4 inch seam allowance. Because you've pre-cut everything, you know it will all fit. And because these are the finished sizes, that they're 3 inches, you know, you've got a lot more room for, if your seam isn't absolutely perfect, you've got more room to have ease of fit. And I was worried that it would look too big, but actually I quite like the 3 inch strips. I don't know why everyone does 2 inches all the time. There you go, nice and fast. Right, so that's the centre done. And then always press when you've done it. Press your, you can't see me there, can you? Press your seam first to set it, because all the fabric has gone a bit wibbly at that stage, because you've been putting your fabric through the machine. It's had that needle going through it. So press the seam to set it, you'll get it a lot flatter. And then when you've done that, then press the seam to one side or open, whichever you prefer. There is no real rules, it just depends how you prefer to do it. And sometimes the fabric actually just has this urge to go one way. Right, so for the quilt kit, we have got more people who've got it in baskets than we've got available. So if you want it, you need to get it checked out, otherwise it's going to sell out. And I don't think we'll be getting this one back, because I did use all of the fabric as well. There's a few fabrics in the collection available by the 1/2 metre, which are on the website, but I did actually use all of the fabric. So the only way to get the whole collection, because I used it all, is in this bundle. So what you do, I'm not going to sew this now because I want to show you the next one, is you sew those 2 together. So all you do is you sew these exactly the same way. Just take care and try to match up these points, because these seams, and I would, be really careful with it. Put your pin through there. Get them as matched up as you can, but don't angst too much about it. It's not perfect. So you sew that all together. That is your chain block. So that is that section there. That's really easy, isn't it? Easy peasy. Right. Okay, and then we'll move on to the star block. So what we've got available. So for the quilt kit, where you get 11. Where have I done? Oh, there it is. I'm done with it. You get 11 Lynette Anderson 3 Wise Penguins fat quarters in these beautiful shades of blues. It's blue. Well, there's one blue, but it's a sprucey blue. You've got the green. You've got these gorgeous. I love this red star one. I've used that one in the centre of the big stars only. So there are 2 fabrics that are only used for the centre of the big stars. Which is these 2, because they've got that nice parchmenty background, but they've got the reds and the greens. It was hard. There was some other fabrics I could have chosen from, but I think they work really well for the centres, because they make them stand out. But it took a while, because the parchment with the other stars that are in the cushion kit went in, but it didn't look as nice. Oh, that's the worst bit, is that you stand there going, I don't know, I'll walk away for a minute, I'll come back a minute. But they are all selected, so at least I know they go. And then you've got the red and the green stars, you've got red stockings, you've got the fab Christmassy print. But again, if you don't want this to be too Christmassy, swap that out for another one. I don't know which that sticker goes with. Put it on there. You've got green, and it's a lovely sort of sprucey green as well, with the red stars. You've got the red presents, the red furs, and the green stockings. So you've got 11 of those. And this is the only way you can get these now, because I stole it all, put it all in there. Stole it all. 4 meters of cream. So less than £100, you're getting a 78 by 78 inch quilt. There's enough fabric for the whole quilt top and the binding. Now, I used my kit. I was really careful that I didn't use any extra fabric, but I have cut them into 10-inch strips and then join them together. But if you haven't cut your fabrics when you do it really tight, you might not have enough, but it's fine. You will almost do. Just use a little bit of the cream or a red or a green from your own stash. But I did make the whole thing from the 11 fat quarters. And then I just joined them together to do the edge. And you get the instructions. And remember, in the instructions, you get the instructions for the cushion as well. So you'll get the quilt and the cushion instructions. Be careful though, because there are more people who've got it in baskets than we've actually got available. The cushion, the Rising Stars cushion, really, really simple Christmas make. And because it's quite a simple, I think it's a simple make, and I'll show you how to do it. Then you've got a little bit of time to spend doing a bit of quilting. Now, the quilt and the cushion, I quilted on my sewing machine, my 720 Pro. I didn't send it off to be long-armed, I did it myself. And what I did was I drew on it with a friction pen. Before I layered it, I drew on the front of the cushion and the front of the quilt before I layered it with my friction pen, and I drew the lines I wanted. So for the Rising Star, I started in the centre and I just drew and I did stars. I just echoed the lines by, in fact, I used my rotary cutting ruler to draw the star lines. With the quilt, I started right in the centre here, and then I drew lines that went all the way out to the corners, did 4 of them, and then I separated it into quarters and did like points, so you can see it's like a chevron almost, and I just did it under my sewing machine, and using an 80-20 cotton wadding, bound it and then put it in the machine, and it shrinks very, very slightly if you do it on a cold water wash, and it removes all of those points that didn't quite match, which is amazing. So there's the fun of it. You've got 2 stars. So in this kit, you get, what have I done with it? Oh, I've lost that kit. No, I found it. It's fine. You get 3 Lynette Anderson 3 Wise Penguins fat quarters. You get the, on the overhead, you get the charcoaly one with stars. They've got like parchment and blue stars. You get the matching one that's a parchmenty background with darker stars. That's the one that nearly made it to the centre of the quilt, but I decided it looked better with that. And then you get a fat quarter of the lovely Christmas print. The instructions for it, so if you decide, right, I'm going to make the cushion, you've got the quilt instructions as well. And with the cushion, I have given instructions of how to quilt it, how to make the cushion, and how to put the zip in as well. So it explains it really simply. So if you think, oh, I don't know if I'm ready for the whole quilt, I don't know if I can do that, or I've only got time to do the cushion, you will get the quilt instructions in there too. Now, if you just want the instructions, which are for the quilt and the cushion, £9.99. And on the back of there is the email address if you've got any questions or any queries, or you want to join the Amber Makes group. It's all on there. Right, so the next thing I'm going to do is show you how to make, if I can find it. Oh, do you know, I've got too much stuff, I can't find everything. No, I found it now. I'm going to show you next how to make the star block, because remember we've got chain block, star block. Now, the star block is also what is used in the cushion. It's the same idea. I mean, the fabrics are different, obviously, but it's the same idea. So, the star block is created from, you've got corner squares, you've got flying geese, 1, 2, 3, 4 flying geese, and you've got the centre block. The centre block is made in exactly the same way as the chain block centre block, so I don't need to show you that one. In fact, I've made you one of those in advance. There's the centre block, done in exactly the same way as the chain one, so that's easy. With the flying geese, I've done a method that is, I think, easier than other flying geese, but is also more economical with fabric because it makes 4 at once. So I've done the maths and worked it out, what you need. So to make 4 flying geese in one go, and you need 4 for each of the star blocks, but you mix and match them. What I've said in the instructions is mix and match as much as you can. Lay it all out on the floor somewhere before you assemble it, so that you can have as few prints touching as possible, only because I like that multicoloured look. So I love this method. Basically you need one big square of background fabric and 4 squares of print fabric. I've got 2 in one colour and 2 in another colour. The measurements are in the instructions. On the back, have I got a friction pen? Oh yes. On the back of all of the squares, you draw a diagonal line, just from one corner to another. So this makes making flying geese really quick, but it's also really economical with fabric, which is a bonus because you can use this for other things. I love doing where you like make half square triangles or flying geese. A flying geese basically is 2 triangles in a rectangle, and this is called the body and these are called the wings, funnily enough. So you put one wing in the top left corner. There are photos and words of this method, and then just don't put it too close to the lines, because we're not going to be sewing along the line, we're going to be sewing either sides of it. So when you put those two, see they will overlap in the centre, but make sure that the lines match up. And then we're going to be sewing 1/4 inch either side of that. Now, if you can do that with your foot and you feel confident about that because you can move your needle, then go for it. If you don't feel very confident about that and you're worried you won't get a 1/4 inch either side, then what I would suggest is you draw that on. I always do just a little bit less than a 1/4 inch. So the best way to do that is get your ruler and just move the line so it's not the 1/4 inch mark on your ruler, so it's not actually on the line, but just to the left side of it slightly. And draw that on, because then you can sew along those lines. If you do what I did the other day and you sew along the centre line, because you don't need to unpick it, I don't know why, I clearly wasn't thinking. I sewed along the centre line, I didn't sew either side. But then I went back again, don't need to unpick it, and sewed along either side, and I cut along that, and the seam disappeared. So if you make that mistake, it's quite simple. So we're now going to sew along 1/4 inch outside that line, which I've drawn on, down both sides. I'm going to do a reverse stitch at the top and bottom just to keep it extra secure. Now, when you get to the bit where the points join, you could have either pinned those, which I probably should have done, or just make sure when you get to them that they stay overlapped. Pinning is a good idea, but if not, hold them down with a pin just to make sure that they stay. And then I'm going to sew down the other 1/4 inch one. Oh, it's not very happy, is it? Yeah, sorry. Sometimes the thread stays in the throat of the machine and then you can't get your fabric under, so you just have to move it out. Right, I'm going to sew along the other one. Should have taken the 1/4 inch foot off, but there we are. Right, so now I've got all my lines, I can take those pins out. It looks really odd, doesn't it? How you think, well, how is this actually going to work? But amazingly, it does. So let's just move my ironing board. Give that a press. You don't really need that line, to be honest. I would suggest, because you're going to sew, you can either cut with a rotary cutter along the centre of it or just with scissors. But as long as you cut along the centre, it doesn't have to be 100% accurate to do that, as long as it's vaguely through the centre. But I like to have it nice and flat before I cut. So I'm just going to cut those apart. Now we've got 2, half a body and 2 half of the wings. So you think, like, how is this going to work? And the great thing is what you can do, and I would suggest you do, is the way I describe, I tell you how to make one block at a time, is do all of this And then, because I think you have to make, I think 13 stars. So do all of this and do every process that I'm doing here. Then when you make the others, you can do it as like a production line. So you can take all of them, draw the lines, sew all of them, cut all of them. It's just quicker. So now we've got these two really weird pieces that look like stairs. Take the, where's my little ruler gone? Oh, there it is. Not too much. This is like my sewing room at home. Again, with the other two flying geese, because remember we had 4 wings. 1 body and 4 wings makes 4 flying geese. So put your diagonal line. So what I would do is if I'm making all of them, I draw all of the diagonal lines across all the squares in one go, just with the friction pen. Now, take one of them like this, and then you're going to pin it like that so that the diagonal line stops in the top left-hand corner and it will overlap the centre there. And don't worry, it will overlap it, you haven't done anything wrong. But again, there are photos and everything of this, so you will know that you haven't gone wrong. I think this is magic. Don't know who invented this. I think this is magic because when you do it, you think, how? I'm not allowed to actually say that's magic. I think it's magic because how does it work? It just does. Now, again, actually, do you know what? This time I'm going to swap the foot over. This is the best thing about this machine. It's so quick. So, we're going to sew 1/4 inch either side of these lines again. So, you can, like I said before, you can, if you like, draw the lines, or you can just, what I tend to do, my favourite thing is I just move the needle across and then I know that I'm 1/4 inch either side. If I've drawn the line, I know where it is, so I don't need to draw the line. So what I do, and I'm using the centre of my foot to run down the line, but I've moved the needle over to the right so that I'm either side. So it needs to be 1/4 inch or less. If it's less, that's absolutely fine, just definitely not more. And then when I do that, you see, so because I've just moved the needle over, I can use the centre of my foot to run down the line. Okay, so then you do the other one in the same way. I'm just aware of time. Same way, give it a little press, because it's obviously, you can see it's a bit wibbly. It's probably a better word than that, but it's a bit wibbly. Cut down the diagonal between the 2 lines. And then, when you open it up, you've got a flying goose. A flying goose with body and 2 wings. So there's one, fold up, press that over to one side, press that over to one side, and then if I'd done the other one, that would be 4. Then all you need to do is trim them. I discovered a really good way of trimming these. So you have to trim them to a specific size. I think it's 3.5 by 6.5. So when you trim a flying goose, it's really important that you get the diagonal 45-degree line on the diagonal. Now, because this needs to be 6.5, if you find the 3.25 inch mark on your ruler, which is there, so put the diagonal line and then line up the 3.25, which is half of the 6.5, with the top point. Then trim off the right hand side, because you see I've done the calculation so that it's not too tight. I hate it when it's too tight trimming. Then just turn it round and then cut it 6.5. You now will be absolutely certain that that point is in the centre. So that's 6.5. Then you have to trim it to 3.5. And you have to do this with all of them. Now when you trim the top point first, because it's more important that your 1/4 inch seam is correct here than it is here. Because when you trim them, sometimes it's not totally exact. Just trim it that way, so you've got your 1/4 inch there, turn it round, and then trim it so it's 3.5 there.
And if these points aren't absolutely at the bottom, it won't really matter because you can match up as you go along. So trim them all, and then you've got all the 6.5, all the flying geese. You can then create your centre block, which is made like this. Put one there, one there. I've actually made some in advance so I can put them on for you. When you place them, I've said in the instructions, just try and, you know, because you'll have all of these. So you've got all of these fabrics. The way that you create them, because you use different fabrics to make them, you'll have lots of flying geese with different fabrics. So just try and plan them, lay them all out when you've made all the flying geese so that you haven't got the same prints touching. It doesn't matter if you have, and there are the odd places where I did do, but to just try and get that nice random spread of fabrics across there, just try not to get them touching. Then you have squares of background fabric. They are placed in the corners. Oh no, I'm missing a square. Oh, I don't know where that's gone. Oh well, there is another square somewhere, and that goes in the other corner. I don't know where he's gone. I think I might have dropped him. That goes in the other corner. There's your star block. So you have 13 star blocks, 12 chain blocks, really easy. The cushion, this is made in the same way. You make this star, but smaller for the centre, and then you join the stars around the edge. So everything you need is in the instructions. The small star blocks, again, that's all in the instructions. I'll just show you very quickly what the cushion one looks like, just so you know. So with the, because in the quilt you've got the instructions for the cushion and the quilt, so whether you buy the instructions only or the kit, you've got the instructions for all of them. So if you want to buy the kit for the cushion, basically you make a star, exactly the same star that I've just demonstrated for you, but using different measurements, so it's a little bit smaller. But you're using, rather than using different fabrics and having a border, you're using the same, so that creates the small star. Then you do exactly the same with the flying geese, but obviously on a bigger scale. And then you make the big star, so you have a flying geese at the top, you have a flying geese at the bottom, and then you have one either side, like this. And then you have plain squares, dark squares, in each corner. So it's exactly the same, but the centre block is made of a star. And then when I lay those all out now, it looks like you've got a star within a star. But really, it is just these flying geese. It's exactly the same, but just using the two colours. So that is the cushion kit. You'll get the 3 fat quarters of the Lynette Anderson fabrics, because 1 fat quarter is used for the back, and the full instructions. So there we go. All right. Becky, you are so clever. Love it. Just bought the pattern. Love, love, love the quilt. Oh, thank you, Jan. That's really kind of you. That's really nice. Oh, well, I hope you enjoy making it. It is great fun. And actually, once you do one, you look at the instructions and you think, oh, there's a few pages here. Once you made one block, it really is, it is very simple. It's big blocks. Now, with the quilt kit, again, we have got more people who've got this in baskets than we've got available. I know I didn't have time to run through the whole thing, but really it is just 2 blocks. And remember, you don't need anything special. You just need your normal sewing machine to quilt this. You really do. You need a friction pen and a ruler and a sewing machine. Now, so because we have more in baskets than we have available, so there are only 20 left to check out. So if you want it, it's in your basket, you need to get it checked out. Or if it's not in your basket, quickly get it in and check out. So remember, in the kit, you are getting 11 fat quarters of this beautiful Lynette Anderson. She's the most talented fabric designer. The colours are subtle and traditional. Love, love Lynette Anderson fabrics. There we go, all of those, gorgeous. And because I've taken them all from the same fabric range and the same colour palette, they all go together. 3 Wise Penguins, they're all from the same, so they all go together beautifully.
Well, actually, you see, you think, why is that called Three Wise Penguins? There were 2 prints in the collection with big penguins, and I didn't use those because I wanted the smaller prints for this quilt. Then it kind of makes sense about the Three Wise Penguins. So none of mine have got the penguins on. No, they haven't actually. There are 2 fabrics in the collection that do. And then you get 4 meters of cream fabric, which is enough for all the background. Remember, you've got enough for the binding. And if you go onto the website and you put in the code, I have listed there how much backing fabric and how much wadding you need. But remember, once you've bought the kit, you can ask me anyway. The cushion kit, you get the full instructions, which include the quilt and the cushion, and then you get the 3 fat quarters, you get the charcoal star, the cream star, and that lovely print. But again, you could just keep that one and use something else for the cushion back, but you get 3 fat. So there's everything you need to make the cushion front and back. And you get the instructions, which obviously includes the quilt instructions as well. So that's for the cushion. If you want the instructions on their own, you want to use your own fabric, again, if you go onto the website, I have put the information there for the fabric that you need. So if you can't remember and you want to get the fabric now, or you want to have a check to see if you've got it, it does say on there how much fabric, backing fabric and wadding on the website, on the product description, because I put all of that in. Fab. So thank you very much for joining me. Oh, hang on, have I got to do the... Oh, yes, sorry. I've got too much to think about. Now, these are the fabrics from the collection that I didn't use. Oh, I thought we were doing the other fabrics. Right. Wadding by the ½ metre is here. I know exactly where it is. Now, this is the wadding I used. This is the 80-20 wadding. It's 80% cotton, 20% polyester. I love it because it's soft, it quilts really well, it's easy to quilt, it kind of sticks to the fabric a little bit. And then when you pop it in the washing machine on cold afterwards, it shrinks very slightly, it makes it look really lovely. You need for this quilt 2.5 meters. So 5 units of this wadding for this quilt, because you need 220 centimetres by 220, so you'll have a bit left over at the bottom and the sides, but you will need 5 units to make the quilt. Right, then we have got the rest of the fabrics from the Three Wise Penguins that I didn't use. Big penguin, so I didn't use this one because I decided it was too big scale for my quilt, but isn't it lovely? I'll lay it flat. I know these are really big size. So look, you see the Three Wise Penguins, they are bringing gifts. He's bringing a star and he's bringing a Christmas pudding and he's bringing, oh no, he's got a present. I'm saying he's bringing the gift of decorating their tree. So you've got that lovely parchmenty creamy background and blue stars all amongst it. So that's the cream one, but it's, then there's another large scale one. But this is, reindeer. They are little reindeer, look. They're on a journey. Because look, they're running along all these little lines. So they're like little bells. And then the reindeer running along it with little snowflakes in the background. Also, I thought with these bigger scale fabrics, I didn't really want to put that in the quilt. I think that would work really well on its own. It's just charming, isn't it? Lynette Anderson designs have always liked this. There's lots and lots of detail within detail. So even their little blankets that have got patterns and print on them, and they're all running along these little chains of bells. Gorgeous. $7.49 for ½ metre. That's your normal 44-inch width fabric. That's those two. There's the brown twigs. So this is the same. Actually, I used the red one in the quilt, but that's the brown one. It just didn't fit in my quilt, the brown one. So it's brown, but it's a really lovely brown colour because it's the brown that is featured in a lot of the other fabrics for different parts of them. It's a really gentle. And do you know what? You can mix and match this with the other Lynette Anderson fabrics because her colour palette is similar for most of them. So that's the brown leaves. And then finally, this one nearly made the quilt, but then it didn't need an extra blue. This lovely holly sprigs, aren't they? Holly on blue little sprigs of holly, but it's a beautiful blue, isn't it? It's a really, really soft blue. So that's the final one. So there was only 4. Right, so we've got 2 hours left on today. Where's that gone? So in a minute, Susie's going to be back with us and she's going to be showing us how to make a fab poinsettia wall hanging. And we've got 4 different kits for that. And then at 12, it's Yarn Lane, and Sam Sabido is going to be here to launch her Christmas crochet along. We're going to sell the kit today, which has everything you need to make this beautiful blanket, 1.5 meters by meter, is a really big size blanket, because on the 12th of September, the pattern's going to start every week. It tells you in the instructions, and we'll be talking about it, how you get a code to get as part of it. You will be emailed the instructions every Monday for 10 weeks. You'll be finished it by Christmas, well, I think like the 16th of November, well before Christmas. If you're a complete beginner and you would love to make a Christmas blanket, this is perfect. Sam is a fantastic teacher. Be here at 12. We're going to be talking through it and explaining how it works. But if you want to get ahead, when we did our Christmas crochet along last year, it sold out very, very quickly. So I'm just warning, if you want to get ahead, it is on the Sewing Street website, available as pre-order. Anyway, I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes with Susie, and we're going to make this beautiful poinsettia wall hanging. See you in a bit.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7, when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery, and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products, as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, to our Christmas Day in August. We have got this beautiful Poinsettia Wreath quilt designed by Suzie. So Suzie, what was your inspiration?
Well, poinsettia are probably my favourite Christmas flower. And we have a challenge in the family to try and keep them alive as long as we can.
Oh really? I'm rubbish at that.
Yeah,
absolutely
mine
rubbish.
Never lasts. Well, it does usually last into January, but after that it's
does
downhill.
it?
Yeah, mainly because I ignore it. I find if you ignore them,
okay,
they look a lot better. But also I wanted a design that would work in a multifunction way. So although I've done it as a big square, you can use it as a sort of little over your lap quilt. It's not going to swaddle you, but it'll be a lap.
Yeah, just something to tuck
quilt.
around your legs at Christmas.
Exactly, but also it would function as a table centre.
Oh, that would be nice. White tablecloth.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
It would also be a really good wall hanging. So if you haven't got a massive amount of space, you could use it as a wall hanging. You can also just do for a quarter of it, and you've got again a table centre or for your coffee table, just a decoration.
Or 4 cushions.
4 cushions. One small square would do you as mug mats or place settings.
Yeah, so it is very multi-purpose,
that's why
isn't it?
I did what I did, and then I wanted to make it look like it was a wreath, so going round, without being round.
You could, if you wanted to make 4 cushion covers with that, use your own backing fabric for $29.99.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous as well, really gorgeous.
The fabrics are beautiful, the detail in the print, the metallic irons really well, doesn't come off.
Amazing, isn't it? So we've got 4 different bundles, but the one that's on the graphics at the moment is the one that you've got there.
Yes.
So that one is this one.
Yes.
Hey!
They are so similar.
They're all quite similar, but different. So in this bundle, we've got 1 metre of the green. Now that's your background fabric.
Yeah.
So that will be all the edges around the edges. You've also got 1/2 metre red. Now this can be used for the poinsettia, or it can be used to sort of mix and match with some of the other fabrics if you want.
You're binding, or put an extra border and binding.
You can use it as well. There's more than enough fabric. So if you wanted to bind it or put an extra border, you can use the red for that. But the background is green.
There is enough in that background, by the way, to cut binding.
Oh, okay.
If you wanted it to be the same
so you
colour.
can bind it
but
as well.
we put the extra ½ metre of an alternative colour in, purely to give you scope to increase it and have a different coloured binding.
Okay.
So we've given you an extra, if you like.
So you've got an extra ½ metre of this red fabric that you don't really need.
Yeah.
But it just means that you can bind it in a different colour, or you can mix and match some of the other print fabrics. But that's kind of your little bonus. Then you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fat quarters of print. So you've got this lovely red with the gold metallic. You've got red with holly leaves, and this is outlined in gold. You've got red with gold stars. I wish it was like that. Then you've got red with holly leaves, and you've got red with this lovely tiny little spot. It's almost like constellation, isn't it?
It is, because it's
like a
not
spray.
even. Yeah, it's like a very fine mist.
A mist
of gold dots.
And that makes, and also you get the instructions. Big 8-page booklet of instructions of exactly how to make this, with lots of diagrams, all the detail you need. It's all in there.
I've given you 4 different colourway, well, 5, because there's the
these
one
are
on the
layouts
front.
then?
Yeah. So depending on which fabrics you use, I've shown you diagrammatically how you could possibly use different colour fabrics to create different features. Because it depends which bundle you buy. I've based them on the bundles that are available, but also going forward, you may want to do this not as a Christmas design, but for spring or summer or autumn.
So if you use sort of pastels with this, it would be like, it doesn't have to be poinsettia.
So that's why I've shown you it in different colourways within the pattern, because I wanted you to be inspired to use different colours.
Really
and
good
also
idea.
it depends which bundle you use. You've got something to aim at.
True, yes, it gives you something to aim at. So this is the bundle that's in front of Suzie. Now let's go through. Remember, there's enough in there to make 4 of the blocks, so you can either make into a joined together wall hanging, or you can make into 4 cushions, or other things. And there is that kind of extra ½ metre as well, so you can do a different colour binding if you wanted to, or add some borders. Right, the next bundle. So the background fabric, the main fabric, is red. Okay, so you will have red background for this one. You get your extra ½ metre of green, so that's just if you want to change the binding or add some other colours. But the fat quarter bundle that you get with it is all cream background, so you've got that spray, that's metallic. Again, these are all metallics on here, so you get that spray metallic, you get holly. Suzie will be demonstrating with this, so you'll be able to see it in action. You've got cream with the gold stars, you've got cream with holly again, and then you've got a tiny little all over star print. So it's sort of cream backgrounds with holly and stars. And that's ivory. But on the instructions, this is what it will look like.
Top right.
Oh, it's the red background, so it's that one.
Yeah.
So this one here, that's what this will look like. You've got the mixtures between the red background and you've got the cream.
That's right. And then the sample we're going to be sewing, where it's green on that diagram, I'm using the cream with holly print.
Okay, so you can either use any of the prints, or you can use the green one.
Green you've been given, so that one is even more choice, because then if you don't use the green holly for the wreath bit, then you could always use that as border pieces to
so
introduce
there's
it
loads
there.
of different options. You can copy this exactly, or you can mix and match and try and play them around, cut the strips out, see what you think. So that's the red one with the cream prints. Right, we've got one now that's got a cream background. So this one you get a cream background, so you get 1 metre of this. You get your extra bonus fabric is green, but then all of the fabrics here are tartans. Oh, these are nice. I like them. So these are all tartan fabrics, but they're tartans with a difference. So they've got metallic gold in them, but they've got stars all over them. So there's the red and green one. Then you get this lovely, look at this one. It's got silver and gold, metallic and gold stars running through it in lines. Then you get another tartan that's got stars all over it.
Well, they're like snowflakes, aren't they?
But with the cream background, it will look amazing.
It will.
Then you've got another one red with the silver and the gold stars, so it's all metallic. And then you've got this one that's the red with the tartan. But these are beautiful, aren't they?
Yes.
I think they're woven.
Really stunning. Yes. Yeah, they're a heavier weight.
They're not a print. They're a woven.
Woven.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's double-sided. Lovely.
Now, for that, you will need to use the green extra piece you get to make the leaf design for the wreath, because there aren't enough green elements in the bundle.
That will be this one here.
Yeah.
So you can use all of the tartans in all of that, but if you want to create this effect, you'll need to use the bonus green that you get given. But obviously you've got everything that you need in there, so that's that one. And then the final one is got a cream background again. So I'm going to find that one. So that one must be...
It's the same one, but
it's the same one,
instead
but
of
with different-
Titan,
but with different colours.
Yeah.
So you get a cream background on this one. The green that you get that's your bonus darker green. And then the fabrics you get, you've got red with Christmas trees. You've got that lovely green with stars in silver and gold. You've got red with Christmas trees again. You've got little Christmas trees, all Christmas trees, red with Christmas trees, and then you've got this lovely red with the stars in silver and gold. So there's a choice of 4. If you want me to run through any of them, just message me in on either on Facebook or on the email, and I can show you. I will be showing you again, but if you get confused which one is which, let me know. But the one that we're going to be demonstrating with
is
the cream
away from you.
It's the cream metallic print on the red background, and that's the one that's going to be in the on the screen. That's the one there.
It is.
Right, so where do we start then, Susie? Thank you very much. Take it away.
Would you like this for a
I
minute?
will, I'll have
and
that
then I'll
one,
have
yes.
an area to work on.
Yes, thank you.
So you're going to start by reading your instructions, because it is really important that when you're cutting, you cut it as it says, because it is it's not an extremely tight cut, but if you don't cut it as it says, you're not going to have enough of some of them.
Right, okay.
You also need to decide before you start cutting which fabric is going to go where.
Okay.
So look at the diagrams, work out which fabric will match where, and that's why I've given you lots of pictures, because it helps you to get a visual on what will work where. So you need to do that. You've got a space, a whole page you can scribble on and write your own notes. So I would definitely do that. Once you've decided, then cut your fabrics and label them as well. So as I cut them, I put a clip around them with a little note with the code number for the piece, because I've piece coded absolutely everything, because I find it easier if you lay it all out to just grab the right piece, rather than me saying you want a 2.5 inch square, because there's probably about 6 2.5 inch squares in different colours throughout the pattern. So let's call it a letter, and then we know what we're talking about. There are 2 different blocks. One is is the poinsettia block, and the other one is what I've called the foliage block. So I'm going to show you how to do both.
Okay.
And then it's just a case of piecing them together. Once you've done, you can chain piece this really easily as well.
Okay, so once you've learned how to do it.
Absolutely. And the first thing I've given you instructions for is how to do 4 at once half square triangles, because that technique will be really useful throughout. To cut down the amount of fabric you use, but also to make the whole process a lot quicker. So we're going to start by doing, should we start with the poinsettia block? because that's probably the most time consuming.
So is that the little block?
That's, yeah, the little one.
The little one.
Yeah, this sort of is a stylised poinsettia, isn't it? But, you know, we go for stylised. So you're going to label all your pieces, and you can see how I label mine. So this, you want A and B, always a good place to start on the alphabet. So I've got one of each, and what I'm going to do, and I've totally forgotten to get these out, where are they? They're in here, is grab some pins, right sides together, because one's a plain, doesn't matter which way around that goes, but it does with the other fabric. So I'm just going to put a couple of pins in so that I hold those fabrics in place, and what I want to do is put them away from the 1/4 inch seam so I haven't got to remove them as I sew, because what I'm now going to do is sew all the way around the square, stopping and pivoting at the corners. So it's 1/4 inch seam, and my foot pedal seems to be 4 miles away from my foot, so let's move that across. So I've got long legs, but not that long. So normal stitch length, get to the corner, stop, pivot. You don't have to sew at breakneck speed, it's fine. And if you do what I've just done and go too far, just go back on yourself a bit, doesn't matter. And I'm deliberately using a thread, well, I mean, I know most of the fabric's cream, but on the red it shows up just so you can see what's going on. But the cream thread will work with this quite well. So we've got our square done. Now what we're going to do is cut this up. So you'll need a quilting ruler that is big enough to do this. So this is plenty big enough. Obviously you could use a smaller size if you wanted to, but use one that definitely goes all the way across your square. You want your rotary cutter, and and ideally a rotary mat would be even better. So you're going to cut across the diagonals. Okay, and then that gives us our 4 half square triangles. So we're going to press these, and you want to press these with the seams open. And the reason for that is because we're now going to add in another square. So just open your seams up. You don't need to trim them, but just open your seams as you press. So we're going to do all of these. Well, actually I don't need to do all of these, I can just show you one because I've done these bits already. So let's... Remember, you're pressing, not ironing.
Always.
Yes.
Because ironing is horrible and pressing is quite
Ironing's
pleasurable.
good.
Oh, it's horrible.
Ironing's good.
Like pressing.
Love
pressing
ironing.
makes my sewing look nice. Ironing.
Well, ironing makes everything look nice.
Yeah, but it's
doesn't it?
really, really tedious. Oh yeah, remember we're our special on our show Festival of Quilts special price for this iron before anyone notices. So it's $7.99 off today, and at some point someone will notice. Tomorrow tomorrow will go up because we did have a special show offer on it, which we seem to have managed to sneak into today.
It's because nobody's in today. They're all recovering from the Festival of Quilts.
Yeah, maybe they're not in. Maybe they're not in. And
they've not switched on yet. So we've got our half square triangles.
So get it today before it goes back up.
So
you've got all of your half square triangles.
Got all
now.
of my half square
That's
triangles.
magic, that is.
It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love this. And then they've completely evaded. Where have they disappeared? They were here a second ago. It's been a morning. There it is. Look,
I did that with all of mine as well. Completely lost them. Still
here we go. So you need to do this, make them all up, and then you're going to take one of each of your poinsettia leaf or flower pieces, So a piece C and a piece D. Here they are. So in this instance, it's 2 of the cream fabrics I chose from the bundle. And you're going to mark these on the back. Now this is where, if you have add a quarter ruler, or you can use your creative grid. So I'll do one with one and one with the other, so you can see both methods. So add a quarter, which is usually used for FPP, but because it's got this perfect 1/4 inch marking on it, I line the edge of the step along that diagonal line and mark in my 1/4 inch line, turn it round and do the same the other side.
Oh, I like that.
Because I find it easier when I'm chain piecing to follow a line rather than make sure I'm keeping something straight.
So do I. That's a really good, because I've got an add a quarter ruler.
And I bet you don't use it other than FPP.
Well, no, I do, but never for that.
Yeah, see.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
I also know these are really good. I've never used it for that. So, in fact, I've just shown how you draw the lines either side. What a brilliant idea. And I've got one.
There you go.
I'll be writing that down in my top tip book.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who has one of them. The way you do it without the add a quarter, but with your quilting ruler, again, creative grids have this perfect 1/4 inch line marked, so you line that along your diagonal and draw in the 1/4 inch gap. Same the other side, swivel it round and do the same. So whatever you need, you're going to be stitching a 1/4 inch away from the diagonal, so it's how you choose to do it, but I personally like to have a line there to remind me. So then what you do is you're going to pin this on, but you're going to pin it in the opposing diagonal. So we've got a diagonal seam going from, in my case, bottom left to top right. So this is going to lay down, and it is going to be smaller, so don't panic. It's not because I can't do maths. It's because I'm trying to fabric save for you. But it also gives you an eyeball of where your seam is if it's smaller.
Right.
Because you can see that that point has to go on that bit and that there, which automatically lines up everything else. So it was a deliberate move, not a rubbish maths.
Yeah, but you've said it now, so that's it, we know.
Yeah.
So if anyone says, well, it doesn't match, go, well.
Mine does. So you're going to do that, you'll do that with all those pieces. So remember, it's just opposing diagonals.
Mavis has just messaged, when are the tote bags available to purchase? Mavis, they're already available. Go onto the website, they're there. They came on about 9 o'clock this morning. So.
Well, they were. They've probably sold out now.
Right. Sorry.
I haven't bought them all, I promise.
But they came on about 9 o'clock.
So I've pinned it into place, you could clip it, but it's just to hold it. And we're going to straight stitch along those lines we've drawn. So obviously I don't need a 1/4 inch foot, I just need my straight foot.
Because you're going to follow your lines.
Because I'm going to follow my lines.
I'm using my ruler for that, that's mad.
I know.
It's brilliant. Genius. I'll put top tips from Suzie.
Just whiz down the other way. Forgot to cut that bit. Where's my skizzers?
There are some white ones in the little
the
pot.
There? In the pot.
Just there.
They'll do, yeah. They're fine. I was all efficient and put mine away because I thought, oh, I don't need those in this. So
which is your favourite colourway then?
I don't know. I mean, I love the tartans.
Yeah,
I really love. I mean, I love the traditional red and green, but the white for me is really
it's lovely, isn't it?
Distinctive as well.
Some fabrics I had at 8 o'clock, some Macau ones, they had lots of whites, and it's that maybe
fresh
colourway. They was very crisp and so kind of traditional but contemporary at the same time.
Absolutely,
the white, isn't it?
But it also brightens the room because Christmas tends to be quite dark because we like our lights on our trees and all the rest of it. And also that it's short days anyway.
Short days. Well, I always put
So-
my lights in my kitchen up in November. One of my friends lived in
Mine are up
Sweden.
all year round.
Well, she said in Scandinavia they put their trees up with lights on in November.
Yes, yeah.
Or just their lights.
Yeah, because isn't it the Festival of Light is in...
I don't know,
in
but I
November,
bet it's
isn't
dark there, isn't it? So I put
Yeah.
mine all up in my kitchen in November, and then it keeps it nice and bright, and keep them up till about March.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have to be Christmas. Much nicer, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is woven. Wow.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's woven tartan. The tartan is woven on one side, and the gold is woven, but then it is overprint. So it's woven, so you get it's like double-sided.
Yeah.
Even the gold is woven, but the stars are then printed on the other side.
So you could use either side if you wanted to.
But it's only stars on one side.
Yeah, but if you didn't want the stars, you could
Good
flip
point.
it.
Double side.
Yeah.
Two fabrics in one. Just had to undo that
Yeah.
and have a look.
I know, it's gorgeous, isn't it?
Now
Yeah,
I'm
they
gonna have to put it
didn't
all back
send me
together.
that one, which was a shame. So
Love this one.
obviously you'd go on and make these, and you can see that you get a half square triangle, but it's a half with two halves, whatever you call them. I didn't know what to call them, but that's what you
Yes.
get, which is really cool.
I don't know.
No, I've looked
Half and 2/4.
half and a bit.
Well, they call them.
They're-
But it's
yeah.
not that, is it? It's a 1/2 and 2/4.
I don't know what
Sounds
it
a
is,
bit of a
but
mouthful, that, doesn't
whatever.
it?
We now need to chop this down to 2.5-inch squares. So this is where your mini Stripology squared is an absolute godsend, because it's got all the markings for you. So like with the Stripology XL and the Stripology squared, you've got your hashed diagonal. You've also got your thick white line, so you know where your middle is. So that you follow the diagonals along your seams, middle goes in the middle, and then you're going to cut up your 2.5 inches. So that bit's the waist. Then you swizzle it 90 degrees and you realign again, but this time you're going to align that line, the side you've cut on the 2.5-inch line, top and bottom. And then again we're going to cut up either side, whoops, and try not to move. There you go. So I now have got a perfect 2.5-inch square, and you're going to do that for all of them. Now, funnily enough, this is what I've just prepared earlier. Now you'll find, because of the pattern, you actually need to make all of them in order to make the 4 blocks, because one set will make you 2 units.
Yes.
Because
of the colours.
of the way, because you're only got half in one position, you need to use it.
Yeah, yeah.
It will make sense when you do it. So you're making 2 at a time, in other words. So I'm going to make sure these are all pressed flat, because we're now going to assemble. And then you're going to do that half square triangle process for the same whites or creams or whatever you've used to do these bits. You will make a 4-at-1 half square triangle set block as well. So you'll take 2 of them, put them right sides together, go around the edge, cut them through the diagonals, and then trim them up. So these are mine that I've done around the edge. So I'll cut those diagonally, trim them up to 2.5-inch squares. So then we can start laying out our block.
So you kind of just production line it then.
It is.
You get everything, all of one sort of thing, and all the nether, and then join them all together.
So I always lay my block out in front of me before I start stitching anything together. I just find it easier to have it laid out so I can just whiz round. And this is going to do my head in, I know.
It's quite nice as well, though, to see it, isn't it?
Yeah,
as well, when you
absolutely.
see it, like it all coming together.
Yeah, but it makes it easier then to visualise everything, doesn't it? Or you can then have an opportunity to change things. You've got your background squares go in the corner, so I need 4 of those, obviously, because this does have 4 corners. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then these ones you place so that they line up with the half squares next to them. So you're creating a pinwheel, but your double check is that the fabrics all align.
So that you get that kind of diamondy thing. Oh, it's lovely in the white.
Looks really cool,
I
doesn't
like
it?
that.
Really
Yeah,
pretty.
really like that.
Really pretty. So you're then going to piece this together. Just stitch them right sides together. You're going to put your row together, and the great thing is there's very little seam matching.
Fantastic. Love a bit of no seam matching.
The seam matching tends to be on the rows. So you'll do each row, press the rows in alternate directions, so left for odd ones, right for even ones, or vice versa, and then you stitch your rows together and then give it a really good press. Now I will warn you, by the time you come to join this middle row, the centre is really bulky, so the better you press at each stage, the better your result will be, and the easier you will get it through your machine.
Right.
If your needle doesn't like it and it starts to, you know, just say forget it, I'm not going any further, and just go up and down and nothing moves, stop, raise the needle, move the fabric on fractionally and reverse stitch over that point. Don't try and push it through, because all you'll do is gather up more fabric underneath and it will snag, and you'll be really disappointed with the result, and then your unpicker will become your best friend for the next half an hour. So the best thing to do is to just do it slowly, press it to death basically, and then you'll get an easy pass through.
Okay.
Now I'm not going to bore everybody by saying all this together, because I can then show you the next block if you like.
Yeah, so that's your sort of little poinsettia block.
So you'll do 4 of those. So let's put that together. And then I can pin that so I know that's one block ready to go. So they're all my pieces. So the next block is like a log cabin. This is what we're aiming at. And again, I think that looks really pretty.
It does, it's like a spiky log cabin.
It is. So
but it looks petally.
Yeah, I chose to use the holly rather than the additional green we give you in the kit.
Right.
Because I quite like keeping with the cream theme.
Yeah, no, it's nice,
and
isn't it?
With that nod of green in the holly.
But you can see from that how it would work well in pastels as well,
Oh,
wouldn't
absolutely.
it? And autumn colours,
Yeah.
like maple leaf sort of thing.
I mean, I think for round spring, Easter time, if you did this in a pale green, and then this is almost like a daffodil.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Or do it all in yellow.
Yellows and oranges.
Yeah, would look
gorgeous,
just
wouldn't
like
it?
a daffodil.
But like maple leaves and lovely autumn tones.
So again, this is one where as you cut, you label your pieces, and I've even got them stacked in order as well, because I'm that sad. But I find organisation makes life so much easier. So let's lay this one out and then we can piece it together. So we've got a big square. We have one, then we've got a red and a little square. We've got a red rectangle and a holly square rectangle. And you can see I've cut all my pieces for the whole thing, so that goes next. Then we've got this, and the reason I'm going to lay it all out is because then we can chain piece. I love a project where you can chain piece, because it suddenly it seems to be forever for cutting, and then all of a sudden
it's so quick, isn't it? You just go
absolutely.
It's brilliant. Then all these little things join together.
Yeah, and you don't get yourself in a pickle. Let's.
A few people have asked, can we get the instructions on their own?
I think they are available on their own, aren't they?
And we have got a few, but not many. Not many. So if you want the instructions on, we do have a few. $9.99. There we go. There are the instructions on their own. $9.99. 8-page booklet. Just saying. Lots of pictures. Lots of pictures. Diagrams. Look, it's all there. There's even pictures of the layout, and there's a notes page you could work out your own layout then. But remember, you know, once you've got the instructions or you've got the kit, these will work with other colourways as well. I mean, they'd work well with pastels. Think monochrome.
Yeah.
Really lovely
Oh,
in
black
blacks
and white
whites.
would look amazing.
But I think it would
sepia
look
tones.
really good in just shades of white.
Yeah.
Really into that at the moment.
Yeah.
Blues and whites.
Yeah.
So
And
once you've got the instructions.
the diagram on the front is one of the alternatives for the piece as well. So I've shown you can have your borders in different colours if you wanted
So
to.
the basics are here. You can follow it exactly, or you can just go off and create your own colourways.
Yeah, I'd always go off piece.
And if you could share them with Suzie, there's her Facebook address on the back.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Because she would like you to share your colourways with her, obviously.
Or any projects you do. So with all the little squares that you cut, you're going to mark the diagonal. Again, if you don't want to mark the diagonal, it's entirely up to you, but I like a line to follow, so I mark the diagonal on absolutely everything. I use just the friction heat erasable marker. You can use your add a quarter ruler, you can use your quilting ruler, but mark the diagonals. So we've laid them out. This is roughly how they're going to be. Now it is important which orientation each piece is and which end of each piece the snowball bit goes. So do have the diagram in front of you. Now bear in mind I've made a few of these now. Even I get it wrong. So you do have to be careful. So if we start at the very beginning, a
very good place to start.
It is. So we've got our square, and the first rectangle you're going to join, you want the square to go from top left to bottom right on the diagonal on the right hand side of the piece. So that's the first one we're going to join. Now I always find it useful to clip or pin just to hold them when I'm chain piecing, because then I can just run them through. I haven't got to realign every time. So that's the first one we're going to do. The next one we're going to do is a bit odd because it's two rectangles the same size, so you're going to think, well, how am I going to snowball that? What you need to do is place the plain one so that where I'll show you how I marked it actually. That would be a good way to start, wouldn't it, really? Because it's not as straightforward.
Okay, Suzie, how did you mark it then?
How did I mark this one, Rebecca? I don't know. How did I mark this one? So I get my ruler, your friction pen. You want a 45-degree angle, and you place your 45 on your side of your rectangle. I think I said the left side. Did I say the left side? Yeah, I did. I'm sure I did. I'm just double checking before I go and do it. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, look at that, I did. And you're then going to draw in along the edge of the ruler. So 45 degrees running on the straight side. I can then draw in a diagonal. So it should come about halfway.
Okay.
Yeah? So that is what you're going to use, because obviously you don't want to do a diagonal across a rectangle because it doesn't give you a square. Then what you do is you place these right sides together so that your diagonal seam runs top left to bottom right again. But it's going to look odd. It'll look like a right angle. But don't panic, because
trust in the process.
Absolutely.
Trust in the process.
Yeah.
Susie's made this wrong many times to know how to make it right.
You never know.
That's what I always say. I always think.
Yeah.
I've made this loads of times wrong.
Yes, indeed. Believe me, yeah. I've just sewn this particular piece. I have sewn 3 times in the green room just now.
Oh,
2 incorrectly and 1 correctly.
That's quite annoying, isn't it?
Yeah.
There you go. Trust the process.
Yeah,
it works.
And I had because I thought, oh yeah, that goes like that, and then got it completely wrong. So this piece needs to come flip down on that corner. So again, top left to bottom right. So we'll pin that one. Well, I clip rather than pin. Whoops, not that one. Just want a normal clip. Then the next piece, this, when you're on the right hand side of the block, they want to fold back towards the top corner. So again, top left to bottom right. but on the right hand side. This one does the opposite, so we're going that way down to there. Just flip it and turn just to make sure each time, because then you won't get it wrong.
Okay.
Well, you might, but there's less of a chance.
But if you just double check it and,
Yeah.
pin or clip it, then
Exactly.
it helps.
Yeah, there's a diagram in the book, and I have given you a diagram of that 90-degree one as well. So now all I'm going to do is stitch along those lines for all of these, and then we can assemble the block, because this is getting it lined up is the longest process. And you can chain piece as well. Just watch as you go through with that point that it isn't snagging into your feed dogs. Okay. We're almost there. Oh, forget this one doesn't lift.
and now you've got a little row of flags.
So yeah, which is awesome. You've got instant bunting if you don't want to do any more. But what I also do is chain piece in a block like this, and then I can just take them off the machine, do the next one, but keep them together.
So you know which is which.
But then if I have to walk away, I know I've got blocks together. I haven't got to re-sort everything.
Okay.
That's how I work, but you know, everyone works differently. So now all we're going to do is cut down. So again, you can use your add a quarter here. Put that along the diagonal and just cut that, trim that corner off. And these you can either throw, or you can do a 1/4 inch seam, open them out. You've got tiny little squares.
True. Just little babies.
I don't know why when I say tiny, go tiny, but you do. I always do. I go
Tiny
little,
baby.
tiny
Yeah, you have to put
little
that voice on.
squares.
It's like the way you speak to a dog, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Why?
Yeah, I don't know. I speak to my dog like that.
No, I don't tend to, because ours is a big dog.
Really? Oh
Yeah.
no, I just talk to my
Seriously,
dog like
yeah.
just like that.
Bless
Little
him.
face. She's got a little nose, and you have to kiss her. Oh, I love kissing the dog.
Yeah. We have one very tired dog today.
What do you say, Hannah? I'm going to squash your little face.
Squish. Yes, squish. Right, so now we're going to press all of those back on themselves to reform a rectangle. So remember, always set your seam first, because it just realigns all the threads and gets rid of your friction pen marking at the same time.
So this is creating like the spiky petals.
It is, yeah. Yeah. I'll turn the sauna off. Don't need the sauna. The steam on this iron is just phenomenal.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
And the fact you can vertically steam means you can steam your curtains, you can steam a quilt when it's hanging. It's just
I like the way it
amazing.
heats up so fast. I'm so impatient.
Oh,
Ridiculously impatient.
yeah, ditto.
And it just goes.
So again, I realign everything so I know that it's all correct, because this is the stage you want to recorrect it, not when you start sewing. And then you're just going to place them right sides together and stitch it all together. Do you want me to carry on doing that while you recap, or do you want to follow me?
Yeah, why not? You do that and I'll go back through the kits, and then we can show at the end.
Yeah.
So the kit that Suzie is using is the one that has red, meat of red as the background fabric. It then has green as your little additional freebie bonus fabric. well, bonus really. And then you get a 5 fat quarters of white fabric that has gold on it. Some has holly, some has gold stars, some has a gold starry spray, but it's all these sort of hollies and whites, all metallic. All the gold is metallic as well. And you get the 8-page booklet of instructions. So remember, you can make this into 4 cushion covers, you can make it into a table centre, you can make it into a wall hanging, you get all sorts of things. You can join them all together and make them into a runner, and there is the extra fabric in the kit so that you can put binding in a different colour as well. $29.99, so many different options and alternatives. Once you've got the kit, you've got the instructions, and they work so well in other fabrics, whether it's spring or autumn or monochrome. So that's that colourway. The colourway this way, that's that colourway. So this has got a green background, and it is that one.
Yes.
So you've got the, oh, I've got the wrong one. Oh, have I mixed them up? Baby, I've mixed them. Oh no, it has got the green background. Yeah. No, I was right. There's me doubting myself. So you get a metre of the green background, half a metre of the red, that's kind of your extra bonus fabric, and then you get the 5 fat quarters. They're all red backgrounds, all gold metallic. You've got one with scrolls and swirls, one with ivy, one with stars, and one with like a splatter on it, and another one with holly. So that's all your sort of red background with gold metallic. So that's that bundle. We also have some instructions on their own left. $9.99 for just the instructions. Also, the add a quarter ruler, which I've now discovered how wonderful it is, and I've got one. So there's a bundle where you get the larger one and the smaller one. $24.99. So basically, the way it works is that the 1/4 inch section is slightly raised, really good for trimming off 1/4 inch of something, or adding on, or using for marking. I use mine a lot for it, FPP. Brilliant for this when you need to trim things, or you need to add that quarters when you're sewing like half square triangles or flying geese, anything like that. Absolutely brilliant. Nice to have both of them, to be honest.
It's good for EPP as well, especially the little one.
Oh, for drawing the fabric.
For cutting round your template, just 1/4 inch bigger. If you
yeah,
only
so
want
if you put your
1/4 inch.
template on your fabric for EPP,
Yeah.
put the 1/4 inch ruler, because you use it with the rotary cutter, you see, or a pencil, but you can use it with the rotary cutter. You can then cut your fabric bigger than your templates. It's one of those tools that you discover as you go along, all the extra things that you can do with it. Yeah. So that's 2 different sizes, $24.99. If you want them singly, we have them as well singly. The large one, that's the one I've got, $17.99 on its own. It's 12 inches long, they're all 2 inches wide. Really, really very useful thing, because they are an accurate 1/4 inch, and it's the edge is slightly raised, so it's so much. It's just quicker. It makes it quicker and more accurate. That's what it's all about. And finally, the baby one, 2 by 6 inches. See, that's $12.99. So the big one is $17.99, the small one is $12.99, and the multi-pack is $24.99. So guess what? Kind of worth getting the multi-pack. Oh yes, just let you know, if you missed out, because we've had a couple of messages about them, the bags that we sold out of on Saturday are back in stock. The kits for them, not the bags. These are mine. Beach huts. You get everything in the kit. You get the panel and the instructions to make the beach hut bag with matching purse. They are fully lined as well. Less than 20 of the beach hut left. Then we have hot air balloons. Again, you get everything on the panel and full instructions to make the hot air balloon bag and the matching purse, and there are less than 20 of these. They're fully lined with pockets. And then finally, swallows in the air with the orange handles. Orange handles, orange lining with a swallow lining and matching purse. And again, There we go. $19.99. You get full instructions and the printed panel. It's cut and sew. So all you have to do, no templates, no measurements, just cut around the edges, sew it all together. And they are exclusive to Sewing Street. There we go. So if you missed them earlier, they're there. They're on the website for you to get now. Right, Susie, how are you getting on?
I've finished that one and I'm halfway through the other one now.
Wow. That's very impressive.
So, yeah, so that's our finished one.
Let's see. Oh, I like that one. Do you know, I think this might be my
really
favourite
pretty.
one.
Yeah, it's really
I mean, I
pretty.
do like the tartan one because I like the woven fabric.
So for the pattern, you'll have, let me quickly lay these out in the right order so that you can see the two alongside each other. Obviously, I've sewn that one together so it's a bit out of kilt, but at least you'll get an idea of what's what. Let's quickly position this for you, just so you can see the two alongside each other, because I think it always helps. We're a very visual society, so I think it certainly helps me anyway when I see things. What have I done wrong? No, that's right. There you go. So that's how that block will eventually look. Put those two bits together, cornerstones in, and then if we run these alongside, so you're going to have one going there, and then if you bring this one, will go underneath. That's going to look really festive, isn't it? And then you'll have another one of these.
Yeah,
here.
I really like that. I think that's a lovely
Really
colourway. And I like
pretty.
the white, it's very fresh, isn't it?
Especially, as you said, if you've got a dark green tablecloth or a white tablecloth, this is really going to look.
Yeah, it would look lovely, wouldn't it?
Really pretty.
But as well, like you say, cushions. So, I mean, for $29.99, you've got full cushions.
Absolutely, full big cushions as
big,
well.
Yeah, that's true. Well, how big is the finished square?
It's about
of
44 inches.
Oh,
a finished square will be, what are they? They come down to 8.5, so that will be 16-inch square. So so if you put a small border on, you can put an 8.5 inch.
Oh, that'll be really
cushion
nice.
in, which is a standard cushion size, really, isn't it? Which is perfect, isn't it?
Fantastic. Well, thanks, Susie. That was brilliant. I've loved that.
Good.
Christmas in August in style.
I know, it's just ridiculous.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? I know, but you've got to start making, haven't you? How many times do we get to the beginning of December and then say, oh, we should have started earlier?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And it gives you time as well to have a play with things and go, oh, actually, I might make that for that person or whatever.
Or theme your Christmas.
Or theme your
if
Christmas,
you're,
indeed.
Like me, where you like everything to be matching.
Yes.
Now is the time to start.
Now's the time to go matchy-matchy.
Not on the 30th of November, which is when I usually start making the 140 Christmas cards I need to send
we're
out.
going to be ahead this year. So when will you be back with us?
I'm actually back next week.
No way.
I know, I've got a huge amount of work to do before then. Have you? So I'm back on the 1st of September.
Gosh, when is that? That's Wednesday, isn't it?
No, please don't tell me that. Please tell me it's Thursday.
It is. There are 31 days in August. You're absolutely right.
No, it is Thursday. The next 7 days out by the minute.
No, it is. You're right. Yeah. No, it is the.
So I'm bringing you another new quilt.
Wow.
That's why I'm.
So that's why you need to get home and get the legs cut off your table.
Off my table, because that, or I'm just going to be wearing 4-inch high heels.
10 doormats. That one or the other. That's brilliant. Well, thank you for joining me for this app. I'm going to be back with you with Yarn Lane in a couple of minutes. We are launching the 2022 Christmas Crochet Along. Last year we did it, we sold out very, very quickly. If you go onto sewingstreet.com, it has been flying out already. You need to get it checked out. Sam's going to be on air in a couple of minutes time explaining how it works, what you get. It's the most incredible value for money and you are going to love the design. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes time.
Hi, I'm Sam from Adventures in Crafting. I'm a craft and crochet teacher based in Tring in Hertfordshire. Since lockdown, I've moved all of my classes onto Zoom, so I now have customers from all over the country. I teach lots of crafts, but crochet is my specialism. I became passionate about crochet when I was pregnant with my 4th child and in desperate need of some me time. Crochet became my sanctuary and I've crocheted every day since then. I'm a qualified teacher and 8 years ago I began teaching crochet. I love sharing my passion with other people. I design patterns, sell kits and teach lots of classes. My classes range from beginners to next steps, specific makes and clubs. I also like to design crochet alongs. My most recent one was my autumn granny square crochet along, which resulted in me designing this allotment jumper, which I love to wear when I'm out gardening and looking after my chickens. My crochet tip for you is to enjoy it. Crochet should be about taking part in a hobby that brings you pleasure. My claim to fame is that I met Kirsty Allsop at the Handmade Fair and I gave her one of my crochet sunflower brooches. I'm so excited to be taking part in Yarn Lane and I hope you'll enjoy my demonstrations.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Morning, welcome to Yarn, was it afternoon? I don't know. Morning, afternoon, morning/afternoon. Welcome to Yarn Lane and very, very excited. It's the 2022 Christmas Crochet Along. Different this year though, more exciting. Different to it than we did it before. So Sam Sabido has very kindly agreed to design it this year. Hooray! Okay. So which means I'm definitely going to make it. It's going to be great. I'm going to show you first what you get. So there's the price, £57.99. That's it. That's all you have to pay for the whole blanket. Now it's a big blanket as well. It's 150 by 100 centimetres. It's like single bed size, isn't it?
That's what I was aiming for, single
Were
bed
you?
size, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's like, I'm not showing her yet because she's got the blanket behind us. Oh, I'm not sorry. Sorry, Hannah. Don't spook the Sam yet. It's single bed size. She is here, it's just she's got the blanket hanging behind her. Or it's lie under the sofa and really have a lovely go to sleep in front of the Christmas TV. So this is what you get in your kit. Then we will talk about the details, how it works. Some of it is a secret, some of it is not. So with lots of secrets. We've got the first 4 weeks to show you, but I'm going to show what you get first. So £57.99, this is all the instructions. It's a 10-week crochet long. Wow, 10 weeks worth of instructions and all this yarn for only £57.99. It's amazing. Oh, and you get a bag. Yeah, when I did mine last year, they got a box. You get a bag this year. Nice bag as well, because it's printed Christmas crochet long. Look, it's got a tree. A tree with balls of yarn on it. Look. There you go. You even get your special bag. So we get all of this yarn. We have got, they always have nice names, cranberry, wine, getting it out. Oh, I like this colour. Forest. It's getting even Christmas here, isn't it? I'm going to save the pretty ones till last. Forest, parsley, bottle. So there's all your greens and reds. Then you get white. You have to have white, don't you? Then you get silver. There's my little Christmas. I've almost made a Christmas. I'd like to say I made a Christmas tree. Third of the stock is gone, everyone. Third of the stock. We've been on air for a couple of minutes. Third of the stock, so you need to get it in your basket. I almost made a Christmas tree then. And then, look, you get 2 sparkly ones. Glitz. This is all double knitting. So you get silver glitz and you get white glitz. Diamond white even. This is everything that you need to make the whole blanket. So you haven't got to go and get anything else. It's all in here. And then in the kit is the little booklet that tells you, and I'm not going to tell you because you've got to buy the kit, that you have a special code. Every one is individually hand numbered by Sam with the special access code. I'll talk to Sam in a minute about how you do that and how you get onto it. But once you've got your kit, you will get your special own code. Now there'll be a Facebook group like before, like we had with the last one, but this time the instructions will be emailed to you every week. So don't worry if you haven't got Facebook, they will be emailed to you each week. But the Facebook group will be there to help you along for all the videos, all the tutorials and everything else. So £57.99, when they're gone, they're gone. That's it. There is a limited number of these crochet longs that we're going to do. So you need to be in it now to win it. Because the reason that we're doing it now is that the crochet long starts on Monday, September the 12th. So that means that you will have your bag bursting full of glorious yarn ready for the Monday morning when Sam sends out the first set of instructions. Okay, there will be video tutorials, there will be help. This is brilliant. If you're a complete beginner and I really would love to make a Christmas blanket, this is ideal because not only will Sam be helping you along, you've got everybody else in the Facebook group. You can ask them questions as well. It's a lovely community, really nice. Right, half of the stock is now gone, so please don't miss out. Now, last year, so just if you remember last year, it was all a complete surprise. With Sam's blanket, she's going to show us, this is why I haven't gone over yet, the first 4 weeks. But obviously the blanket is way bigger than that. She's got the first 4 weeks hanging up behind her, so you can get a little sneak peek. And after that, it's all going to be a surprise. Okay. So, morning, Sam.
Morning.
Welcome. So there you are with your first 4 weeks.
Here I am. Let me step to the side. Yeah, so it's the first 4 weeks. This is, the sample made up to 4 weeks.
Okay, so well, first of all, was it fun to do?
It's really fun.
Was it?
And I've got 2 friends pattern testing it and they're also loving it. So I'll show you what they're doing at the moment in a minute. But it's really fun. It builds up in stages. Obviously, with it being the 10-week crochet along, so you get... Starting on September the 12th, you'll get the first week sent to you as an email PDF, and that's these Christmas roses.
Nice.
So that's all week one.
That's week 1.
Yeah, so here we go. This is my friend Debs is making this one for me. So this is what you'll do on week 1.
Oh, I love that.
So lovely. So
that's
I'm
nice.
Really loving this. And then
all the yarns there.
Yeah, all the yarns. So 10-week crochet along. When I write my patterns for the crochet alongs, you'll get your PDF, but every single round you'll have a link to a video tutorial.
So really, if
it's
you are
really
a beginner,
detailed, and I will talk you through every step of it. So I've done crochet alongs in the past, obviously not with Yarn Lane, and that's how I've run them. So anyone that's done them with me in the past, it's exactly the same.
And I guess
format.
you've learned from that what works, what doesn't,
exactly.
what people want.
Exactly. So yeah, that's
Probably not what they don't want, but what they do want.
Yeah, that's right. So one of the things that's really nice about this is that where it's built up, I'm doing sort of motifs and squares and things as we go along, you could pick out any aspect of this and do something different with it. So I'm already thinking about this bit being a jumper. So
oh yes,
and that, you know, I'll be throwing things like that in as we go along. We'll see what happens. But wouldn't that be great?
Oh, so do you think you'll be putting a few little
I was thinking this morning, I'm not promising anything, but
but
there might be the odd bit where I throw in oh, you could do this with it, and an additional little
would
thing.
Love that as a Christmas jumper.
Or even you could make some matching cushions with this panel. So you know, it's supposed to be a really versatile design, so that you can have a lot of fun with it as you go along, and that's why I want to do these different elements.
Beginner, this is achievable.
It is. There's lots of different stitches. It's a really good way of really throwing yourself into crochet, because there's so many different techniques and stitches involved in it. It's a bit like doing a sampler quilt or something, I should imagine, in sewing.
Yes, it is. You learn different things.
Because I talk you through every step. You've got your videos.
Half the stock is gone. Half the stock's gone. Quick.
And then I will do some Facebook Lives as well. I haven't planned those in yet, but you'll be emailed about those. So if you've got any questions or anything, you can get in touch with me and I can address them then.
So it finishes on what's
14th of November. Okay. So you've got your 10 weeks. Each pass of the pattern every week will be emailed to you as a PDF with all the video tutorials. Really active crochet group. Facebook group.
So
crochet
you can ask
Facebook
them
group.
questions as well, or you can share where you're
exactly, and you'll find loads of support. So, and then it will finish on November the 14th, but that will give you lots of time. So often people do find they don't manage to keep up, and that's perfectly fine and normal, and I myself have been in that position. So I timed it so that you'll finish on November the 14th, and if you then need another few weeks to finish off and catch up, you've got plenty of time.
Yeah, that's true.
So you've got a good month and a half before Christmas, so
there's a question.
Can get caught up.
Hi Sam and Rebecca, why is your Cal an age-related purchase? Yeah, sorry.
Oh.
Oh, okay. It's because when you check out, no, it's not because it's not because they actually want to know or you get anything sharp. It's because of them sharing details. Because your email will be given to Sam to send it out to you. We have to make sure that you're. Yeah, it's not about your age, but it's to do with us being able to give Sam your email address. There we go.
Oh, interesting.
What's that? Yes, all right. Okay, Jane, we're there. What size crochet?
4mm or whatever you normally use for double knit. So whatever you're comfortable with using for double knit.
We have got the 4mm. If you want your 4mm crochet.
For most people, that's 4mm. It might be you normally go up or down.
Yeah, but if you're a super tight or a super loose.
Yeah. Exactly, but because you're making all of the components, it'll be fine, whatever tension you have.
Actually, yeah, it does, doesn't it?
It doesn't matter. It might come out slightly smaller if your tension's quite tight, and if that's a concern, then you can just go up a hook size. But what I'll do is, when I do my videos and everything, I'll include measurements for how mine is coming out, so you can measure yours as you go along and compare it and decide whether you need to go up or down a hook size.
Yeah, so if you want to, but I mean, 4mm is what
most
Sam
likely is
works
4mm.
On, but you can change that.
Yeah.
So, when you buy the kit, obviously people are checked out already. We'll ask you about your age, and that's to do with the emails will then be sent to you.
In your kit, you get this little brochure, which has got all of everything you need to know at this stage. So all the details about how long it lasts, what week it starts on, when it finishes, where you can find more information. And then it says, I've got to put my glasses on, what do you need to do now? And it says, all you need to do is email me. So actually the email will come from you. So if you can email me at sam@adventuresincrafting.co.uk, and you'll have, it says, quoting your unique access code. So under here, written by my lovely mum, you will have an access code.
Did she write
my mum
sat and wrote them all. Written these numbers.
So all you need to do is when you receive the kit, read through this, and then you've got my email address, send me an email with your code in so I know that you've bought the kit, and then I will email you back with a welcome email explaining even more information. And then it's a matter of joining the Facebook group, making sure you know what's going on, and then starting. The first week would be Monday, September the 12th. I will have the pattern emailed in your inbox by 9 o'clock that morning. And then also, it says on here, I have a website which probably lots of you have seen, adventuresincrafting.co.uk. And if you have bought something from me in the past, you'll know already, if you bought directly from me, you will have your own account on there called My Adventure. And if you go into that, so you go to my website, you click My Adventure, any patterns you've bought from me in the past are listed there.
Oh, a bit like when you buy things on Etsy.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a library within my website.
Yeah.
And so on there, I will also set, if you're new to me, if you haven't got an account already, I'll set you up an account on there.
Okay.
And that means that all of the PDFs, all of the videos will all be in one place.
Oh, right, okay.
So that's another way. There's two ways of accessing it. You've got the email that I will send you every week, but also you can go directly into your My Adventure account.
Brilliant.
And it will be in there. And that's a really easy, nice way of doing it because all of the tutorials and everything will all be in one place. So
fantastic.
Really easy to find. And then there's a Facebook group, which is the Adventures in Crafting Crochet Along group, and you can join that now if you want to. And it's one of the best things about a Crochet Along is the sense of community.
Oh, it is. It is wonderful, and everyone's so encouraging, aren't
exactly.
they?
And you know, even if I'm really active on Facebook, but even if I'm not there immediately, someone else will answer any question you have,
which is brilliant.
It's great,
and it's just really encouraging. People say, "Oh, I've really had a difficult week. I haven't been able to
exactly.
do it." Go,
don't worry, catch up next week. Yeah, it's lovely. I think that's the highlight of doing Crochet Along is that sense of community.
But also, you get people who are at the same level of you, whether you're beginner,
exactly.
So you'll always get someone who will really understand what you're going through.
Definitely. Yeah.
And the best way to learn to crochet is just to do it.
Yeah.
So many people say to me, "I wish I could crochet." I went, "Well, you have to start."
Yeah, exactly.
Can't just wish.
And this is really going to be handheld. I'm going to be all these broken down tutorials at every step of the way along the way.
So if you've got a friend or a daughter or a granddaughter or a niece or a nephew or a neighbour or something that's always going on to you, but I want to learn to crochet, get them this kit. They will get it sent to them. They've got the information, they can do it, and then by Christmas they will have learned. They'll stop nagging you all the time.
I think when I've done crochet alongs in the past, they are such a good way to start crochet, especially, you've got 10 weeks, it's like as I say, you're learning all the stitches in a sampler type way.
So the instructions, everything in the kit is everything you need. All of this yarn is all you need to make this. It's a single bed size, 150 by 100 centimetres. The one that's on the wall behind Sam is just the first 4 weeks. We can't show you the whole thing because it's supposed to be a surprise.
So one of the elements of fun about crochet along, isn't it? Waiting to see what comes next.
You want to know, but this gives you a taste. You know what the colours are. They're gorgeous. I think it's this green. It's this
forest.
Green.
I love that green. It's my favourite.
Yeah. I'm a bit of a sucker for 1930s. It feels vintage, doesn't it?
I was looking at vintage colour palettes for Christmas when I chose the colours. So,
and then what happens when you get your pack home? It will tell you how to. You email Sam, and then she will send you the information. You email Sam. You've got a special code on your instructions. She will email you the information, and your instructions will be emailed to you. You don't need to have Facebook to. If you've got Facebook, brilliant, because you get to be part of the group. But you don't need it.
Yeah,
okay.
That's it.
Any questions at all, just message us and we will be able to answer you. So, what are you going to show us
then?
So
just to say that, as I said, each week you'll be building up an additional part of it, and I've tried to keep it along obviously it's a Christmas theme, but along a theme of a kind of stylised Christmas shape. So for the week 1, you've got your Christmas roses, your hellebores, and then week 2 we're going to put some granny stripe on, and we're going to start to shape it into a rectangle. So this is Terry Ann's made this sample.
So do you know how long it will take each week? Is that a rubbish question?
No, it's good. It's something I take into account when I'm planning it. I mean, it will depend on your ability level. Yeah. Someone who's experienced with crochet, probably a couple of hours. Someone who's just learning, maybe 4 or 5.
Okay, so it's quite
I'm looking for it to be achievable.
Right.
So we'll be doing it in small steps. And as I say, each week we'll bring in a new component, and it will be shaped into a rectangular shape. So although week 1 we're starting with obviously a square, that will be then shaped up into a rectangle as we go along gradually. And then as we go along, you see I've got some holly type shapes here. We've got some snowflakes coming, a chance to use your sparkly yarn, but I've kept them not more shapes than actual Christmas items, because I thought you might want to try this again with spring colours or summer colours or something. So once you've made it once, you could then make it again in different colours, and you've got all those lovely shapes to play with.
Okay.
And I will give you a colour order, which is the same as mine, but you can play about with colours. You've got plenty of yarn in your kit.
Oh,
so
I see.
if you think actually, you know, where I've got the white here, which I love because it really pops out, but you might want to put red in instead. So you can play about however you want to with the colours.
Well, I guess also if you've got any other double knit,
well, yes,
you could add some
pop
of your
something
own.
else in. Yeah, absolutely.
Really want to?
Yeah, quite. Yeah, it sounds good.
Over half the stock is gone. You need to be, once it's gone, that's it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
I know, and we did have people last year wanted to join up and couldn't, so you do need to get checked out, as long as you leave one for me.
Okay, so shall I do some demonstrating?
Start.
So what I thought I would do today is just demonstrate the first few rounds of week 1.
Right.
And that way, whilst you're waiting for your kit to arrive, you can have a little play about with your own yarn and practice, so you're ready. And it just gives you an idea of some of the skills that we'll be using. And then if I have time, I'll show you some things like sewing in and joining, because that's something we'll be using a lot as well. So for this is these lovely Christmas roses that you start with. So for the centre of it, you're going to chain 6. So I'm going to go right back here and go slowly through starting, because I know there are people that are beginners to crochet that are wanting to try this. So you're going to start with a slip knot, and there's plenty of ways of making a slip knot, but the way I do it is I just make a loop on my hand. So I've got the tail in the palm of my hand, and I loop the yarn over the top of it, put my hook through from the front, grab this piece of yarn that's over my fingers and pull it through to the front, and then just grab onto the ends and pull it so it tightens up. So that's my way of doing it. There's loads of different ways, but if you're brand new to crochet, thinking this is a good chance to get yourself started with it, you can watch that back. And then you're just going to pull the ball end of the yarn so it tightens up slightly. So you've got a loop on your hook. But the key thing with crochet, if you're a knitter, is that this loop on your hook needs to be a bit looser than you would expect. So your hook needs to easily slide through it. So with knitting, there's a tendency, people that have been knitting that are starting crochet tend to pull things a bit tight. So if you're brand new to it, make sure you keep that loop on your hook loose. So you want a couple of millimetres underneath your hook. And then you're going to, I wrap the yarn around my hands like this, around my little finger over my next. Twist your hand so that your thumb, which is currently pointing up, is now pointing down, and just push back on this piece of yarn, either with your middle finger or your first finger, depending on what's more comfortable. And that's just, again, that's just the way I do it. There's lots of ways of doing it, but if you're brand new, it gives you a starting point. And then where you've got the tail, hold that with your thumb and your other finger as close as you can get to the knot to give you control over it. And then to start off with this Christmas rose, you're going to do a chain of 6. So pop your hook underneath the yarn, half a twist, and pull that loop through the loop on your hook. And then slightly up in the air, so you've got a bit more space again, ready to work. And again, so that's 1 chain made. Again, hook under, half a turn, pull it through, that's 2. And always move your finger and thumb, that holding it up as close to underneath the hook as you can to give you that control. And again, half a turn, put it through. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6. I just wanted to go right back to the beginning because I know lots of people have messaged me saying that they're new to crochet and they like the look of this project. So hopefully it will help them get started.
And do you know, even if you are experienced, it's really good watching from the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. I just remember there's so many ways of doing it though, so this is just my way.
Susan says, looking forward to this year, says it's totally different to last year's. Absolutely, Susan. I made clearly the whole of last year's. I'm going to definitely do this year.
I also thought it was a nice next step on because last year's was granny squares, wasn't it, as far as I saw.
With motifs on.
But
and this is kind of, I mean, although it's good for a beginner, it is the next step on,
It's a good next step if you've done last year's.
I can't wait. I've been doing granny squares all summer. I have lots of yarn so I can use the pattern for a scrappy one too.
Oh, brilliant. Great, Kat. That's exactly what I was hoping people would do.
If you wanted to buy this as a gift for that person who keeps moaning to you because they want you to teach them to crochet, but also what a lovely Christmas present. Get it now, do the whole crochet long, and then it can be a present for somebody.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
The whole thing finished. Wouldn't that make a lovely
it'd be a lovely
present?
gift, wouldn't it? I mean, it's so nice having your blanket that you get out every Christmas.
Well, whether you're young or maybe you've got an elderly relative, what do you buy them?
Yeah, exactly.
You buy them this.
Brilliant idea.
Last Year's
make
Cow
it
was
for
my
them.
first big crochet project, and I love doing it. I can't wait to get this one and get going once I finish my daisy wrap.
Yes, brilliant.
from
That's
Andrea.
my last thing I was on with.
I'm going to start mine when I finish my daisy cardigan. Right,
Well, good.
sorry.
Plenty of time, plenty of time. Okay, so once you've done your chain of 6, you pop your hook underneath your first chain, which if you look back down your chain, it's the one that's right next to your knot. Just under that loop there, and then grab the yarn and pull it through. So this is going to be a slip stitch, so we're going to come through that loop and the one that's on your hook. So through that loop and that one on your hook. So a slip stitch is a joining stitch, so all it's doing is holding it together, and you can see you've got a little circle in the middle there. So we've made a little ring. And then you're going to do a chain of 3 for round 1. So again, those chains we were doing a minute ago. And then you do 15 trebles in the ring. So you're going to work into this ring that you made with your 6th chain. Also, I like to work around the tail because then it helps at the end. You can pull it together and it closes up the hole. So I'm going to do yarn over, go under that chain and around the tail, pull back through, which gives you 3 loops on your hook. So that's how you start a treble. And then you grab the yarn and you come through the first 2, leaving 2 loops, grab the yarn and come through the next 2. So at the moment we've got our chain 3 and that treble we just made. So you're going to repeat that 14 more times, so that in total you've got 16 posts around this ring. So yarn over, into the circle, pull back through, gives you 3 loops on your hook, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. And the same again. So these are called treble crochet stitches, and I always work in UK terms. So if you've seen US terms, it's called a double. And you're just going to work around, repeating that again and again. So yarn over, always working into this centre of the same place, in the centre of this circle here, into the circle, pull the yarn back through, gives you 3 loops on your hook, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. If you lose count, don't worry, because I have now lost count. I'm going to do.
I wasn't even talking to you.
I can't even.
And it's so
estimate
annoying,
it might be about 10. So then all you need to do is go back to the beginning and pull those posts. So your every stitch you make in crochet has a post, which is the tall part here, and a V at the top. So you've got the first one, which is the chain 3, and then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Hooray! Well done.
Keep going till you've got till you've got your.
I know, it's so annoying, isn't it? I was doing mine on the
16.
train yesterday, and I was like, how do I keep forgetting these numbers?
I know, it just takes a minute of distraction, doesn't it? And you might find you run out of space. So in that case, because you're working around this chain, your stitches will move around the circle. So just push them around a bit and make a bit more space for yourself. Don't make the mistake of working over the stitches at the beginning. So just always make sure you've got a bit more space ahead of you. And I remember I'm working around that tail as well, so that's encompassing the tail into here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 2 more, 15, 16. Okay, and then I'm going to do a slip stitch into the third of these first 3 chains I made. So that first chain 3 I did in the air is a pretend treble. It looks a little bit different to the others. So I'm going to find the third one up. So 1, 2, 3, and just push my hook into there, and I'm going to make a slip stitch in there, and that's going to join this circle together. So through there, and then with your slip stitch again, you're just grabbing the yarn and coming back through both loops on your hook. Can be a bit fiddly, so don't worry if it's a bit fiddly, just take your time. Okay, and that's round 1 done. So in order to fasten it up, I'm going to stretch that loop up. And again, there's so many different ways of fastening it off, so don't just do it your way if you've got another way. Just another point, I've been teaching a lot of beginners recently, and they keep saying, fasten off, what does that mean? And basically it's cut it. I don't know why we have such a fancy, sounds much more complicated than it needs to.
Fasten off.
So fasten off, but that's what it will say in a pattern. It basically means cut the yarn. So I will pull up that loop so it's stretched up to about 12 centimetres, 4 inches, and then just cut it at the top there. And then all you need to do is grab the yarn that's still attached to the ball, which is here, and pull that out. So you don't need to do any more slip stitches or any more joins or any knots or anything. That is all that you need to do. And then where I've got this hole here.
I love the look of this. Sorry, though, I missed the final size from Kath. 150 by 100 centimetres. I don't know what that is in inches. 40 by 60.
Sounds about right. Yeah,
yeah,
yes, it would
I think
be, wouldn't
a
it?
metre is 39 inches and 150 is about 60.
But there will be scope to go a bit bigger if you've got yarn left. You can add more at different stages,
yes,
or
but
stop
what's behind
earlier.
Sam is not the finished size.
No, that's almost halfway through, not quite. Week 4, that is. So yeah.
Another one. Can I do the kit without using Facebook? I love this project.
Yes, absolutely. You don't need to be on Facebook at all. I will email you the PDF. So if you will need access to a phone or computer or an iPad in order to be able to see the PDFs, which will be an email, or you can go on my website. So
yeah, but you won't be sent to you in the post.
No,
but you don't need. I mean, if you have got access to Facebook, even better, because then you can be part of the group. But you don't need to have it.
No, absolutely. And I did look actually last night to see whether there was any companies that will print it out for you, and there are. There's companies that will print it out and post it for you for a few pounds. So that's
okay.
If you really are someone who finds PDFs and emails and everything very difficult, then you can just forward it on and they'll print it out.
Okay.
I thought I'm always trying to find another option.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
so make sure it's as inclusive as possible.
It's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah. So that's something.
I found somebody messaged me yesterday with the one last year saying that they'd come off Facebook because and then now they can't get their patterns.
Oh no, okay.
But this isn't the case with this one.
No, this one you'll always be able to access, and it won't. Obviously, you can save them yourself once you receive the PDF on your email, but also it'll always be in your account on my website. It won't ever close. You can go back to it at any stage. That's something people ask me a lot when I do a crochet along. If they get a bit behind,
well, yeah, might
can I get this again?
Later.
Exactly. So it'll always be there. All the video clips will always be there as well.
Well, even if you think, right, well, I'm going to make it for this Christmas, and then it doesn't happen. It's fine.
Exactly, which often does happen, doesn't it? That you don't quite get there. But okay, so I've got to the point where I've finished this first round, and I just want to show you where I worked over the tail. We've got a bit of a gap in the middle, which is fine. But if you prefer not to have that gap, let's hope this works. Where I've worked over the tail on the back, if I just pull the tail tighter, it closes that hole up. So you can see it's closed it up. We just pull it tighter again. So that's what the benefit of working through around the tail. Right. And also then if you want it closed up a bit further still, all you need to do is put your tail end onto a yarn needle. I like to use these sharp darning needles because that way you can break through. I've got another one with me, the blunt-ended needle. So that's like
a chenille needle.
What, the sharp one? Yes. I mean, I just searched, as you would do on various selling places, for sharp darning needle.
Yeah, I guess a chenille is like a tapestry, but with a sharp point.
It's got a sharp point.
But you need a big eye.
You need a big eye and a sharp point. And what I find really good about this is because when you're weaving in ends, obviously you don't want it to come out. So the good thing about having the point on it is you can break through the fibres of the yarn. So the whole point of weaving in ends is that you want the yarn to felt together so that you're not tying a knot, but it's joining itself together as you go through it. So there's two purposes to me weaving in this end. First is to demonstrate how you can close that circle up, and secondly the very fact of how you weave in an end. So I'm just going to, I've pulled the yarn tight, and I'm just going to continue around in the natural movement. So where I'm right-handed, I'm going to go around clockwise and just pull that. So I'm following around the base of the thread, of the stitches, just pushing it through about a centimetre at a time. And at the same time giving it a little bit of a pull, a bit like a running stitch, and that tightens it up so you've got very little hole in the middle. And then the important thing with weaving in ends, I think, personally, is to double back on yourself. So I'm going to go back the other way, so this time going anti-clockwise and in a slightly different place. And again, with these sharp needles, you can really push your needle through the actual strands of your yarn. So you're going almost through a middle of your piece of yarn, and I find that really helps to felt it. And I'm going back I'm going to go do that another few times. And finally, feel the yarn, because you can feel where it starts to felt. So if it's feeling loose, you probably haven't weaved it in enough. So just give it a little, it sounds funny, but give it a rub and you'll feel where it's changed texture.
Okay.
Okay, and then you know you've weaved it in enough that it won't come undone. And then just put your scissors right as close to work as you can get and snip that off. So I just wanted to show you that because obviously there will be quite a lot of weaving in of ends, and I'm terrible for waiting until the end of a project before I weave all my ends in. So this time I've been very disciplined and I've weaved them in as I've gone along.
Have you? That's
so
really good.
I'll be the voice of encouragement, encouraging people to do that.
I try and do I do it like after every 10 or before I block them. Always weave them in then, and then it makes me.
It does.
It is a horrible
with the daisy shawl that I was
job.
on with last time, I did it every 10. And this time I thought we could do it every week at the end and you're done.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, so if you do your week and then
do your week,
then
weave it all in, and then you're ready for the next week. I'd like to think I'll continue like that, but it's just,
isn't it? But it's lovely. Doesn't it look nice when it's done?
It makes such a difference to the general look of it, doesn't it? It's well worth doing because it looks so nice when you've weaved on all your ends. So I'm going to move on to round 2 now. And you're going to put the cranberry, so this lovely bright red. You've got cranberry and you've got wine in your kit, so you've got a deeper red as well. So I can show you one here.
I like cranberry because again, it's not like pillar box red, is it?
No,
it's more like vintage.
It's got that vintage look, hasn't it? And then you've got that. I think this wine really complements it. It's nice having the 2 different shades.
You have really gone vintage vibe with this one.
You know me, I have tried to.
I know, but I bet was it hard though choosing the colours because I know they do loads of them.
It was really hard, and I was in, as always, in 2 minds as which way to go. I've got a lovely friend who's an artist who I always consult, Claire.
Oh, okay.
So she was very helpful. I send her sort of various sort of combinations of colours, and she sort of feeds back to me what she thinks.
Fantastic.
This is really helpful. It's always great to have someone to run it by because it's just me, Adventures in Crafting, and my mum who helps me with kits and things.
I know, but it's hard, and then you've got to make those decisions yourself.
I wander around I follow my husband around the house going, "What do you think about this?" And he's like, yeah.
So when they go,
I do get a lot of
that means I'm not actually listening.
Yeah, just pleasing you. So anyway,
you've done a really good job. I love the colours together.
Thank you. Okay, so for round 2, you're joining in any of the stitches from round 1. So you're just, where you're looking always on the right side, you need to push your hook underneath 2 strands at the top of a stitch.
Oh, Jan's bought the kit. Good, well done.
Oh, brilliant. Is that Jan on Facebook,
yes,
Jan? Oh, how lovely. Thank you, Jan.
Jan's bought the kit. Well done, Jan. Did you finish the last day? She did, actually. She was my most active member.
Oh, brilliant.
So she'll be there to help you all out.
Okay, so you join the yarn in the stitch, and then you're going to do a double, no, you're not, you're going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So in the I don't know if you remember on the last round we chained 3, which is a pretend treble. Chaining 4 is a pretend double treble. So this is again where it's good because you get to learn all these new stitches. Then you're going to make a double treble, one of my favourite stitches, because you put yarn over the hook twice before you go in. So I'll do that again. So you're looping the yarn over your hook once like you would for a treble, but then again twice. Then you're going into that stitch, pulling the yarn back through, so same place that you joined, which gives you 4 loops on your hook. And then you approach it just like a treble, grabbing the yarn and coming through 2, leaving you with 3 loops, grabbing the yarn and coming through 2, leaving you with 2 loops, and then grab it again and come through those 2. So that's your chain 4 and your double treble. So that often when you start a round, you start with a pretend stitch, and this is actually, it sounds really fancy, but it's very straightforward. A pretend 2 double treble cluster. So it's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? A petal, it's a petal. So then you chain 1, and in the next stitch you're going to do your 2 double treble cluster, your petal. So yarn over twice, again, into that stitch, pull the yarn back through, which gives you 4 loops. So again, you do exactly the same as before, but you're not going to finish it. So you do yarn over, come through 2, yarn over, come through 2. And where you've got 2 loops left on your hook, you don't finish the stitch off, so you don't grab the yarn and come through those 2. Instead, you start another one. So this is where it's a 2 double treble cluster. So you start a second double treble. So yarn over twice, into that same stitch, pull the yarn back through. So this time, because we left those 2 on our hook, that gives us 5. And again, grab the yarn and come through 2, grab the yarn and come through 2, but again, don't finish it. And so where we've got those two tall posts there, but they're not finished. If I just lie them down there, you can see. So we've got 1, 2, but they're not finished. That's left us 3 loops on the hook. Final part is you grab the yarn and you come through all 3. And by doing that, you make a really lovely oval shaped stitch, which is going to be our petals. So then you chain
and
one.
those are the petals.
Yeah, and this is the first part, like the inner.
Okay.
This is showing my biological knowledge.
I'm rubbish,
The inner
don't know.
part of the flower. You've got the centre, and then I've done sort of 3 rounds of petals in all.
Okay.
So we've got this lighter red, this the cranberry, then we'll add the white, and then you've got the wine.
Oh, it's nice.
So you can see you've got that shape.
It's kind of, you've got 3 levels of petals.
Exactly, yeah. And then we'll square it off.
Oh, nice. Yeah, no, I like them.
So, continuing like so. So I've done my chain 1, and then it'll be another double treble cluster. So yarn over twice, into that stitch, pull it back through, gives you 4 loops. Yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. Don't finish it, leave those 2 on your hook. And again, yarn over twice, back into that same stitch, pull the yarn back through, which gives you 5 loops. Yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. Don't finish it, so you've got your 2 posts and your 3 loops where you haven't finished it. Yarn over and come through all 3. So that's a 3rd petal made. And you can see it's really pretty. You get that nice bit where it's joined at the top and it looks like an oval shape. So you just repeat that all the way around. Chain 1 in between, yarn over twice, and make your double treble cluster. And again, obviously you've got this YouTube tutorial if you want to practice in the meantime, but also I will have clips broken down like I'm doing today of every round that we do.
Right, so it's going to be really easy.
Really easy, just to pause it, follow along. I tend to do mine in kind of 2-minute clips so that you don't get lost in an hour's or 2 of me doing the whole section. So,
and what will be nice is some of them you'll need to watch all of it, and others you'll think, actually, I don't
exactly.
need that.
And it will be, there's an element of repetitiveness as well. So some of the weeks you'll have done before, and some of the stitches you'll start to know you've done before.
Isn't it?
Exactly. So whereas you might find the first couple of weeks you have to watch it quite a lot, and then as it goes on, you know, oh, this is, I mean, the granny stripe will pop up again and again, so that's this bit.
I like that.
Yeah, it gives it really nice framing, doesn't it? So you'll find, and again, as we get towards the end, you might be able to play about with how big it finally ends up.
Oh, okay.
And I think I was talking to some of my crochet friends about this, and they were saying what's quite nice about a crochet along is if you can stop early, if you do run out of time.
Yes.
So where it's got the different components in the different weeks, it might be you get to week 8 and think, do you know what? I won't have this finished by Christmas, but I can add the edging now, and then I will have something.
Yes,
so if you do find yourself tight on time, the way this is designed, you can stop at whatever point. You can have a lap blanket or a cot blanket. Well, like if you stopped at
week 4.
Yeah, you've got a nice cot blanket or a lap blanket, haven't you?
I know, I love it, I love it.
Yeah, or even if you know, lots of week ones is a cushion.
But I think it's like, you know, if you get this for someone, you're buying them a 10-week crochet course.
Yeah. It's I
for
did
£57.99.
say so myself, but it's really good value for money.
So you're buying
you think about what you're
yourself
getting.
or someone else a 10-week crochet course with all the yarn for £57.99. That is extremely good value.
Yeah, and you know, and the membership of that community, as you say, where there'll be people that are beginners and people that are more experienced.
And they're always really nice
lovely
people
group
as well.
Yeah, everybody I've met through crochet has been so lovely.
We have more kits in baskets than we have available. So if you... That's really annoying, isn't it? So I was just going to go, so if you really want yours, could you not, because I really want one. So if you really want yours, you need to check out. I know, I've planned what I'm going to do with mine and who I'm going to give it and everything. You need to check out, because there are more in baskets than we've got available. Oh, the yarn is acrylic, so it's lovely, lovely, perfect for you, all your allergenic people. It can be washed at 40 degrees. Do not tumble dry or iron it. Why would you? Why would you, anyway?
Exactly.
But it's great for... I know there are people who are allergic to wool and different things, but it is. I've worked with this. In fact, the Hexie It's not called that. It's called the flower power cardigan.
The cardigan, you shared a photo of
is using this, and it's really soft. It's lovely. There are acrylic yarns and there are acrylic yarns, and this is.
There's a couple of brands I like to use, and this is because they're really soft and lovely to work with. They feel nice on your hands.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it's really comfortable to work with. And I think the bonus of acrylic is you can wash it. You know, you can put it in the washing machine. As long as your weave ends in well. But another tip is to put it in a pillowcase before you put it in the washing machine, so it still gets washed, but it's not got the strain of being spun around the washing machine.
Because after Christmas, after 2 months, it's going to have to be out for a while, isn't it?
If it's being used a lot. Yeah, I mean, my daughter lies on the sofa eating her crisps under my blankets, her feet all tangled up in it. So, Olive, if you're watching.
Yeah.
So, it's good to be able to wash it. Yeah, put the crisps down, Olive. She'll be killing me when I get in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Walk away from the blanket.
Yes. Okay.
So Collector has asked, can you start with a magic circle?
Oh, yes, you can. You absolutely can. The magic circle's really good because it closes up really easily without any hole in the middle. The only thing I will say, I mean, I'm sure it's fine for this. I don't tend to use it for clothes because I don't find it such a strong way of starting off.
Right.
So I find personally, it might just be me, that it's more likely to come undone when it's getting washed a lot and things. But you absolutely can, and it depends what kind of usage your blanket will have. But so the only thing to slightly bear in mind is that I find if you chain first and slip stitch it to make your circle, it's a bit more hard wearing. It might just be the way I crochet, who knows.
If you want a magic circle,
you can, and then you don't have to, you get no circle in the middle, you get no hole in the middle. So, and any of those things, if you're buying it and if you've bought it and then you get it home and you think about that, or if I'm demonstrating a stitch on my videos and you think, could I do it that way? Just message me, email me, message me on Facebook, and likelihood is next time I do a tutorial, I'll add that in.
But somebody else will be thinking the same thing.
Exactly, and that's the good thing about I will have my regular Facebook lives. I haven't planned the dates in, but you'll get emailed about that. And any questions you have, you can come along to the Facebook Live and ask me them.
What time will they be emailed?
They'll be emailed 9 o'clock on the Monday morning.
Right.
Occasionally I do it before because I want to be sure, but I'm not promising anything. Definitely by 9 o'clock on the Monday morning. Okay, so I'm just coming up here with my demonstration to the end of round 2, and I've got to the point where I've done my final petal and a chain 1, and I'm just going to slip stitch, and the slip stitch goes into the top, into that V at the top of the double treble, so you're skipping over the chain 4, and that's to keep it looking like a cluster. So hook goes through underneath those 2 loops, grabs the yarn, comes back through and through the loop on your hook, and just fasten that off. You can see it cups up slightly, that's perfectly fine. And the next round is going to sort that out. And then just moving on to round 3, you're joining the white in any of your chain 1 spaces.
It's funny, it looks like a circle, doesn't it?
It does.
But when you put the white in, it isn't.
It's going to become a little flower.
That's magic, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it. Even those, you feel like you could do something with them, don't you?
Yes, definitely.
It's really lovely. Okay, so you're going to put your hook through the chain 1 space, or under the chain 1 space, so into the gap between your petals, just literally in that gap. Grab the yarn and pull it back through, so you've got a loop on your hook, and chain 1 to secure it. And then you're going to do a chain 4 in the air, which might give you a clue that we're going to do more double trebles. So that's our first pretend double treble. And then yarn over twice and into the space. So we're not doing a cluster this time, we're just doing double trebles. Into that space, pull the yarn back through, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. So I've got my chain 4 and a double treble. And now I'm going to do 3 more double trebles so that in total I have 5 posts in the same space. Yarn over twice, into the space, pull the yarn back through, gives you 4 loops on your hook. Yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. So that's 3, another one, yarn over twice, into the space, pull back through, gives you 4 loops on your hook. Yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2, and finally the 5th one, so that chain 4 at the beginning counts as 1. Okay, so there you can see you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, chain 4 plus 4 double trebles, 5 posts. Then you do a chain 1, and in the next gap you're making a double crochet. So for a double crochet, you don't put yarn over your hook first, you just literally put your hook into that space, grab the yarn and put it through, which gives you 2 loops on your hook, yarn over through the 2, and that pulls that edge down, and you're starting to see that you're making a shell shape for your petal.
Oh, okay.
And then you're going to do a chain 1 again, and in the next gap, 5 double trebles.
So this is the Christmas rose, isn't it?
This is the Christmas rose for week 1.
Pretty.
Yeah, it's really, I really it took a lot of design work to get this to this stage.
I can imagine,
so many false starts, so that's why I'm so delighted with how it looks.
I can absolutely imagine.
Finally, that's what I want it to look like.
Well, I guess also you have in your head what it needs to be.
And, yeah.
But there's a gap between
that. And then how do you create that with your crochet stitches?
I adore crochet, but I really wouldn't want to design it.
It's great fun, and it's especially good when you get it and you get, that's exactly what I wanted. Yeah. And then you do a chain 1 and double crochet in the next gap. And you can see that's brought it down into a petal shape. So then it's chain 1 again, and another 5 double trebles in the next gap. So you'll work around.
Single figures available, guys. Single figures.
Exciting.
Yeah. It is single figures. But you think, $57.99 for a 10-week crochet workshop aimed for complete beginners, but absolutely fine if you're not a beginner, you'll just find it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
And all the yarn to create a blanket, 1.5 by 1.5 meters. So it's your single bed. No, it's full-size lie across the sofa watch box set.
Definitely. I think it's likely to be something you're going to want downstairs in your house because you want people to see it.
Yeah,
it's like a piece of artwork,
but
isn't it?
But it would look lovely
would
on
look
your
lovely
bed.
across. I mean, I know plenty of people who have Christmas bedding.
Yeah.
So if you're one of them,
but to be honest, I would keep it out all year. It's red and green, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And as I say, I designed the pattern so that if you then, hopefully you'll love making it and you want to make another one. Do you know what? In the car on the way up, I was thinking, because being me and loving retro, and they've got that kind of 60s look to this flower. My kitchen diner type area is all orange and mustard yellow, and I was thinking, wouldn't that be nice?
It really,
properly retro, oranges,
really,
mustard yellow, bit brown maybe.
But I just think because it's not like it's got novelty penguins and things.
No,
on,
exactly.
So I think you could keep it out all year round.
Yeah, exactly.
On your bed.
It's going to be people are going to ask you about it, aren't
and
they?
And then
when
maybe it comes down at Christmas.
Yeah.
Moves downstairs.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you going to do with yours? So there are still a few available, but not many, so you do need to get checked out.
So you can see as I'm going around.
Yeah, we are in single figures, and there are more of you who've got it in baskets, so you need to be quick.
That's great. I look forward to meeting everyone that's doing it on Facebook.
Moves out.
Okay, so you can see, all I want you to be able to see is how quickly, just 3 rounds into week 1, you made something that looks so lovely. It's really taking shape, so you end up with 8 petals. And then, as I said before, we then add more petals onto it, and then eventually we make it into a square. So hopefully this has given you enough enough guidance to be able to practice one. Ready? So if you've bought the kit, hopefully you can have a little practice while you're waiting for it to arrive. So I'm nearly round. And I love these double trebles because they're so quick. You do your yarn over twice, in you go, pull the yarn back, and then through 2, through 2, through 2. It's one of my favourite stitches. I'm nearly there. Double crochet, chain 1. So all of this will be attached to a PDF, little video clips, and then moving forward onto the next few weeks as well.
So if you've bought yours, do you remember when Sam's on? Because obviously she's gone through this and answered lots of questions, but all of these tutorials will be on the Facebook as well.
Yeah.
And all the instructions will be in your PDF. So it's really, really simple. Well, there's only 9 left. Is it 9? We got less than 9 now? There was only 9 left. 6. And 52 in baskets.
Oh gosh.
So, very annoyed.
Oh dear.
But the problem is, you see, at 8 o'clock, before I went on air, they weren't there. So I couldn't get them before I came. The rules are rules.
So just to finish this off so that you know, for those that want to practice before their kit arrives, you finish with your chain 1. So I've gone all around, I've done my 5 double trebles, chain 1, double crochet in the next gap, chain 1, 5 double trebles in the next, chain 1, etc. When you get to the end, you'll end up with a double crochet and a chain 1, and then all you do is slip stitch in the 4th of that chain 4. And then you can fasten it off.
Brilliant. Well, that's fab. I mean, Sam, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And in advance, thank you for all the time that you're going to put into this.
You're very welcome. I'm looking forward to it.
And you're going to have all these fantastic people who can't crochet or could crochet, but who can now crochet even better.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
I look forward to meeting everyone on Facebook.
That's been fab. When are you back with us?
I'm back actually on the day it starts, 12th of September. With something new. But
so we can have a little chat about it.
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be brilliant.
Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you so much for joining me on the Sewing Street Yarn Lane first day of Christmas in August. It's been amazing. So tomorrow, coming up, who's on air tomorrow? It's John. So he's on tomorrow. 8 o'clock, it's Christmas Fabric. 9 o'clock, Delphine is on with her Stag and a Owl. Because remember, it's still Christmas tomorrow. 10 o'clock, Cara is going to demonstrate my Amber Makes Gingham tote. I love a bit of gingham. 11 o'clock, Delphine's doing a Christmas elf. Oh, I haven't seen that. Love a Christmas elf. 12 o'clock, Delphine will be demonstrating Helen Newton's Christmas cushion. So that's going to be a fun-packed day. Hobby Maker is now on. Well, it won't be. 1 o'clock it starts. 1 o'clock is brand new Stamps and Stencils craft kit with Crafter's Companion. At 2 o'clock, it's brand new embossing templates with Parch Craft UK. 3 o'clock, Ribbonly are back with brand new ribbon wreath kits. 4 o'clock is more from Parch Craft and new embossing templates. And 5 o'clock is from Crafter's Companion craft kits with Debbie. There we go. So I've had a great day today. I will see you back here. Actually, I'm on Thursday with John doing... it's Block of the Month. I knew I was doing something on Thursday, and then I'm presenting on Friday. It's a busy week. I know, busy week. I know, don't know what's happening this week. So thanks for joining today. What a great day it's been. So much. Well done if you managed to get your kit. They have now sold out. Never mind. But I'll see you back here on Thursday.